What is up, everybody? Night 2 of the draft, the 49ers best coverage right here on Last Second Sports. I got my guy David with me. We're not going to hit an intro tonight. A little out of my element. Just played a very intense football game. The coach of the other team is an ex-Yankees pitcher. Total jerk off, let me tell you. But either way, we won, and that's all that matters. So here we are. David, my guy, catch me up. What's happened so far in the second round?
Yeah. So we've got right off the bat, you had, Carson Schwessinger. I know I texted you earlier about 30 minutes ago. I said, hey, Marco, you guys, I wasn't keen on linebacker early, but I think he's a good player. And I said, I think he goes really, really early. I think he goes before the 49ers. Sure enough, he's the first pick. Jaden Higgins, then Iowa State receiver to the Texans, get another weapon for CJ Stroud. Seahawks trade up to get Nick Emenwari, one of my guys at safety, my number one, my guy.
Seahawks got Emenwari?
Yes. Absolute stud. Mike McDonald's going to use him. It's going to be everybody says people talk about Emenwari being raw. Don't look. I respect people's opinions. If you watch that team captain, okay. Also, smart as hell. Dad's a professor. Just this dude that he oozes confidence, but he's just incredibly mature. And he's the best athlete at the safety position in the history of metrics. And he's not just some tester. He can play any position in the DB. He can play linebacker. He can play in the box. He can play deep.
He's Kyle Hamilton. He just got his Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah.
Defense.
I don't know how he didn't go in the first round. He's 20 years old. I don't understand it. And then Quinshon Judkins. I thought it was Trevion Henderson to the Browns. And they ended up going Quinshon Judkins. I think Quinshon Judkins, he's another guy was on my list. I have 28 guys today in the 70 that I said I would be happy with. The only reason I didn't say Schwessinger is because I didn't want to go linebacker early, and he would be going in the second round, so I just didn't have him on there. So I probably about 30 guys that I consider. So all of them have gone, though. All these guys have been on my list. Jonah Savanea, that's my guy at guard. The Dolphins just took him. They just traded up with the Titans, and he was a guy that I really, really, really would have been ecstatic with at 43 for the 49ers. He is going to be a lights-out guard. You think in that Pooney mold, he's going to be a stud.
What did the Seahawks give up to move up?
I am looking at that right now. Let's see here.
Out of curiosity, because that was a heck of a move. I've got the Dolphins trade here.
Okay.
FYI. The Dolphins trade. Right. Yeah, go ahead. You got it. If you got it, go.
The Seahawks sent number 52 and 82 to the Titans. So here's the thing. I have been talking about today. The Niners trading up potentially, if they package 75 and 100, that can get you up to 49. People think that's great. It can. And if you throw in a future fifth or something like that, right? I'm just saying, don't be surprised to see the Niners go up and get their guy to get two more elite players and then sit in the fourth and fifth. But yeah.
Well, yeah. So the Dolphins got pick 37 from 48, and then they gave up a 4th round pick and got a 5th round pick. So that wasn't, to move up 9 spots. We're not talking about a lot to move up. So if the 49ers have a guy they're targeting, they should do it. What do you think for the Browns? Quinshon Judkins over our guy, Trevion Henderson. I actually think that's a better fit for that team specifically.
Yep. I can see that. I think Quinshon Judkins, both of these guys have juice, right? Both these guys can run. Quinshon Judkins is a little bit more of that north-south type of guy. I'm not to say Trevion Henderson just because he's not undersized, but make no mistake. Trevion Henderson can take contact. Trevion Henderson is phenomenal in pass protection. If you can do that, you can take contact. But Quinshon Judkins, he's that guy that's really about between the tackles, dude. But when he has a different gear, short yardage situation. Oftentimes Ohio State would turn to him inside the 10 for sure. Just a guy, high character, fun guy to listen in interviews. Just loves ball. I think he could be, you talk about an early dynasty fantasy guy, Judkins could be lights out. And I think Henderson is going to as well, whatever team he goes to.
Absolutely. God bless you, Beto. I appreciate you. JNS Moving says Mike Green. I would be shocked if the 49ers took him. Shocked. Okay.
So
he's not a 49er guy.
I was talking to one of my guys, Joe DeLeon. He does A to Z scouting with Ryan Roberts. And he was saying, look, we've all heard about the SA assault stuff, but he said he'd been hearing some things that his interviews were dicey and not the accountability that you thought he took. And it's not just that. There's some other things here. And there's a lot. I'll just tell you this. There's at least half the teams in the NFL have completely taken him off their board.
Yeah. Nick, no, I don't think Henderson's going to be there. He will be a Chicago Bear. They got 2 picks in front of us.
Yes, they do.
They absolutely. I would be shocked if they don't take him.
But watch out for Caleb Johnson. I can really see Caleb Johnson. He didn't test as well. When you look at his play speed, though, when you look at his in-game analytics and his GPS tracks, like this dude has some of the best play speed, like being a real running back, not just like straight line out there with a bunch of grass in front of you. I was reading into that today. I was like, makes a lot of sense. And you look at the Bears and what he's done with Montgomery and Gibbs, like I can see Ben Johnson taking a look at somebody like that and saying, hey man, you're playing in cold weather, you're playing outside. This guy's big body, more juice than, Derrick could say Derrick Henry, more juice, but he's not Derrick Henry. But I'll say this. I think it'll be Johnson or Henderson.
Yeah, I think they're definitely taking a running back. I would be surprised if they don't. At this point, though, they also might be taking one of your favorite tackles in a couple picks as well. So Ariante Ursary still there, yeah?
Yeah, and I wasn't surprised he went. He was one of those guys I was in on for a long time, but I even admitted when we get through this process, Jess, we were always like, hey, I reflect on this. I like him a lot. He didn't end up making my guy list in top 2, and that's okay. There's only 2 that get there, right? So in that situation, I feel like with Ursary, though, this guy is being overanalyzed. He's being absolutely overanalyzed. He has NFL size. He's actually a pretty dang good athlete as well. Some people kind of quibble with things, and that's why he's not in the first round. But this guy's going to be a starter in the NFL, and I think if they went Ursary and Henderson, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, and I think Will Johnson continues to fall. I just at this point, the fact he hasn't gone, did he just get picked?
We got to pick Trevion Henderson to the Patriots.
Oh, damn. Okay.
The Bears were going to take him, man. They were going to take him.
No, I love this because I have a shadow.
Really liked him in the sense that they would potentially even consider him if they had done a huge trade back in the first round.
Yep. And I have a shadow draft league where we have to pick. I get the 2nd and 18th pick in every round, and it's like as long as somebody hasn't been drafted, you can pick them. And you build a 22-man roster over time like a dynasty league. I just put in Trevion Henderson with a 2nd pick because I said I don't care where he goes. This guy's going to be, and I think going to the Patriots now with Drake May in this situation with the new. I'm excited to watch the Patriots play this next year. I want to see what they add here in the receiver stable as well.
Absolutely. I think the Bears were certainly going to take him. I'm actually surprised, though, a team that is wide receiver needy, a wide receiver that a lot of people early on in the process thought was going to go in the first round is still sitting there. I get it. He's more of a slot wide receiver, but I don't know, man. I feel like
you're talking about Burden.
Yeah, I'm talking about Burden. Yeah, Luther Burden. So I thought that's where they were going to go. I'm not saying it was a bad pick. I love Trevion Henderson. That was not a bad pick. I'm just kind of surprised they didn't go wide receiver. Will Johnson, though. Will Johnson is the guy that's falling. It's clear his medicals are scaring everybody at this point if he hasn't been taken, because he was arguably the top corner film-wise, and in this process, maybe at worst, 3rd best. The fact that we're here and he hasn't been taken, that knee is scaring a lot of people right now.
And I understand.
And not only that, there's a lot of cornerback needy teams that have passed on him. Miami, a team that just traded up. They were projected to take Barron, obviously went for a D lineman. Corner could have been easily the guy for them here at 37 when they traded up, but nope. They're going O-line.
And here's why I understand Will Johnson. He was a guy I really liked, but then once I saw the medical was a concern, I stood back. I think, though, there's a lot of good corners in this 2nd round. You got Trey Amos, you got Azaria Thomas, right? You've got Benjamin Morrison still out there. You've got I just lost track of who I was thinking about there. Oh, come on, David, if I can get there. So it's just
Siobhan Ravel.
Siobhan Ravel. That's what I was going to say. Yeah,
Trey Amos. All of them.
All these guys are studs. They really are. So I think that also is playing a part in this, where they say, you know what, I'm not going to. I don't think any GM is keen on, when it's really win now almost for every team out there. You're not really keen on drafting guys that you don't know if are going to be ready.
Yeah, Nolan makes a good point here. He says 4 running backs and 4 wide receivers taken. One, not
Yep.
a surprise. This is about where we thought this was going to start happening. But two, very good news for the 49ers, who we would expect to go trenches still, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Could you guys see an offensive lineman here?
I
Yeah,
could
oh,
see
yeah,
Ursery.
absolutely.
Yeah, I could see
Yes.
Ursery here. And this is where I think
Yeah.
Caleb Johnson's going to come off the board, one of these two picks. I could be very wrong on that, but Bears up here and trying to get the update. So we got
I
Bears,
think they're
Saints,
going to
Bears.
I think they're going to go Ursery and a running back in their next two picks. Those are going to be their next two picks. Ursery and a running back. We'll see. We'll see. Although they could use help on defense too. I don't, maybe not. Maybe not.
I think it might be a defensive guy. One of those.
Corner,
I
maybe?
think that's where the edge rushers run might start because I know they like trenches.
Oh, as a rock,
even at
there.
10.
One
Yeah,
guy I want
some of
to
those.
keep an eye on. My father-in-law Reno Ron, he's getting shout out. I know he's listening to me right now. Reno Ron told me to watch out for the Broncos with Mason Taylor. That is a player. I know it's not going to go to the Bears, and he's not going to the Bears. They already took Colson Loveland.
No, yeah.
Taylor's going to be a guy that goes pretty quick here, and I think you're going to see that. But Ariante Ursery, another guy I love, Oregon Jordan Birch. I think Jordan Birch goes a lot higher than people think. Everybody's been mock draft machines like in the third round. I don't know, man. They took Michael. I was like, oh, that's awesome. But Jordan Birch is a guy I would have been awesome, just geeked to have on the 49ers. I think he's a guy that's going to go higher than people think.
Well, hold on. A lot of people are big on Oladejo. Give me Birch over Oladejo, and I'm not thinking twice about it. And people jock Femi Oladejo. So give me Jordan Birch. Easy.
Yep.
And you look at guys like Birch, who also is a good run defender. You add him to Michael Williams, it's like, well, you get a second down and long and you get third downs. I mean, you're talking about guys that easily could play on the interior. So, you just take the best players. Travion Henderson, man. Gosh, dang it.
David, I know you're not a big fan of those older prospects. Darius Alexander's a guy who's been mocked a lot. How do you feel about him?
I don't look. I have Darius Alexander as one of my 29 guys. I'd be fine within day two, but what I don't like, I do think there's a difference between 75 and 143. Now, people say it doesn't matter where you draft him. Yes, it does, because I would look at Darius Alexander. If I were going to get in the weeds, I would have said 75 to 100. I'm better at, right? I just think that for a guy who doesn't break out till later in his career against mid-major competition, he's going to be 25 years old in August. Okay. To me, there's a high likelihood that ceiling has been hit last year, right? Like I don't see a guy that's going to have a lot of growth. And by the time you get in a second contract, you're knocking on 30. I know that's not. Now, look, if you're a contender and you got all your holes, if everything's there, I think that's a big deal. For the Niners that have gaps everywhere, I'm not saying it can't happen or it'd be horrible. I don't think it's a prudent use of value there. And I don't think he's
I said that I liked him a lot, and earlier I had a little preview to tonight, and he was one of the players that I named. But you're right, and the other thing we have to look at, it's not just how old you are when you hit your second contract. There is a big difference now. Think about when you were 25 mentally and physically versus 20 or 21 mentally or physically. So imagine that, and you've got go ahead,
Luther Burden.
But go ahead, Luther
Burden.
39.
Oh, wow.
Bears. And I don't
the Bears.
They got Ben Johnson. You have Roma Dunze, DJ Moore, and now you get that third receiver, Colson Loveland.
That's true.
I mean, hey, look, who am I to doubt Ben Johnson and Cole Kmet? Who am I to doubt? Look, that third receiver though, Luther Burden is that. I mean, hate to say, the Debo style guy, right? Like Luther Burden is that kind of dude that Ben Johnson can use at all these different formations, and he's going to be creative with him. I love it. I love an offensive guy coming in and saying, we're going to score points and supporting your quarterback who was struggling through the year and kind of being himself a little bit. And now he's got all these things in front of him. There's a lot of scaffolding there that should be exciting Bears fans.
Well, Caleb Williams, either you perform or you're not. You're just not that guy at this point. I mean, they're giving you everything that you could possibly ask for as a player. It's perform. Or it's the way it is in this league now. But about Darius Alexander and some of these other guys, again, you're playing against 19 and 20-year-olds in college, and you're 25 years old. That is a major advantage, mentally and physically. So you have to account for that. If you're like, oh my, wow, this guy was dominant. And then you go look at him and you go, well, yeah, but he was 5 years older than everybody he was playing against. That matters. That does matter. I'm not saying that they can't be a good player, but it has to factor in. So if you think this guy's dominant and another guy was close, who's 2 years younger or 3 years younger, I think you go with the other option just because I just, people don't factor it in enough. And I think it is a big deal. I really do.
I do too. By the way, we've got 3 picks left before you've got Saints, Bears, Jets. And then you got the Niners. Right now, if we're talking about this, what's a guy like? Give me, because I'm doing this on my shadow draft this year. I'm saying the person I picked, and then the person that was a runner-up, so I can show So for this year, it was Nolan and Michael. So I didn't have Michael as the guy I picked, but he was the guy I was discerning between. I think it's kind of a cool thing to do. So give me 2 guys right now. Now, granted, there's 3 more picks to go. If there's 2 guys right now, and before the pick, we might adjust it if they get taken. Who are 2 guys you're going between right now, guys?
Ursary for sure.
Question. I think it's Ursary. Is there a D tackle here that you consider at 43?
Yes.
TJ Sanders.
TJ Sanders. TJ Sanders. Yeah. Yes. TJ Sanders for sure.
He was the guy I mocked quite a bit to San Francisco at this spot. In mocks leading up to, I think I did 3 or 4. He was in 2 or 3 of those.
I'm going to cheat and give you 3 guys. Okay, the guy that I wasn't planning on, Donovan Ezeraku. Okay, I know that sounds crazy. Donovan Ezeraku is more of that undersized tweener kind of specialized. This team, just if you took Michael, what could you? Hey, you look at that D4 type of player. Michael's in a different line. There is room for him on this team. I am telling you right now. And if you see him, and this guy's a guy I thought Green Bay would go. I'm not saying that I would do it completely, but he's a guy I'm considering. He's the 3rd guy on my list. The other 2 guys are different than maybe what people are thinking. Jalen Knoll and Azaria Thomas. These are 2 guys that I've loved. I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with my gut. I didn't pay attention to consensus. I went to what I watched. These dudes are day 1 contributors. I can guarantee it. I felt the same way about Renardo Green last year. With Azaria, a former teammate who I wasn't even on the radar with when I was watching Renardo, because I don't usually watch guys that aren't going to be draftable yet. And I just think, to me, that's where I would go.
And Tyler Shuck just goes to the Saints at 40. And so that's good. Quarterback is off the board.
Tyler
Shuck is funny. I entered a draft thing, just a draft prediction thing for round 2 today. And the guy goes, hey, do you want to enter? I said, sure. So I entered in and I go, hey, Tyler Shuck's not on the list. I said, you need him on the list. He's going to the Saints. And so he added him to the list of players and I mocked him to the Saints. So I got that. I don't know about the other ones, but I got that one right. I'm sure I'm 0 for on the rest, to be honest with you. But
Ricky the dog actually called this before. He thought Shuck was going 9. I remember I was talking.
9.
Well, he had heard that the Saints wanted Shuck. And so I think he deduced from that. And honestly, Ricky's right, like 90% of the time. He admitted, well, I got that wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong completely. And Shuck ended up being the guy they wanted.
Yeah. God, the Saints are just such a dumpster fire, man.
No, Mickey Loomis is an idiot. And here's the talk of Rohan, you asked about older players. Tyler Shuck, I don't understand. Okay. We talk about 25 for Darius Alexander. We're talking about 26 for Tyler Shuck. Okay. You talk about renting a car. All right. This guy is like renting the minivan. He's picking up all the kids from the bar after. Like this guy, I was going to say, I told him if he would have gone to Cabo with the Niners, he could have shuttled all the dudes around. And I think that's what he's going to be doing at training, because I think you're going to find a guy, he broke 3 bones in 3 consecutive years. People said, that's just freak. I don't think it's a freak thing to break 3 bones in 3 consecutive years. I really don't. And I see a guy that's in college for 7 years who is a decent player. And we're like, man, he spins the ball. I said, and what? Like, I don't see this guy being a bona fide reliable starter. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but come on, man. Like, what are the sheer odds that Tyler Shuck at 26 comes in and debunks the Brandon Weeden, Chris Winkie? People thought the same thing about those guys too. And they went and Weeden went in the first round, right? Like this is just, it's asinine to me.
If the Bears don't go Ursary here and nobody trades up with the Jets, I guess, or technically the Bears, then Ursary should fall to the 49ers. So future left tackle, Be a hard time to say no to that one, man. Hard time to say no to that one. A very good player.
Yep, I agree.
Or very good prospect, I should say. You know, who knows what they are as a player. But.
So I'm looking at my guys that I said, Bears are on the clock. I would have had Trevion as a guy I would have looked at. Right now, I'm looking at Jalen Knoll. I was going to look Nick Emanwari, Ariante Ursary, Jalen Knoll, Donovan Ezraku, and then corners. I mean, those. I
will say this on the Jalen Knoll aspect. I know fans don't really care as much as teams do. Character-wise, though, I've heard that Jalen Knoll is very, very high up there on the character platform. We know the 49ers care a lot about that.
And I was also told that a certain Brock Purdy was talking up Knoll in particular, even though they did not play. I think he played 1 year together, actually, his freshman year. And, oh, God, he's an Iowa State guy, but there was some talk.
Buffalo just moved up. Buffalo just moved up with the Bears.
Yeah. Chicago is on the clock. Fighting down. Okay.
Well, Bills went corner in the first round, and we thought that they might have looked at defensive line. Maybe possibly.
They're moving up 15 spots here.
They're going tackle here. They got to go defensive tackle. Or edge, they traded, one of the two. They're going defensive line, man.
Both of their They traded both of their seconds and a fourth for 41, 72, and a seventh.
Whoa, okay.
So they moved back 10 spots in, essentially moving back 10 spots, and then in the second, and then they get they have to trade a fourth as well. So,
well, they're not going offensive tackle either, so that's good news. That is good news. The Bills, I think, are going defensive line here. Would be my guess. Probably defensive tackle. This is a spot potentially where TJ Sanders could go.
This is actually, I mean, they must really like this player. They're giving up their next 3 picks. The Bills are picking now at 132 after.
No, that's not. But Chicago is giving up. But listen, they are trading 56, 62, and 109. But Chicago is giving up 41.
Oh, they are giving up 72. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not that. It's not a bad kick. It's not a bad.
No, that's a bad trade. That makes sense. Yeah. I think this makes sense.
They already drafted a corner, so I've got to imagine that they're going defensive line here. But we'll see. Yeah, that was not a bad trade at all, actually. 56, 62, and 109 for 41, 72, and 240. Okay. All right.
You move back 10 spots, you move up 15 in the second, and then you just give up an extra fourth. So that's fine.
Well, I'm just hoping it's not Darius Alexander, the Niners. I don't know where this Bills pick is. I think Darius Alexander could be a good player. I also don't think he's a second round prospect. I think there was a lot of excitement around the Senior Bowl. I think there's like just the combine. I feel like just like Oladejo, I was higher on them both before, and the more I watch, the more rawness I see, and the more I worry that, particularly with Alexander, that he's at a ceiling.
Do they take Mike Green and go with the all alleged SA team after going with Harrison in the first round? That is the question.
Well, they had Matt Ariza.
Weird. Yeah, I was going to say they got rid of Ariza, but no problem bringing in Harrison and Green. We'll see here.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
What if we go corner somebody? I think corner is an absolute need. I don't know what people need to understand this cornerback room. I also think Lenore. Yes. Lenore is, I'm going to tell you, he's going to play more inside than people think. And people say, oh, that contract, guess what? In a couple of years, that contract is going to be just not even, it's not going to be top 20 for cornerbacks. It's not. And and Nickel is a start. Ask Trent McDuffie if that matters, right? If playing inside matters, right? I just think that an outside corner here, to me, it is on the table.
John, I hear you. It's Will Johnson is a prospect that would have been gone long ago if those medicals weren't
TJ Sanders
scary. TJ Sanders. I knew it. What did I say? TJ Sanders.
This is why I don't want the Niners to do not draft for need. That was the only defensive tackle on my list that I would have considered at 43. If they sit there and draft for need over better talent, I'm not going to freak, but I don't think that's good process.
I agree with you. That's the only defensive tackle I would have taken as well.
Trey Amos is still there. I mean, there's a good corner group right here.
Azaria
Corner is a
Thomas,
need.
Savone Revel, Trey Amos. Those were the three guys I
All
would
three
look
of
at.
them.
All three of those
Yeah.
guys.
I'd be fine with any of them.
I'd be happy with Donovan Ezeraku. I'd be happy with Ariante Ursary. Yep.
I'd be happy with Jalen Noel.
Jalen Noel. Yep.
Are you guys fans of Landon Jackson? I've heard mixed reports on him.
No,
I like Landon Jackson,
really like
but
him,
not with
some people
but
don't.
not with Michael. But not with Michael. You're basically he's a poor man's Michael is the way that I view him. So I would say no on Landon Jackson.
I will say this at 43. You guys might disagree with me. I'm completely content with Will Johnson taking a flyer. And this is why
I would not.
You have to know. You have to feel good about those medicals.
I didn't say ecstatic. I said I'd be completely content. Okay, and here's the at 43. If that comes back, and if it's just something you're fighting through, and all of a sudden you're potentially getting a guy, we know the Niners like Will Johnson. There have been very valid reports that talked about they were really high on him. I'm not going to be surprised by that. And if it works out, you're right. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Right? That would suck. And I just thought down saying like you don't want to burn something on there, something that doesn't make out. I'm just going to say I'm not going to be surprised, and I'm not going to freak out.
I will kind of freak out, honestly. Okay. With the fact that he's fallen this far, knowing that he was at worst healthy, a top 17 pick in this draft. The fact he's fallen this far, teams are obviously worried enough about it. And if this is your second pick, my biggest issue would be this draft has to be a home run if they want to rebuild this team quickly on the fly. If they miss in this draft, and let's say we love Michael, but let's say he's a miss, and then you take a medical guy at 43 and he gets injured or has a short career because of a knee, that'll ruin a draft really quick. So I would say no.
Funny enough, Jesse, I just heard you, and I can buy David's take because of what you just said. You just said essentially, right, if you miss on Michael, the pick is going to hurt you at 43. Michael, though, is considered one of the safer players, I would say, in that first round with the run defense. And so I'm assuming they expect, because he's so young, for some semblance of pass rush, not on top of what's already on film, to be there. So maybe you can take the shot given that you do have a safe player and that cornerback might not be the most pressing need, so that you can go with the talent. You can give him a bit of not a red shirt year, but give him a bit of time to get healthy and then put him in when you need to.
What's the pick?
Mason Taylor. What'd I say? Jets. Mason Taylor.
Okay.
It's a great pick. We talked about Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
I honestly, here, I'm going to tell you this.
All the Broncos. Okay.
Mason Taylor's a better player than Tyler Warren. Okay. But Mason Taylor is, I had him. I'm not a big Tyler Warren fan. There's a reason he felt that nobody even we were talking about, I'm telling you, Mason Taylor's a better athlete. Colson Levin's a better athlete. They're better natural pass catchers. I'm telling you,
real quick, Albert Breer just said the Texans and the Niners have been fishing around on a trade up. I don't know if that means the Texans are trying to trade up with the Niners or that both teams have been trying to trade up.
It has to be.
The Texans have to be trying to trade
because
up.
the Niners,
because they're at 58. Texans need Ursary. They want Ursary. So that has to be it. They went wide receiver in the second round after trading back, and you need offensive line. They have to be going after Ursary.
Matt Miyoko just tweeted out again. Matt Miyoko is always late. He said Jed York suggests it's going to be a player in the trenches. Well, he said that last night when he said trenches, baby. I think Miyoko sometimes does. Miyoko also said it was be Shamar Stewart last night. So I'm not. That's not besmirching.
I think it'll
Miyoko,
be a player in the trenches too. But that's not like breaking news. Oh my gosh, the Niners need trenches and took a player in the trenches. Holy cow. That wouldn't be a shock. I would understand Alexander here. I wouldn't be the biggest fan of it. I would be more okay with Alexander than I would Will Johnson. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, sure. I'm not going to sit here and make fun of Darius Alexander, a player that's being. I will do that. I will say that. I'm just saying that for value. I'm not saying the player is garbage. I just want people to understand that. I'm never going to tear down somebody like that. That's ridiculous. It's just there's some nuance.
He's 25. He's 25. I get it.
Yep.
It's the same reason I don't want Knight, you know?
Yep. Oh, Jed York did say so many choices. Wonder what we are going to do here. Hashtag trenches. It was 2 minutes ago. That's what he was saying. You know, Matt Miyoko could have just quote tweeted him, but he didn't.
Yeah.
So that's weird. Why does he do this?
Why? Yeah, I don't understand why he does this either.
Wait,
Like,
so Jed
did
York
it
just
last
said
night.
that we're picking in the trenches or something?
Yeah. I think 2 minutes ago, I guarantee you, Jed Sawson, he's done this before. Like, it's just like no other GM does this, you know, and he's done this multiple times. It's just annoying.
Let's see what it is, though.
I
just have a feeling it's going to be a reach here. Golly, man. I don't know why. I just feel like they're going to pass on Ursery. Darius Alexander is
it'll
there,
be a
not my
defensive
favorite
lineman?
prospect, but it'll be a reach.
It's gonna be Alexander,
like
or
Omar Norman Lott or something stupid like that, dude. I can feel it.
It's gonna be Alexander. I guarantee they're gonna do it because they're gonna freak out just like they did with Ricky Pearsall last year, where all the defensive tackles went off the board. Now I love Michael, I do, but this is you take Walter Nolan at defensive tackle, you don't have to worry about getting the defensive tackle 12 in the second round.
Well, right now they could have had Ezeraku. Like, imagine the Nolan Ezeraku pairing. That would have been fantastic.
I think it's Ursery. I
hope so. I hope so. I would love Ursery here.
But
people are saying Shador.
Well, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, it would be.
You know, also a guy they like, Marcus Bowe.
Quite a while, though.
He's out of Purdue. Yeah. I could see them reaching here. I know they like Marcus Bowe out of Purdue. So I'm wondering about that too.
Fish are relaxing says needs best available. These are 2 and 3 year rebuilding. Do not pick per position. We have a lot of contracts and gets up next season, son. This is a 2-year rebuild. Best case, best available, man. Please. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm fine with that. Double B Studio says Jed York telling Kyle better be trenches.
Yep.
Oh, of course. You know, X stops working right at the moment. Thank you, X.
Cowboys are on the clock. Cowboys are on the clock.
Clock.
We traded up.
No, we traded.
No,
back.
Dallas is after us, which means no.
Oh.
Dallas is after us, which means we have picked. Okay.
Oh, we've made our pick.
Well, then
okay.
why would Breer do that before he? I don't understand that. Oh, he was saying Cowboys on the clock, and they haven't taken. We got to have a Shooter Sanders tweet on every player. That's what Breer was doing. It's just these guys are loving these guys are loving victory lapping Shooter Sanders. I got X on.
All right.
Boy, where is this pick?
Did they make the trade? The Texans. Here it is. Nope, that was 42. Just now I'm getting that. Nice. Thanks, Shefty.
I don't understand this.
So it feels like French's. What is it? Isn't it like 5 minutes per pick too?
7.
Yeah.
And then to 5.
I think 7. It is 7. Yeah. Yep. You're right.
I believe it's 5 in the third round and 4. I could be wrong. Maybe it's 7 in the third round too. I'm not sure.
I think it's 5 on day 3. Yeah. Damn, they got to be fielding calls if this is taking this long.
Right.
But the pick is in, though.
I know it is.
Because if the Cowboys
are on the clock,
the pick is in.
The pick is in. It says, I've got pick is in. How do you don't have an announcement at this point is kind of confusing to me. And I hate just refreshing my phone while we're doing the show.
Alfred Collins?
Is it?
Is it out? It's Alfred Collins, it looks like. That's what the chat's saying.
I have not seen that.
I will say this.
I haven't seen it anywhere. But 49ers, more beef. Alfred Collins, 43. Okay.
Where is this posted? Is X not working?
Ian Rappaport has it. Yeah.
It literally, no, it was just announced on the TV. I just pulled up the stream and they just announced it. So
what is going on? Okay. So look, I like Alfred Collins is on my list. I'm happy about this. I love Alfred Collins. You think it's a little high? Look, I'm content with this.
I'm content with this one. I'm fine with this one.
I would have run this in at 75, and this is where you quibble a little bit. Alfred Collins is a dude. He is one of my favorite players in the draft. He is an excellent run defender. He has the ability and pass report to penetration in the pocket. He's great at the point of attack. He is finally, Kyle's got a Texas Longhorn from his alma mater. I think he's a much better player than Darius Alexander. My humble opinion, I had TJ Sanders above, but it was TJ Sanders, Alfred Collins, Darius Alexander is what I have at Darius as a 3rd round prospect. Collins is a 2nd round grade for me. I think this is a really good pick.
I did a show a couple weeks ago. And I did 3 guys at every pick. At pick 43, I had Tyleek Williams, Ariante Ursary, Ezra Thomas, and then I threw in a bonus Travion Henderson. At pick 75, I had Alfred Collins is one of the guys I was fine with at 75. Listen, defensive tackle is going much quicker than what I expected at this point. Would I prefer to have Alfred Collins at 75? Yes. But either way, I was clearly okay with having him on the roster. So I'm not going to be mad that it was at 43 instead of 75. So
here's what I say. January 10th, I said Alfred Collins is going to be a riser. February 15th, would have absolutely no problem with Alfred Collins in the 2nd round, somehow, some way. I love interior pass disruption, but if you don't have run defense, it doesn't matter how many times you collapse the pocket. And that's everything I see. Alfred Collins is the real deal. Made my guy list all the way throughout, bumped him down to my 3rd or 4th guy because it's such a deep. I am honestly, I'm sticking with my guns. When I saw him play, man, dude, we talk about
Cowboys took Ezra.
That's
great. A great pick.
That's fine. I will say about Alfred Collins.
Wasn't for us, but great pick for them.
Run defense, man. Like we talked about this with Mike Hill. I think you said Grant made a really good point about this idea that gap integrity. And you know what? It's so hilarious that I've never really saw. But that's exactly what Michael Williams does incredibly well. Both Alfred Collins and Michael, these guys are not. They're strong as ox. Right, oxen, right? Like they don't get phased, man. They hold you up. And this is honestly, man, I'm kind of geeked about this, and I'm a little bit mad that I didn't I had him on my list. He was right. He was the 2nd guy that I had after TJ Sanders as the defensive tackle. So TJ Sanders went, and you got your guy. Now we don't have to address it.
Gary says, Coach says he's a bust. Coach loves his running mate at defensive tackle, and Coach literally thinks that the running mate of Alfred Collins was the reason that Alfred Collins looked good. And I couldn't disagree more.
You talking about Isaiah?
Yeah.
Okay, and I love Coach, right? But this is what we don't have to agree. Jesse, you and I disagree all the time about stuff, right?
All the time.
Like I will say, I watch a lot of Alfred. I have no idea. And I love you, Coach, brother. I don't know. I don't see that. And who am I to say? Because Coach knows his stuff, and he's especially in the trenches. But did he really say? There's no way Coach says he's a bust.
Yeah, he thinks Vernon Broughton. He said Vernon Broughton made him. I heard him say that. Yeah,
you mean UDFA Vernon Broughton?
He thinks Vernon Broughton made him. Yes,
he might not even get drafted.
I think he will. I think he will get drafted. He's too big of a body not to. But listen. I don't think he made Alfred Collins at all.
Bro, go just do. I want Niners fans to do it. Go watch the Georgia game with Alfred Collins. Watch it. He's a one-man wrecking crew.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Adam says, when are we addressing the offensive line? Are we really planning to pay Brock without giving him the protection he needs? And then Seymour Butts says, Saleh is definitely running this draft. Kyle is on the back burner for the draft picks this time. Let's go back to Adam K. There are multiple guys at 75, 100, 113, and 138 that will be, I think, could be day one starters on the offensive line for the 49ers. So I don't think that them not going offensive line here is some sort of indictment. I think they're doing what they need to, which is addressing the more important defensive line at this point. And offensive line, Ursary is great. I like Belton too. So if we get Belton at 100, I'll take Belton. So,
but I'll say this though, to me, edge, defensive tackle, arguably the two biggest needs. Correct?
Yes.
Now they're still going to address defensive tackle again. We know that. I could see them still addressing edge again. All we know now is this: you have got two super high floor players. Okay. Collins I would still says a high ceiling too. Michael is a really high ceiling if you want, but two high floor players at two positions that they're going to come in and be day one starters. Mark my words. That's hard to do. And we usually look at the Niners. What have we seen? Consensus, way above consensus. They're not doing that this time around. Have they learned a lesson? Have they learned to say, stop going after the quirky kind of like my little, the diamond in the rough? Let's kind of like pump the brakes and bring some other people in the building. Now you can go wild card now. You're going, to me, this is like carte blanche to go BPA and true BPA, regardless of, and I'm talking regardless of position. And that's every position, by the way, including quarterback, right? At some point, if you really like a guy, why not bring somebody in as a backup? What? And I'm not saying in round 3, but like as you're going through, I'm excited for this. I'm way more excited for this draft now because what I was worried about, that they overdraft for Darius Alexander or they don't address it. And then in the 3rd round, you're stuck with slim pickings, right? So who are some are there any other defensive tackles that you guys like that you could see them doubling up on either in round 3, round 4? Because I've got a couple of guys I know.
I've got some guys.
Definitely.
I got Omar Norman Lott, Joshua Farmer.
Caldwell from Oregon, I know is a guy.
CJ West is my guy. That I
CJ
really
West,
like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes on CJ West. I am a CJ. Yes, absolutely on CJ West. 100% in on CJ West. Yes.
So here are my defensive tackles that I had as draftable grades in the 3rd round, 2nd and 3rd round. CJ West, Darius Alexander, TJ Sanders, Alfred Collins. Well, 2 of them are gone. So now, if Darius Alexander's sitting there at 75, 3rd round, I don't care. 25. I'm talking like I want to go. I'm cool with that too. Like, but it's just so those are 2 guys that I would take in round 3. But if they're not there, or if there's other guys that have that are horse apiece, I might wait a little bit.
I'm also completely okay with going later at defensive tackle and getting a guy like a Nazir Stackhouse, a Caldwell, or a Cam Jackson, a bigger body guy who you know can stuff the run if they feel like they have other positions of need they need to fill first. And if they go there in like round 5 or 6, I'm totally fine taking those guys later as well. So,
and did you guys get the Colts pick? I forgot if you said that. Tuimoloau.
No, I did not.
So the defensive end edge player Tuimoloau from Ohio State. He is the pick for the Colts. And they picked Laiatu Latu last year, who had all those injury concerns. Here's the thing though. So we talk about Will Johnson. Latu, I took him off my board. And he played a pretty good year, but he's still got a little bit dinged up. Josh Simmons at 32. I'd rather roll the dice with Will Johnson with that patella tendon injury, man. That's yikes. As a tackle with that anchor and that, I'm sorry, man. Like
I feel like Uman Mielen, I would much rather take a chance on there if they're going edge. Well, I don't understand that at all. Anyways, Papa says I'm late. Do you guys like this pick? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask you guys just a roundtable question. How do you feel about Collins' potential as a pass rusher? Because we know he's a big disruptive force, a lot of power, plays well with his size, big guy. How do you feel about the potential as a pass rusher, which I feel like might not make or break the pick, might move that pick from like a B+ to an A+ kind of range. You know what I mean?
I just think he's a capable pass rusher. He has that capability, but it's not like run defender first. It's all he can do. He's not like Jamari Caldwell, like just sitting there or like,
right.
But he's a more than capable guy, but he's disciplined. You talk about a guy who does what the coaches ask him to do. Yep. He is assignment sound, right? And I can't stress this enough for defensive tackles. Now, this is the thing about Walter Nolan. I love Walter Nolan, by the way. One quibble that I did hear from people that actually loved him was that all gas, no brakes, right? And it, was a little bit of that, like, you are so gung-ho that sometimes you're out of position. And that can be refined, right? That can get reined in by a good coach. But Alfred Collins is not a dude that needed to be reminded of what his job is. And I'm telling you, look, John Lynch, he loves that. Kyle loves that, right? They want coachable. Both these dudes, Michael and Alfred Collins, they're leaders. They're high character. They really, I hate to use the lunch pail, but I'm going to do it anyway. There's a lunch pail, but they're not. When I say lunch pail, that doesn't mean that they're the blue collar, like you slummed for a worse player. No, These are reliable
Guys,
picks. Yeah. What?
We really got to be paying attention here. 3 of the next 5 picks are in division. So
Terrence Ferguson to the Rams. Yes.
Terrence Ferguson to the Rams.
I loved, and he was on my list. I had Mason Taylor and Terrence Ferguson as the only tight ends. Arroyo, I don't like Arroyo's injury history. I also think of him as more of like, I just think he's more of an athletic tight end piece that I'm not really relying on in what Kyle would want to do. I could be very wrong, but I thought that Kyle might have pulled the trigger on Ferguson in round 3 if he was there.
Ferguson makes sense to them. Cardinals are on the clock. Propa, we like the pick. As far as a pass rusher, you asked about a pass rusher, Rohan. I think he's a pass rusher in the sense that he's probably not going to get sacks himself, but he absolutely can move the guy in front of him into the quarterback's lap to allow somebody else to clean up. And I think you could see that a lot. So, Fishar Relaxing says it's clear now the entire draft premise is stop the run, as it should be. As it should be. So, what do I feel about the Rams trading for next year? Great. They did a great job. They did a great job. So, when are we trading for Thibodeau? I don't think he's going anywhere. I actually thought he was going to get traded, but it doesn't seem that way. Coach is livid. Listen, here's what I will say, and Coach and I will have this conversation probably on Monday, but he's a big Broughton guy. I often will watch players and my eyes will wander to other players that I think are better that I see on film. And I'll stop watching the guy that I originally started watching because they're just not popping off to me. They played right next to each other. Broughton did nothing to impress me. My eyes never wandered off of Collins, was like, oh, gee, the guy next to him, way better than he. That never once happened when I was watching him. So I don't know what Coach saw that I didn't, but when I have 2 guys next to each other, if Broughton was that much better than Collins, then I should have had a wandering eye when I watched Collins. Didn't happen one time. So I couldn't disagree more.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'm not gonna. I love Coach. I want to say Coach is one of the better people I've met. Right. So I'm not gonna besmirch. But as far as the take, I disagree with it so strongly.
Yeah. I don't. Well, and I want to say this too, Kent. I mean, that's easy to say, but these guys that do it for a living also screw up a lot. So I don't, I'm not gonna say he's saying for Coach. He's like, oh, okay, Coach. So Alfred Collins, who was high on everybody's list, I'm not gonna go that far. You're right. The guys who do it for a living certainly do like Alfred Collins way more than Broughton, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Hold up. The guys who did do it for a living drafted Tyrion Davis-Price. The guys who do it for a living drafted Jake
Will
Moore.
Johnson is going at 47 to the Arizona Cardinals.
That's fine. And like I said, now you got Nolan and Johnson. Hey, guess what? Nolan and Johnson, when Johnson was healthy, I had Johnson and Nolan as top 10 prospects overall. Okay. So let's just say this. This is what I'm talking about, being content at 43 with Will Johnson. If he pans out, this is incredible value. And I just think this is a great roll of the dice here. We talk about it's a crapshoot in the second round. We know the hit rate is not high, right? This is why I like Alfred Collins in the second round, because I think that you know what you're getting with him, right? There's no mystery. Alfred Collins is not going to bust, right? But the idea that this Will Johnson, if he busts because of injury, well, look, I get it. But again, to me, your job as a GM is balanced with drafting the potentially elite players, whatever possible.
Yeah.
And Will Johnson is a potentially elite player.
Absolutely. I didn't want Will Johnson for the 49ers, but I will say before the Will Johnson injury, I had like 5 guys that I was perfectly fine with at 11. Will Johnson was one and Walter Nolan was one, and they got them at 16 and 47. So you're right. If Will Johnson can play, hell of a pick. If he's injured and they got it wrong, they just wasted pick 47. So we'll see. I am hoping he's healthy. I would never wish that anybody's injured. I get it. He's with the Cardinals, whatever. I hope he has a long career and they got it right. I do. But for the 49ers, I would have been upset if they took him. For the Cardinals, I think it's a good flyer. It's a good flyer. So
let's see. So let's see where we're at. We are at the Cardinals are at the 15th pick in the draft. Then you get the Raiders and the Bengals. That Bengals only have, I believe, 6 picks in this draft. That was a spot that I thought might be a target for a trade up for some team. And maybe even, I'm not saying if the Niners stay put tonight, it'll be fun because we get to go 2 picks. But yeah, I think I'm not going to be surprised if the Niners have a little movement somewhere in here tonight. Somehow, some way. Up.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
As many holes are on the team, guys, let's be real. Volume drafting is fun, but you got 3 of those guys in the 7th round. That you can volume away over there. Okay. And there are some guys that you can go for that could be solid. I just feel like in this situation, if you see a guy that, again, it's not just some golden helmet obscurity play, but I have no problem moving up to get your guy in this round, in this range.
No, I wouldn't either. If there is a your guy, if there is a your guy. Let's see. Texans
Raiders are trading
48 with the Raiders.
Yep.
Texans. Yep, it's the Texans.
And it looked like the Texans tried to trade up with the Niners, is what was the sense. And now they got a
gotta be Ursary. It's gotta be Ursary.
Oh, I hadn't thought about. I was kind of losing track of who was there. So you're right. And my God,
it's to be Ariante Ursary.
I'll be honest.
They
guys.
took Higgins earlier. I mean, they traded out. Remember, took Higgins, and now they're using their picks and trading back up.
And if the Texans
do they still have pick? They don't have pick 58. 58 and 99 for 48.
Yeah, they have 58. Yeah.
No, they just traded 58 and 99.
Oh, gotcha. They hadn't updated on this chart. Okay. So, well, I'm just saying, if they go Ursary, my alma mater, the University of Minnesota, and the place I grew up as a fan with season tickets, Iowa State, you got Higgins and Ursary. I'm a happy guy. My dad's watching right now, I think. I just sent him the link. So Jaden Higgins' dad to the Texans. When's Jalen Noel going? That's who I want to trade up for. Come on, baby. Let me get that Cyclone. Jalen Noel. But yeah, Ursary, that'd be a great pick.
I would love to get Becton.
Well, the nice thing about Ursary,
Ursary.
And the thing about Ursary is he can play guard if you had to for whatever reason, but he is a tackle. He is a tackle. Yeah. People were talking about, no, man, he's prototypical size and length.
So the question is because they got a tackle, they got, was it Cam Robinson? Do they kick him to guard? Can he play guard? Or do they just go left and right tackle? I don't know. That's the other question.
Yeah. And so I don't know. One thing I do know though about Ursary is like, well, I think he's a tackle. I do say he can play guard. He could be in, move inside and take coaching. Like, and by the way, when he go watch the Penn State tape. Now, granted, it's one-on-ones or sometimes a mirage with Abdul Carter. Oh, there it is. Ursary it is.
That had to have been Ursary.
Man, this is us. This
there you go.
Absolute knockout.
I assume they're going to play him at guard though.
Possibly. But they needed
and keep Robinson on the outside. But they needed a line help regardless. But yeah,
yes,
Robinson's a journeyman, and I think at this point in the draft, like you're drafting guys for potential, and they got holes at tackle, guard, and center. Okay, like they need to keep doing this. That's a great pick. I don't understand how he fell this far. I don't get it.
This might be Alexander here at 49. I know Cincinnati wants D tackle help as well. They went D line.
Yeah.
The end with Shamar Stewart. This could be Alexander double dipping on that D line side.
Daza actually just asked about offensive line. Yeah, Ariante Ursary is gone. So let's go check the best available. I think here.
Your best available would be if you wanted a center, it would be one of those guys, but like Wilson, right, from Georgia, or M'Bow, or the Georgia guards.
I would love to have M'Bow at 75. Yeah, go ahead. I'd love to have M'Bow at 75. Becton is fine. Any point from here on out, I'm fine with Becton. I'm fine with Dylan Fairchild. I'm fine with Jared Wilson. So yeah, I mean, any of those guys at 75 or 100, I would be perfectly okay with, personally. So I don't think they have to reach Dez. I don't think they're going to have to reach. I think guys are going to fall to them for sure. Sammy in a pickle says Benjamin Morrison would be be great at cornerback. I'm fine with Benjamin Morrison. Yeah, fine with that.
I'll give you guys
He
a
is a baller.
hypothetical. Jesse, it's you
Okay.
here first.
Yep.
If the 49ers were to trade up, where do you think, what round, I'll say, do you think that would be the best possibility? Because they do have 11 picks.
I would say round 4, probably. I could see a trade up scenario because they've got 113 and 138. I could see them packaging those two and moving up.
Not to mention they also have 100. So they have 100,
well,
113,
I
138.
I could actually see them packaging 113 and 138 and moving into the 90s.
Into round 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the last time they did something like that, they took Trey Sermon.
Yeah. God,
so
please no. Please no. Please no.
I can see. Yeah. I missed that. Were you guys talking running backs there?
We're talking about trading up.
If there were a round to trade up, what do you think would be the most realistic? Because we still have quite a few picks.
What round?
Yeah.
I said tonight, I was talking to my guy Jake. I was saying, hey, look, if you want, I'm game with staying pat at 113, 138, 147, 160. You could package 75 and 100, or you could package 75 and 113. I'm cool with that. If this really is the difference between a guy that's in a tier that you have above, and then all of a sudden if there's a drop off, look, I know volume is great, and so as many stabs as you can get is awesome. But if I were able to move it back into the second round by packaging 75 and 100, I'm not flipping out about that, because they have plenty of picks to go the rest of the way. And I don't believe the odds are of those picks always panning out are really, really slim. We see that every single year.
Yeah.
So I'm good with it. I really think that in the 4th and 5th, they monkeyed around with that with Garindo last year. And Garindo's a nice player, but he's gonna have injury concerns. It was like, okay, look, I'd rather be saying, hey, you stay put or you move up in this range, and then just stay on day 3 and just take guys for volume. That's where you want it. That's where you want dart throws, right? You want dart throws with guys where there might be a little bit more volatility. To me, in the 2nd and 3rd, you say I don't want the 3rd round, man. That's been a bugaboo for the Niners. Let's be real; it's been their worst round. Outside of Fred,
you're right about that. Yeah, you're right. You are right about that. That's when they've made some major reaches.
If you guys want some potential hypotheticals, Washington was a team we thought would trade down in the 1st round. They're at 61, and they need picks. They only have 4 more picks, and 2 of those are in the 200s. So, they could very well benefit from having 75 and
138.
Well, and I thought
138 or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
The Bengals only have 6 picks too. They're right on the clock right now. I'm wondering if they're in talks, but they'll probably just pick. Seahawks got a ton of picks. My father-in-law Reno Ron was telling me to watch out for Mason Taylor, Trevion Henderson, and Torrey Horton. He said was a dark horse for the Broncos, even possibly in round 2.
Okay.
Torrey Horton is becoming almost my favorite receiver in the draft. Next to he was my guy number 2 after Jalen Knoll. I love Torrey Horton. Yeah. He ran a 4.40 40 coming off a knee injury, and he's not even fully healthy. He's a smooth operator. He's a great ball. He's such a great tracker when it's the way he can use physical. He's not a physical guy, but he knows how to use his body to get separation as well. It's just he's got preternatural feel for the game. I think the world of Torrey Horton. So
Jeremy Fowler says once Will Johnson did not go in the 1st round, he felt good about Arizona in round 2 because it was one of the teams comfortable with his knee issue. Now he heads to the desert in what could be or should be a major value for the Arizona Cardinals if healthy. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that.
And remember, the Cardinals play on grass, right? They play on grass. In those. I'm not saying, but it's one of those things you think about. You're playing 8 to 9 games for sure a year, right?
You're right.
And
that's right. 49ers are grass as well, so
that's true.
Well, I'm saying not necessarily for us to pick him, but you're looking in division. How many games are on grass? So
I will say this. I hate to bring up Shador, but I'm going to because I'm seeing a really weird pattern on the TL.
Oh, Demetrius Knight just went to the Bengals.
It's a
fine
pick. Demetrius Knight's a good player. He's older. He's one of those older guys. So
the Bengals are. There's a reason the Bengals. He's a decent. Yes, I do not have a second round grade on him. But I
was about to ask, did you expect Demetrius Knight to go this high?
No, I didn't. But that's okay. We're all different. I'm Jesse. It seems like you like him more than I do.
Thought. Well, I thought that there was a big possibility he would go in round 2. So not
sure.
Yeah.
I'm not like, oh my god, I'm shocked. I did think he would. I would just say that the Bengals, if you talk about the worst drafting team, I mean, people say, hey, Jamar, guys, you don't get credit for drafting guys in the top 5. I'm sorry. Top 5 picks to me, like Nick Bosa of the Niners, slow clap, right? Like, although we did go Solomon Thomas, and so they don't always get it right.
Here's the Seahawks, man. Seahawks are back on the clock. What are they going to do, man? They honestly, everything is open to them. And literally everything. I feel like anything is a possibility for them.
Well, they went with
Do they think Shador could be the quarterback of their future? I could see it. Do you want to go?
Is this
you
Mike
have a running
Green?
back you love?
I think this could be Shador. I think this could be Shador. I think this could be where he goes. I'm not calling it, but there was some talk about the Seahawks maybe wanting to move up. And it let's just see. I also think that receiver is on the table, right? DK Metcalf left. Tyler Lockett left. Yeah, they brought in Cooper Kupp, but let's be real, guys. He's on the wrong side of whatever age he is. Okay.
I wouldn't think Jalen Noel if they went receiver. That would be kind of wild. You get three kind of smaller guys.
Here's the thing about Jalen Noel. He's not, and we've talked about this, he's not exclusively a slot. Yes, he did run 70% inside, but 30% was outside receiver. That's a lot for a slot. Most slots don't do that. His average depth of target was almost 13.
Well, the pick is in because the Broncos are going to trade back from 51.
Oh, with whom?
It is unclear. Benjamin Albright just said the Broncos are trading back.
Okay. Well, the Seahawks are on the clock. The pick is in for them.
Yeah.
I would assume the pick is in there. Yes.
Is this the Niners trading up?
Oh, that would be great if the Niners were trading up. That'd make it fun, huh?
Here's where my father-in-law talked about. He said Torrey Horton was a dark horse, but they're two apples of their eye were Trevion and Mason Taylor. I could totally see that. So I bet they were sitting here thinking, yeah, that's
Panthers. Panthers are the team trading up to 51.
Okay.
I don't know what the Panthers are doing there. I don't know. Quinshon Judkins was not in the room when he got drafted by the Browns, so his mom had to answer the phone. That's funny.
Well, guys, by the
Panthers
way,
are at 57 and they're going up. So they're going up 6 spots? They must really like the guy.
Okay, yeah. Here's the thing about Demetrius I'm going to go back to. He's 25 already. He's by this beginning of the year,
he'll already turned 25.
Yeah, he will turn 26 in his rookie year.
I know, that's crazy.
That's the Bengals are the worst drafting team of the last 10 years. And
I thought he would go in the second round, or a big possibility. I would not have taken him, but he's a good player, but I think anything is a possibility here for the Seahawks. I really do. Interior offensive line, defensive line, corner's a sneaky spot for him now. You've got their UTSA guy. I think he's in the final year of his deal. They've never been huge on him, even though I think he's a good player. So I could see corner going here, especially since no corners have gone.
You have him and Witherspoon. They don't really have another outside guy.
Here's the trade. Broncos have received 57, 74, and 111 and 230. There's a bunch of pick swaps here. So they Broncos receive 57, go down from 51. They go up to 74 from 85. They go up to 111 from 122. And then they actually swap. They get a 7th and give Carolina a 6th. So this
That's
is
a good
really
trade.
this. It's a good trade, but it's just like a complete horse apiece.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. It's like we'll give you the rest of our picks, you take the rest of our picks, and we'll call it a day.
Why
is basically what happened.
We never used to see trades like this, and now you're seeing more of them, and it's so smart. Like, why are people so content on always getting the extra pick when you know you can't fill your roster with all those guys? Like, this is smart.
I have no problem with the 49ers taking 11 players because I feel like it could fill their roster. Just because I'm not confident in a lot of position groups on this team, but I'm also fine with them packaging players. What did the Seahawks do? That's the question.
They're about to announce the pick, so I'm quite surprised that there hasn't been anything said so far. I have
Arroyo.
Arroyo. Huh?
Arroyo.
Is it Arroyo for the Panthers?
Arroyo.
So
no,
here's
the Seahawks. Seahawks.
No. Seahawks take.
Seahawks.
Gotcha. Hey, look, Arroyo's
also not surprising.
He's a stud. He's got a lot of injury concerns. If he's healthy, he's lightning in a bottle. You know, like, it's So I look again. I'm okay with guys rolling the dice a little bit here. I think second round's always that round where you try to get as elite as you possibly can. I think you sometimes go with a little more. You go safety plus upside elsewhere where you know the guy is. The developmental players with upside there, but this isn't a developmental player. Arroyo is absolutely a player that's ready to go right now.
So the Panthers moving up, I could completely see Mike Green finally going off the board here. I really could. You're talking about a team that needs defensive line help. I could see Green, I could see Alexander, and I can also see a corner. This cannot be an offensive player for them. Their defensive coordinator would be hot, I would imagine, if they go with an offensive player. So I'm gonna say it's either Green, Alexander, or one of these corners is my guess. We'll see, I guess. We'll see.
Yeah.
I think
they wanted Crenshaw back at 8, didn't they? I mean, they were widely projected to take Jalen Walker before they took McMillan, so wouldn't be surprised if
Princely's still there. Yeah, that's good. Good call. I like Princely. I think Princely in the 70s probably I'd feel better about, but
Panthers have taken Nick Scorton, edge, Texas A&M, Shamar Stewart's running mate.
Yeah, I have zero issue with that.
Yep, and I don't either. I somebody asked me today, he's just not my cup of tea. He's a little bit, it's a tad.
I prefer Landon Jackson. If I was going to go edge and not take Mike Green here, I would probably have gone Landon Jackson, but it is what it is.
I would have gone Jordan Birch. But that's
fine too. Yeah. Yep.
I'm getting in conspiracy mode a little bit now because I'm just looking at the second round.
Okay.
Did the 49ers want TJ Sanders at 43? Because the Bills traded up quite a bit. I think it was 17 spots or so that they traded up. I think TJ Sanders would have been the pick if he was there at 43.
Not necessarily. I could see the Niners. I could see the Niners liking their guy like they did Mike Hill. But you're right. I also don't think. I think the Bills are just sitting there thinking, okay, we know the Niners have the worst defensive tackle stable in the NFL, so it's highly likely they're going interior line and they're just going to go up and get their guy. But yeah, I think that's smart, Rohan. I would have been very happy with TJ Sanders.
Very. I'd have been happier with Sanders than Alfred Collins slightly. Not by a ton, but I would have been a little happier.
Yeah, and
also,
Collins
going back to an earlier prediction, we talked about that trade and how the Bears might want a running back. Hell, they moved down 15 spots and not a single running back is gone, and they're on the clock for 4 picks now with the potential to take their next guy.
Yeah. Buddy out of Iowa, right?
Yeah.
Caleb Johnson.
Caleb, did he go?
No, he's still there.
No, but the Bears could take him at 56.
Yeah. Oh, and I said I thought he would go at 39 or 41 if it wasn't Henderson. So I think that's honestly okay. Caleb, look, Marco loves Caleb Johnson. I'd see like that. That is been talking about him for months, and I know some other people that I trust that had him as darn near RB1, right? So he's not. I had him lower. I had him eligible for me in rounds 2 or 3, or in that range, whatever it was. I would have taken him at 43, but somewhere in there, I'd be happy with him. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Good news for the 49ers.
Oladejo.
Oh, you got it?
Oladejo just took
to
the Titans at 52.
Take him. Take him. That's a reach in my opinion. I get him off the board. I was just about to say though, good news for the 49ers who don't need an edge. They could use a second one, right? But probably not a priority at this point. Yep. I was just about to say I think an edge run is possible before they pick at 75. Absolutely. You've got Mike Green, Jordan Birch, Femi Oladejo, Landon Jackson, Josiah Stewart, Braden Swinson, Princely, Savion Jones. So yeah, I mean, there's some names here that could go. You know, maybe there's a Kyle Kennard guy or what have you, but there's some names. Jack Sawyer, and you know, not a big fan, but maybe another team is around 3. I don't know. But either way, I think that there could be a lot of edges that go before the 49ers pick a 75, and that would be fantastic. Fantastic.
And Mike Green just in free fall. I mean, well, I'll tell you, I said this for months. He's been completely off my board for a long time. I know for a fact
you had him off you had him as a 4th round talent, I think, because of size, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
in production,
I didn't say 4th round, but I said I don't look at him as I said I would rather have David Walker value on the 3rd or 4th round than I would have Mike Green in the 1st. I also said I'd take Travion Henderson in the 2nd over Ashton Genty in the 1st, right? Those are just like a value things. But because of I still don't buy it. I don't buy a guy who broke out his 3rd year against mid-major competition and his length is an issue. And you talk about a guy with all gas, no brakes that can play undisciplined. He's definitely one of them. And so, Johnny Walker, I know
Johnny Walker.
Oh, my guy Ryan G. Hensley's always telling me about Johnny Walker. I said, brother, I'm not drinking anymore. Okay, so
dude, we're 1 year old. Like that was a year ago. Can we stop talking about our boy? Or is that the tight end in
No.
Philly that
no. This is Florida.
Edge.
Is the edge player that's like probably going to go in the 7th round.
Yeah, edge player.
Yeah. Oh
no, he's an edge. He's an edge. I like Johnny.
I was thinking we were talking about what was the Johnny Wilson,
Missouri,
Johnny Wilson.
right? Is it Missouri that he's out of? Edge out
Yes.
of Missouri? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Out of Missouri.
Yeah.
Well, Bucks, the Tampa pick is in. I wonder what it is.
Honestly, them having a freaking wide receiver taken, I still think is one of the worst picks in the 1st round. Slick Rick says, do you think we should take Sanders at this point? Shador, it's 75. I would have traded Purdy already, unless you're trading for a 1st rounder next year. I'll take that too. Absolutely. Let's go.
I'll be honest with you. People think that people take quarterbacks and backups in that range. And if I think any team is willing, you get to the 3rd round. I said QB. I'm gonna be honest. Shooter Sanders, I had QB1. I still would not have personally taken him that high in the draft. Right? I don't think of him as a sure thing stud at all. I like him. I like Jackson Dart enough. I think Cam Ward's okay. I think none of them are guys I get excited about. So I'm still shocked though that he's fallen this far.
Me as well.
It feels like he'll probably go by the top of the 3rd round because Vegas has 2 picks and Cleveland's there at 67. And so I feel like he's going to go to one of those teams, by the top of the 3rd round by 68. But you never know. I mean, in this kind of draft.
Okay. Greg All says, hopefully this Kinlaw works out. He's talking about Collins. Listen, this is not the same at all. Not an injury one and much later. Dazza says, so Trent is playing this year with the draft so far. Yeah, it does seem that way, which is awesome. Fisher relaxing says, everything you say about missing, we need volume, not to pair with trades. We have to have volume, right or wrong. It's simple math. Yeah, we do, but at the same time, if there's a year guy, you got to go get him too. Adam K says, I'm sorry, this is a terrible pick. This guy has 7 sacks his whole career. His tape looks mediocre at best. 2 things, Adam, that bug me more than anything. 40 times in sacks in college.
Benjamin Morrison is at 53 for the Bucks. Go ahead though, Jesse.
The Bucks, that's a great pick for the Bucks. Great pick for the Bucks.
Benjamin
I love
Morrison.
That.
So we have not seen that corner run yet. This is the first one off the board here. Is it
with a
all
lot of
rally?
good points
This is
on the
first
board.
corner
So
off
for
the
the
board.
fact,
Yeah. Or
But go
apart
back
from Will
to
Johnson.
go back to that chat. This guy
Yeah,
had a
yeah.
couple comments last night too for $5 that were interesting.
Yeah, and first of all, appreciate you for contributing,
Yeah,
Adam.
I love
You
it.
asked the question or have the statement, so we're going to talk about it. Adam K says, "I'm sorry about it's a terrible pick. This guy has 7 sacks whole career. His tape looks mediocre at best." Okay, I'm going to give you the top 5 sack leaders in college football history. You ready for this? In a single season. Elvis Dumervil at 20. Good player in the NFL, but was never special. Howie Lowy Kika, I don't even know. 19 sacks. Don't even know what happened to him. Nate Orchard, 18 and a half sacks. What the hell did he do in the NFL? Will Anderson Jr., 17 and a half sacks. Hey, good player, right? Good player. And Jalen Ferguson, 17 and a half sacks. I guess. You know what I mean? I sack production doesn't necessarily equate, and neither do 40 times. I'm cool.
Yep.
And for a team that needs stout run defense and guys that stay in their lane, they've gotten 2 of them at this point. Corey Hyde says, would love if we drafted Kyle Williams at some point, as long as he is legally changes his name and probably doesn't wear number 10, I would say. But I think Mac Jones has us covered, so we should be okay, hopefully. Should be okay.
So Packers on the clock?
Oh, Packers are on the clock. Okay. Darius Alexander here, I would be totally fine with the Packers.
Yeah, I also think you talk about.
I would be fine with that.
I think there could be an edge or corner run here too. I think there's a lot of corners here that are Trey Amos, Azaria Thomas, Savone Revel. I think this is where you see the real value there. They already went receiver. To me, the value is better there. I also could see again, talk about my guy Jordan Birch, but yeah, I think corner is going to be the play here. I could be wrong.
Fair. No, they do need a corner. They need a corner one. And there's a lot of guys there. I would be okay if they took Darius Alexander. I'd say that's a good pick here at, what are we at? 60 something at this point? I don't even know. What are we at?
54.
I'm fine with it. Whatever.
Yep. And
I'm fine with it.
Oh man, I'm getting the thing about Alfred Collins I've talked about. Like we're talking about almost 6'6", 332 length. Both Michael, you're talking about guys that are going to long arm you to death. I know I'm not trying to go Trent Baalke, but like on top of it being high floor, like they also have like prototypical size. It's just very exciting to me, and both way better athletes than they're given credit for. And yeah, I'm getting kind of geeked for this. I would love to be at training camp this year to watch that.
Pick is in for Green Bay. I'm going to step away for a few minutes. I'll be back, but I'm interested to see who this one's going to be.
Go see if Madison burns down outside, okay?
We'll see.
Okay. He's in Wisconsin. I mean, you gotta. Let's see here.
Who is it? Yeah, it is. Is this their? No, this is their second pick. They picked Golden, right? Yesterday, Golden.
They picked Matthew Golden. Yep. I'm going to go Trey Amos here. I think that's who they're taking.
Oh, okay. Over Revel, huh? Or Revel?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. I thought Trey Amos. I had been mocking Trey Amos at like round 32 to the Eagles. I thought they might do something funky there and just go corner. But yeah, we'll see here. Packers. Oh, there's the pick. Anthony Belton. Anthony Belton is the pick. Offensive tackle out of North Carolina State. I know Jesse loved him. You wanted him in the third?
Belton, man. I wanted him so bad. My gosh.
I don't think the Niners will go that route, but I hear you because I like Belton too. I know you really like Belton. Yep. I'm not having the reaction you are, but yes, I love because I knew we did a mock a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was last week, and we were doing the dueling mocks, and you had Anthony Belton in the third round, I believe, or it might have been the fourth.
Yeah, I think I had him at 100.
100. Yep.
I would have been fine with him at 75. My gosh, man. Ah, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Gosh dang it.
Well, Chargers are on the clock, and they have taken Omarion Hampton, and they've got a lot of places they could go. I think they could go corner. I think they could go receiver. I think they could go defensive tackle. I think they could even go interior line if they really wanted to. Here, there's some players there. I don't know if there's any tight ends left on the board. There aren't any tight ends I would consider now. Arroyo went, Ferguson went, Taylor went. Obviously, Loveland and Warren. At that point, I'm out for a while until day 3. So,
oh, I get the comment. I get the comment earlier when somebody said, "Hey, hopefully this Kinlaw works out." Because somebody asked me what the comp is for Collins. I don't have a good one, but I went to NFL.com and they had Javon Kinlaw, so I think that's what they're saying.
NFL.com.
I don't see it. I personally don't see it, but it's a funnier comment now that I know in hindsight that was the comp. So all right, fair enough. Touche.
NFL.com does these things where they just look at basically size profile comps and testing numbers, and it's just kind of like, I get it. You don't want to compare a 5'8" running back to a 6'1" running back, but I don't know. I think they're kind of, sometimes those comps are pretty lazy and generic.
I think so too.
Trey Harris. Wow. That's a receiver out of Mississippi. I said Trey Amos out of Mississippi, but they went to, I think Trey Harris is fine. I think he doesn't get, I think, his, I can't even speak of the coach. My goodness. Kiffin. I think Lane Kiffin is a schemer, just like Kyle is. And I think he's a beneficiary of that in a Greg Roman offense. I know he's got a great quarterback, but I think it's a reach.
Yeah, I think slightly, but again, you went and got your slot guy last year. You want a big body guy on the outside. They do need help as far as the red zone goes. That was very clear in watching the Chargers. So yeah, go and get your guy. I'm not going to quibble on it. I would prefer other guys, but whatever. If you feel like you need a bigger body guy who could play on the outside, then go make it happen.
And this is the
what is he? Is he like 6'2", 6'3", something like that? I think he's pretty big, decent size.
I honestly don't know. Big time volume target. I'm not sure what his 6'2", 205.
Yeah, so whatever.
Lions have traded up to 57, so they'll be picking after the Bears. The Bears pick is in. The Lions have traded up with the Lions. The Lions have traded up with the Broncos. So the Broncos have now traded back twice. And the Broncos are moving down to 60. So the Lions are only moving up 3 spots.
Okay, so they're given a late pick to do so.
Yeah, probably. Or a pick swap or something like that. We know that the Bears have got to pick in. So it'll go Bears, it'll go Lions, it'll go Raiders.
Okay.
So Bears, Lions, Raiders, Ravens, and then Broncos. So Bears right now, we know the Bears have gone with Luther Burden. We know they've gone with Colston Loveland. Are they going to keep going offense here? Are they going to add the running back Caleb Johnson here? Could this be like just a big skill position fest? I mean, honestly.
Well, they got another pick at 62 as well.
Yeah.
So, I could see them.
Corners in need.
They need corner. They could go corner. They could go defensive line. I honestly, here's what's crazy, and I'm gonna call it right now. Out of all of these teams that are coming up, the Eagles at pick 64, final pick in the round, are gonna get Mike Green, and they're gonna be perfectly fine with it. They're a team that takes chances on these types of guys, and I think it's 64.
Bengals?
No, would they the Eagles.
Oh, the Eagles. I think it's the Bengals. I was going to say Bengals should have just taken them. Yeah.
Eagles are going to get Mike Green and Jahad Campbell. That's going to be insane.
I was told that Howie Roseman, though, not by anybody that we know mutually, that Howie Roseman was a little he's been public. He was on a mic on a couple of different. It wasn't even a private thing where he's on the mic saying, "Yeah, we're not good with men that treat women in any way."
Oh.
So, and he said a couple times. Now, maybe that if that was smoke, that's insidious types of levels of smoke, right? But I just can't see him trying to manipulate with a topic like that. But I could be wrong.
Well, what about the Chiefs? I could see the Chiefs. I mean, I'm looking at teams that take chances on questionable characters.
Yep.
Chiefs are not afraid to do it. Eagles are not afraid to do it. I don't see any other team, honestly. I don't think the Bears will do it. I don't think Washington will do it. I don't think the Broncos, the Ravens, or maybe the Raiders. Probably not, though. Maybe the Raiders. But outside of that, that means that Green is going to go to round 3. I mean, that's, hey.
Oh, Bears have taken Boston College offensive tackle Ozzy Trapilo or I think it's Trapilo or Trapilo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Big old OT. I think he's like 6'6". He's a beast.
Yeah, they needed it still. Mr. G says we now have 3 physical, but with an F and A kicker on the D line: Bosa, Williams, and Collins. Yeah, I'm with you. Larry becomes a member. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate you. And then he comes back and says, just became a member. We saw that. He says, let's go Niners. Love the pick so far. I like the picks too. I like the picks.
His nickname was Lair. I'm a Curb Your Enthusiasm guy. My kids are always Susie is always calling Larry David La. So Big La. I love that. I love Big La.
I don't know the details, Heyman. What I will say though is that it's 2 allegations in 2 separate points of his life. One in high school, one in college. So I don't know.
There was a third.
Was a third
in college, and alleged corroboration with people that were there, not women, men that were privy to it. Like, there's other things I know. I'm not going to go right now because this is honor the source, but I have people I trust at the utmost level that say that was like, nope, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not hanging our hat on that kind of stuff. And I'm going to tell you this also, guys. It's one time you're like, hey, when it's people you're not in a relationship with, right? When it's people that don't really know who, when it gets corroborated, and it's like boom, boom, boom. I mean, fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times. Think of all the players. Think of all the players in college football, right? If you think this is such a rampant problem of people lying about X, these guys would be targets every single day. Everybody in the draft would have. Well, it doesn't happen like that. So it's happened to you 3 times. I mean, come on, man. Like something's
and
up
twice before he was even a big deal, right? Yeah. It's not like So no, I agree, man. It's too much, man. It's too much.
Yep. And he's not generational. This is another thing. Like if he's not he wasn't Myles Garrett. Yeah, people talk about him like he is. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Lions traded up and they are taking Tate Ratledge, guard. Okay, and I know you like Dylan Fairchild too. Yep.
We're back in a minute. No. The Raiders are not trading up. They're taking Jack Beck at 58.
Oh,
Raiders took Beck. Okay.
So they traded back, and now they're taking Beck at 58. No Sanders once again.
Holy moly! Great pick for the Lions, though. Too great pick for the Lions. Ratledge fits what they do way better. Fairchild fits what the 49ers do way better. So that's why I had Fairchild. I preferred Fairchild for the 49ers. I think what we do, it makes sense. For what they do, Ratledge makes more sense than Fairchild. If the Ravens were taking a Georgia guard, I would have said Ratledge. It's all scheme dependent. So
I'm surprised to see some of these receivers that I thought would be I really thought Jalen Noel was going to go earlier. I thought this was the range. I didn't think Jalen. I thought 40s through. I thought he'd go in the second round, and the second round's not over.
Don't overlook the Ravens taking him. He's I can see Ravens player written all over him. He's that type because for his size, he's physical. He's, you know what I mean? He is strong hands, great at the catch point, physical player. I could see him as a Raven. What do you think?
I agree. Yeah, I think he'd be awesome. He's another guy that doesn't do a lot of that Luther Burden stuff with Matt Campbell, with the Cyclones at Iowa State and Ames, but he can be a guy that touches the ball in the back.
Yeah.
He's great with the ball in his hands. He's a great pass catcher. I mean, obviously a great pass catcher, but as out of the backfield, I mean, he is short, but he's also, again, it is very rare for a guy that runs 70% of their snaps inside to have an average depth of target of 13. It's insane.
Yeah.
On volume. Okay. And here's the other thing. People were looking at career numbers and docking them. I hate when people look at career numbers for 4-year players. He didn't start getting snaps till second year. Second year, he was only about half. His junior and senior year, he's team captain. He's a starter. So why are we looking at other seasons where he wasn't getting full run? It, of course, is going to bring you down, especially as you're growing or trying to get. Jalen Noel's been, and Jaden Higgins. I think Noel's the better player.
But I am going to say they either get Noel or I think this is where Darius Alexander could come off the clock as well.
I could see that.
Instead of playing a pure defensive tackle, be one of the 4-eye guys in a 3-4 type situation. I could see it.
And who did the Ravens take before? They took Malachi Starks.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So, Stricken, yeah, sorry. We definitely will spoil picks here if we get them. Sorry. It's not, a lot of people will pause us because they don't want to be spoiled. That's fine. But we will. That's my bad. I usually say it. I said it last night. I forgot to say it today. We'll definitely spoil picks. So sorry.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay.
Dave Sims says, we got 2 dudes, huh? We happy? Run stoppers needs? Yeah. Well, so far we got Collins and we got Michael Williams. I'm happy. Happy as a clam, they would say. Happy as a clam. Okay.
All right. So we're waiting on. I guess the Lions
waiting on the Ravens.
Waiting on the Ravens, huh? So yeah,
because remember the Lions took Ratledge, I think,
and then the Raiders took Jack Besh. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All righty. I get it.
I like that for both of those teams, actually. I think those are great fits for both those teams. Freaking Lions, though, man. God, their offensive line, they will refuse to have even an okay offensive line. They're always going to have an elite offensive line, much like the Eagles. They're just not going to let it happen. They're not. It's incredible. You got to give them credit. I mean, 2 years ago, before last season, they moved off their guard, Jonah Jackson. They brought in a 1-year replacement from the Ravens and a very good player. He leaves, and it's like immediately we're drafting our guard right now. And Ratledge is a great fit for them. So
he was number 2 in my Cabo Boy draft, and is number 69. And he went from 51.
With the mullet.
Yeah, so he went from 51. He realized, no. We can Cabo Boy this better. This is not my peak capability. This is not aura, right? Get there, get the mullet, get the number. Filthy lettuce, dual exhaust pipes. He's got it all going on back there. Very happy that now my first 2 Cabo Boys are gone. Okay. In both rounds. I had Tyler Warren in the first, and I had Tate Ratledge going to the second.
Take Mike Green. Whoa!
For the Ravens?
Ravens got him, yes. Wow.
And that was yeah. I
you know what? I didn't even think about it. They are a team too that I would have. I don't know why I didn't. Did I say that they wouldn't? I should have known that.
You didn't say that.
To be honest, I'm pretty shocked about this because they usually.
I think it's just because he's fallen so far.
I'm not. I think with a team with that good of a locker room, you can make that work. But I'll say this now, Ravens. Hello. You haven't cut your kicker yet, and now you bring on Mike Green. A little dicey, I would say. I'll just throw that up there. A little dicey. Yep. But let's just talk about the prospect. All that aside, pick 59 for Mike Green is great,
pretty darn good value.
Yeah, great value. So they had Ray Lewis. Mike Green's nothing to him. That's facts. That is factual. That's a good point. That is factual.
Well, so we've got
Man.
Broncos. Broncos are on the clock.
Yeah.
This could I'm going to see if they
Could this
stick
be
here.
Caleb Johnson?
I think it could. I think it could be Torrey Horton,
Hmm.
receiver out of Colorado State, just down I-25 from Fort Collins. I'm telling you, if he wouldn't have got hurt this year, he was top of the second, easy. Bottom. I mean, he has it all. I have Noel obviously above him, but you talk about a guy that can, for his height, he's not known as being super physical, but I think guys that are like always credited for being super physical. I mean, unless you're AJ Brown, like let's lay off of that a little bit. Like there's some of the best receivers in the NFL aren't out here bench pressing dudes, and I just think he's got it all, and I can see why Denver would like him. But yeah, I mean, Caleb Johnson. Yeah,
I will say this: Niners are up in about 15 picks.
yeah,
Yep.
The corner class is falling
Still really good, right?
very much, and you could just see a run where 3 or 4 of these guys just go back to back to back to back. But
I've been
if
mocking
one of those
receiver.
corners carried 75. I mean,
I've been mocking receiver every single time in the third round at one of those picks for weeks. I've gone with
and
guys like
receiver
Torrey.
talent is there as well. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm just saying, a corner receiver. My guy Isaiah Thomas, Renardo Green went in the zone last year. He was like, right at the bottom of the second round. And look at the kind of value you got there. Trey Amos is still there. Savone Revel is still there.
I know.
It's. Oh, and then Billy M, my guy Billy.
I'm questioning whether do you even go ahead.
No, I was going to say Billy M, Justin Tucker, and Mike Green employed by the same organization. I mean, yeah, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's what I'm saying. I forgot about Ray Rice. Yeah, they're not afraid to take questionable guys. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, let's talk Shador Sanders for a second. Unless somebody trades up, he's going to be a 3rd round pick at the earliest. Like, this is kind of crazy.
Yeah. There's no teams that need quarterback here.
Broncos,
It's
Washington,
really those
Bears,
67 and 68 right now, where the Raiders pick and the Browns pick. After that, it's the Steelers at wherever the heck they are in the 3rd
if the
round.
Browns got him in round 3, that's fantastic value. I say what you want about Shador, but round 3, that's
Well,
after trading back and stockpiling the picks that they've made. That would be phenomenal. Phenomenal value.
The Raiders too, right? That could be a team that they're right at the top of the 3rd. It's going to be interesting. I could see them maybe moving up a little bit if they don't have to pay much. They get a guy that can sit behind Geno Smith, who, let's be real, even with the extension is here for 2 years. It's not a long-term thing. So
wow.
So who we got at the clock? We're waiting on the Broncos. Okay.
Yeah, we don't know what the Broncos have done yet.
Yeah, Grant
if there is a run on either corner or receiver, do you think the Niners should trade up for one of those spots? Or do you think that right now, with the way the board is, you just stay put 75, you're strong?
No, I'll say this, though. There's some studs here. I would rather – you don't have to package 75 and 100 anymore now. You could package 75 in like one of your 4ths or even one of your 5ths. Like,
75 and 138 will get you right back to 60 if you wanted it, or 61 if these teams. Washington 61, that's a trade.
I'm even
jump
saying
to 61.
Even jump up 10 spots. 10's a lot of spots, right? Like that's there's 10 players. Like that's a good chunk. Even get up to 65, top of the 3rd. I think that's doable. I'm cool with sitting there, but boy, I wouldn't want to miss out on. I have some guys that I had first round
grades. I think the Browns right now are taking RJ Harvey.
Who is?
The Browns, I think, are taking
Broncos.
Oh, sorry, not Browns. Broncos at 60.
Okay, so I had RJ Harvey as my 3rd favorite running back in this class. I did not. I had him as my 29th guy on my guide today. I said I could be talked into RJ Harvey. I didn't really think I want to go running back that high. You don't like RJ Harvey?
It's not that I don't like him. I just
you don't like the value for him here.
I think that's awful value for him.
I think he's gonna. I think it's with Sean Payton. I think you might be surprised. I'm gonna tell you, RJ Harvey's. You talk about it, got juice, broken tackle potential, elusiveness, loves contact. He's short, but he's not small. I had my favorite running backs for Trevion, DJ Giddens, and RJ Harvey. And I even said as a little addendum, I left RJ Harvey out because I wanted to keep the tweet clean and I didn't have room. But I said I could be talked. He would be my next guy that I would include in this round 2 and 3.
I wouldn't take him over Caleb Johnson. I wouldn't take him over Damian Martinez, and him and Dylan Sampson toss up.
Yep. I like
me personally.
I will say though, I do like me some RJ Harvey. So yeah, I think it's a little high. I think passing up quite a bit of premium talent at premium positions is interesting. But you know, we knew they needed and wanted a running back.
Yeah.
And they stockpiled quite a few picks, you know, with the double trade back. They're well positioned. They have 74, 111, and 130 now.
Well, I was also told that the Broncos will highly likely draft another running back.
Yeah, 2 makes sense for
them. Good point on the Rams. I could see the Rams taking Shador. They're gonna have to trade up to do so, I would think.
Unless he falls all the way to 90.
I'm
Browns
telling you,
have 67.
I'm just looking at this ESPN list, and I'm not going to go. This is not in order. Here are players that I will say, more than happy with at 75.
Okay.
Darius Alexander.
Darius Alexander is there.
Savone
75. I'm fine with. Yeah.
Savone Revel, Trey Amos, Jalen Knoll, Jordan Birch, Caleb Johnson, Jalen Royals, all these guys, Azaria Thomas, Kyle Williams. Okay. You know, I would even honestly, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I like CJ West a lot more than others. I have guys that I trust. Like, hey, they got CJ West is like their 65th ranked prospect. Some people have him at 115, right? It goes back and forth. I probably wouldn't go that high.
I'd love him at 100, but
yep.
Yeah.
And then Torrey Horton and Noel Williams. Those are guys that I love.
Oh, Noel Williams.
And I think
a corner from Cal, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You talk about ball skills. You talk about moxie. You talk about a dude that impress. That is just him and Azaria Thomas impress are just savants. And they can be scheme diverse. If you're going, and they're not the traditional zone corner, like definitely not Azaria Thomas, but this to me, I got a couple of guys that I would move up for if I could. But there are that was quite the list there.
The more I think about it, I think going back to my earlier question, where would the Niners trade up if they do?
Right here.
A spot from either right now or from 100, if you feel confident with the board right now. I feel like it's one of these 2 spots where you really can pounce on some good talent.
I also think this is where I would look for Marcus Bowe from Purdue as an interior lineman. We know it's a need. The Niners like him. It would be in that range in round 3 for sure.
Come on Friday says Salah's gonna have fun with these 2 in stunts. Yeah, that's Michael Williams is really good actually at stunts. Juan Mendoza says let's avoid names like Kyle Williams. He's a good player though, man. Here we go. Ari Mirov also likes Harvey. He says Harvey is coming off of a huge season at UCF. 232 carries, 1,577 yards, 22 touchdowns. He had never played running back prior to coming to UCF.
Yeah, he was a quarterback recruit at Virginia, and he after year 1 and obviously guys that. So I'm sorry, you play quarterback. That's all he. It's interesting. He's just that has that intelligent vision. You know, like I'm telling you, man, this guy he's tough and he's got juice. I think this is a good pick. I kept talking about him up way higher, and I didn't think I've been mocking him in the 4th, and I never thought I'd get him there. But I thought I'm gonna
not a lot of miles. That's a good thing, I guess, right?
A very good thing. Now he did have an injury about I would say 2.5 years ago that he has recovered from. That was a knee injury, but he has had no problem since. So that's very encouraging, especially with the style in which he runs.
we are waiting on the Commanders, and they are taking their time. So, are they possibly trading?
I think they could be.
Nope. They just took Trey Amos. Great
There
pick.
it is. Oh my God. Yeah.
Great pick.
Oh, 100%. That was my shadow draft for them. I thought he was taking Trey Amos in the first round. So like that
in the first round. Yeah, that's crazy.
So this is an incredible.
No, I mean, it's not crazy. I thought he could be a first round guy too, but that is insane. So you look at it, they've now taken Connerly and Trey Amos. Awesome draft for only having 5 picks. I feel like they got 2 guys that you absolutely love there. Adam Peters doing his thing. I'm not gonna lie, he's doing his thing.
Yep, he's a very good player. There's a lot of guys that love Amos, and there's got a lot of guys that can't handle giving Adam Peters any kind of credit, so they won't. Won't celebrate Amos, even though I know they tweeted about him a lot, loving him.
So weird, by the way. People are
it's so and honestly, I don't think about Adam Peters like at all until we're talking about him drafting the Commanders. It's just odd how many people think about him anytime he's mentioned in any. But we get that with there's all kinds of guys like that. I don't know what's up in the league. Like you can't talk about another coach, KOC. You can't talk. It's just like good people, like good, like high character, like people, good coach. Like you just I don't know. He's from Cupertino. Adam Peters is from Cupertino. He's like a bit. He didn't.
I gotcha. Thoughts on Jared Wilson in the third? Yeah. Oh
yeah.
I'd be totally. yes. I'd be great with that.
I was Jared Wilson. He was one of my like 10 dudes that I was like, I want him in November and December. I see. Who gave Jared Wilson some problems is. Alfred Collins. Walter Nolan. Walter Nolan's a stud.
He gave the whole interior defensive line issues of Georgia, and all 3 of those guys are probably top 100 picks. So,
Jared Wilson does a good job. I feel like he's a better pass. He's a great pass protecting center. Sometimes in the run game, he looks just a little wonky to me and gets a little bit pushed around in that regard, but which isn't usually ideal for Kyle. So that's why I don't think it's going to be Jared Wilson. I think he's going to go for somebody like a Joshua Gray out of Oregon State. I could see him going for a Jake Majors out of Texas. I could see him going for another guard prospect that can move into there and play center.
Noel Williams. I want another my guy.
That's my
guys list.
I
want another one.
You knew I said that, and I talked about Noel Williams and Jade Barron and Azaria Thomas. Those were my guys.
We made an all my guys list. You made a second team and a third team, I think.
No,
I only did a my guys list, second team. I did a my guys, and then I had an honorable mention of 6 additional players. So we'll see.
Yep.
We'll see if we can get some over here. Jalen Royals, good. I like Jalen Royals. I like Noel better, but I like Royals. He's fine. Yeah, he's a good player. Good player.
Let's see here.
Jared Wilson's now off of our draft board now that AZ got Nolan.
Yeah. No, that's good. Now here's Darius Alexander's still on the board, right?
Yeah, he is.
So, I mean, this is kind of one of those things where what are
we on, the Bears?
We are on the Commanders.
No, the Commanders took Amos.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I was looking at the wrong look. We are the Bears. Now, who they haven't taken a running back. Oh, the Bears are still not taking a running back. Could this be Caleb Johnson?
Bear down. Caleb Johnson. Cam Scattaboo. No, I'm just kidding.
Could be a DJ Giddens. I think these are guys that there's going to be some running backs that people like more than others. And I got a feeling that Ben Johnson said, I really like Ashton Genty, and there must be a guy that he's real comfortable with waiting for.
I guess.
I wonder if he likes DJ Giddens. But that's something I'm thinking about at Kansas State. I could see him really like.
It is Shamar Turner at 62.
There you go.
Shamar Turner. Okay.
Tackle.
Defensive tackle. I didn't think he would go this high, but yeah, that is something.
Wow. I mean, at this point, it's like there's so many
You
guys.
take
that
whoever
you
your
can
guy
take.
is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not really going to quibble a lot here with some of these guys.
No.
I think it's a bit high personally, but whatever.
Well, we got Chiefs on the clock and the Eagles. So you're looking at the Chiefs, and you see they address Josh Simmons. Ah, boy. I could see defensive line here. I could see a Darius Alexander here, possibly. I could see a receiver here. I really could.
Arter says, Jesse, coach said that Collins won't be able to play third down for us due to his no pass rush ability. I think early on, I could see a scenario where Alfred Collins is off the field. I could also see a scenario where Michael Williams is in the place of Alfred Collins rushing from the interior on third downs. I don't think that means that you're not that's the wrong pick, though, by the way. So
but we don't play defensive tackle. It's not like there's not on every third down does a guy who is a really good run defender as a defensive tackle goes off the field.
Right.
It's not like we're talking about a nose completely, like the tradition.
So if that's the case, it doesn't make it the wrong pick, I guess, which I think that's where he's getting at with it. And again, I disagree. And you guys know, I mean, Coach and I talk daily. I'm not saying anything here that I'm not going to say to his face. I will absolutely over the phone tomorrow be reading him the riot act. So over Alfred Collins.
And by the way, guys, like we've all broken bread together. Like we've met. It's like this is like we have different. Like we've eaten together. We've laughed. We've been together. Like this is. It's not.
Stayed in hotels together, David.
Yes, exactly. And this man irons his socks. Okay, this is something you want to talk about breaking news. This is. I mean, this is an old story, but we've never really talked about it on the interwebs. Okay, the man irons his socks.
Shut your mouth. Arter says, say it to his face. I faced these guys up. Was that Larry that said that? I love that. Larry got so fired up one time. He was talking about talking to the players, and he's like, I faced these guys up.
Yeah, right.
You know what? Coach, I'm going to face Coach up. I will too. You'll see it. I'm going to face him up.
Hey, I would never face Coach up. Coach, my
big boy, isn't he?
My son's not a small kid. He just picked him up like a. I was like, dude, I do that.
Yeah, Coach is a big boy.
Yeah,
Coach is a big boy. Oh man, and I'm not small. I'm 6'2", 230, and Coach is much bigger than I. So there's not many people that I get next to and I go, whoa, all right, I'm being dwarfed here. Normal humans, I should say, not like professional athletes. Obviously, that's a whole different deal. But normal humans, it's not often that I go, all right, geez, chill out a little bit. Yeah, Coach is a big boy. No, the Bears took who'd they take?
They took
Shamar Turner.
Yeah.
Shamar Turner.
Let's see here.
Yep.
Things are getting a little slow.
A little slow, huh? A little slow.
Let's see here. Yeah, I could see, if we're looking at the Chiefs,
Chiefs on the board, yeah.
I can see running back here. We thought maybe they'd do that up there.
Anything. I could, again, another team that you can see anything except for basically quarterback. They went corner or safety.
Yep.
Offensive line, defensive line, linebacker, another tight end, a wide receiver, running back, literally anything but quarterback I can see from Kansas City.
Yeah, I could see Jalen Noel here. I think they could really like a Nazariah Thomas here as well. I really think I could see that. Aggressive.
Yeah, I could too. I could too. Players that I would like at 75. Noel, Wilson, Thomas, Williams, Kyle Williams, Azare Thomas. I would be fine with Darius Alexander there. I think we start looking at safety a little bit too. Noel Williams, I would be fine with. Oh, Marcus Mabau, I would be fine with. Would love to have Marcus Mabau. I think he's going to be a good guard in this league.
Yep.
Holy crap, I forgot about that. You know what? As upset as I was about losing on Anthony Belton, Mabau might bring me back around if we got him at 75. I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie. Those are probably the guys that I would be most okay with. But there's another cast of characters that I would be fine with. There's not going to be a lot of players from this point on that I'm just pissed about. Let me say that.
Yep.
Right? I mean, it's not. This to me is not the high emotion. Now, listen, if they trade up and get, I don't know, who was the running back they took a couple years ago?
Who?
We were pissed about.
What team? 49ers.
Oh, the
Niners. TDP?
Yeah, if they trade up and got a TDP, I'll be hot. Okay, I'll be hot. If they trade up from 75 to get Cam Scattaboo,
yes,
my hair will be on fire. All right, I'll throw that out there. But there's not going to be a lot of people out there that are picks at this point that I'm upset about.
Here's guys I would consider in no particular order: Savone Revel,
yes,
Jalen Knoll, Jordan Birch, Caleb Johnson, Jalen Royals, Azaria Thomas, Kyle Williams, CJ West, and I'm free. I would still. I'm not a big Darius Alexander, but I'd be fine with it. I did say I would consider him in round 3, so I would still stick with that. The only other person I think there at 75 that I'm looking at is Marcus Bow. Excuse me, Torrey Horton. Yeah, Torrey Horton.
Oh, here we go. What do we say? People get emotional. I tweeted out, Adam Peters is doing his thing. I get a comment. Adam Peters sucks, bro. I respond, based off of nothing but emotion.
Isn't that hilarious?
I'm telling you, it's so easy to trigger people on Twitter. You talk good about Adam Peters. You talk good about another coach. You say anything that is like off color a little bit when it comes to Brock Purdy, people lose their ever-loving minds. Same thing with Shanahan. Okay, Eagles are on the clock, which means we should have a pick here from the Chiefs.
Oh my God, Adams. Okay, I saw who saw that. Oh my goodness, that's exact. I'm not going to even mention the name. This is exact. People have this strange brainworm bias.
Chiefs take
Omar Norman Law. Yeah, or Omar Norman Law. I don't have an issue with it here. At the end of the second round, I had him as one of my guys at 75. I would have been okay with.
I thought you said Nomar Garcia Parra.
Nomar Norman Law. Yeah, Nomar Garcia Parra. Nomar Garcia Jeter. Wasn't that his name?
Yeah.
Omar Norman Law here. Chiefs.
He's one of those guys that's like has that athletic juice, but he hardly played any snaps at Tennessee. I don't read a lot into that. They got a lot of guys, but he really didn't play that much. He is
pretty easy job next to Chris Jones, though, right? Like his life would be pretty easy the first few years.
Yeah, but it'd be nice to see what you could do with regular reps because as defensive tackle, if you don't have to play regularly, it's a lot easier to have fresh legs.
I agree completely. Shador Sanders is not going to be picked in round 2. This is crazy. Listen.
Eagles pick us in.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle McCord or Jalen Milroe goes above Shador at this point. I mean, holy crap.
Wouldn't be surprised if Cleveland ends up taking Milroe.
I wouldn't either.
Who did the Eagles take already? They've taken.
I don't know. Oh.
They just took Jihad. Yeah, that's their only pick so far.
Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I were thinking trenches back in the beginning. So could this be a Princely or a Jordan?
It could be,
or do they look at Darius Alexander and say that he's their new Milton?
Or Darius Alexander, yeah.
He could fit that Milton Williams role in my opinion.
Andrew Makuba, safety. from Texas.
Good pick.
Okay.
It's a good pick.
And that
It's a
was
good
where
pick.
that's where they were trying to trade up for. Was it
Yep.
Starks? No,
No,
Eagles.
It was
Jihad
no,
Campbell.
they were still trying to
Jihad.
trade up for Jihad.
Jihad.
Yeah.
And I'd heard that Howie likes Starks,
I like
but
Mukuba.
they need safety is a good position. Mukuba, I think
there's a lot of safeties that I like similarly, and Makuba's in that craft of characters. So there's about 5 of them or 4 of them that I like very similarly. To me, it comes down to personal preference, but Makuba is in that tier. And who am I to tell the Eagles they don't know how to draft? So
yeah,
sure, I love it.
He's not he's not the most physical dude, but he's good. He's a good rangy dude,
sideline to sideline guy.
And
that
look,
is interesting
I think
though, because they lost Gardner Johnson, who was kind of their more physical safety. They have now Makuba and Blankenship in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think fans typically, same thing with Hufang, like fans love the hard hitting box safety. You know, it's like I tell you, when this team was at its best, people are already forgetting how much of a glue piece that Jimmy Ward was for so long for the 49ers, and he did it all. And he really had those eraser capabilities. I remember when he was taken and people were like, oh, this is a reach. Man, Jimmy Ward to me is an all-time Niner. Dude was there forever, did everything he was asked to, outside, nickel, safety, box. I mean, just that type of utility, man. Boy, it'd be nice to get a safety like that again. And the Niners safety, hey, it's safety room is not settled. Tig Brown does not have a stranglehold on a starting job.
No. Frank Gonzalez says, hey Jesse, what'd you think of our second round pick? We liked it.
Giants, Darius Alexander, start of round 3. There it is. He's gone.
Hey, round 3, that's a good pick, man. That's a good pick. Giants have a hell of a defensive line now. This is a thing, right?
Yeah.
The 49ers play the Giants later this year. Okay.
In New York.
That is one of the better defensive lines in football, period, at this point. It just is.
Right.
And so when you pair that with Russell Wilson, who not great anymore, but he's still Russell frickin' Wilson to the 49ers.
Yep.
That's not a guaranteed win the way that people probably chalked it up. And this is why I say I get easy schedules and all this other stuff. You can't guarantee wins in the NFL. I would not guarantee at this point. First of all, I would pick them. I would favor them against the Giants, but that's not a guarantee anymore. And people once looked at the Bears as a team that should be an easy win. I'm picking the Bears to win that game probably if both teams are fully healthy. So
got a question
take that for what it's worth.
Did I miss trade capital with the Giants? Oh, they moved up. They moved up for Dart. That's right. They didn't have a second round pick. Okay.
Yeah.
So now they've got Dart. They've got Darius Alexander, and they've got Abdul Carter.
Yep.
I mean, I would say if Dart's your guy, you went up, you took a chance. I'd say they're doing pretty darn well for themselves. Yes. Just now getting into
Kansas City's back on the clock here, though.
Oh, really?
At 66. Yeah.
Who
I
is?
didn't realize they had Kansas City's at 66 here.
Oh.
So they have.
Was this a part of their?
Pretty much back to back. This was a part of their initial, I think.
Was it?
No. Yeah,
they had a trade in the first round.
It was via Tennessee from a while ago. So I'm assuming.
Yeah, they have Tennessee's third round pick.
Oh, so because of what's his name?
They traded their
corner.
L'Jarius Sneed.
Yeah, this is the L'Jarius Sneed trade from
so they got essentially got a second round pick for L'Jarius Sneed.
Hey, and if they want to go corner here, that's a hell of a turnaround because there's definitely good corners available, you know. So if they turn L'Jarius Sneed into, I don't know, Revel, that's a hell of a get.
That's
2 years later.
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you, and the Niners are sitting here at 75 with less than 10 guys left to go before them. And I'm looking at this overall list, and there's some guys. There really are.
This is a starter heavy draft. I mean, people weren't kidding. You can definitely get starting level talent.
I think we're still in a good
position
spot. I still think we're in a good spot.
I'm surprised that Revel and Thomas are still here. I know Revel had the injury. I know Thomas didn't run blazing. I'm so surprised. These are like, we're talking about island corners here. They can't last much longer. They just don't. Talent like this doesn't last in the NFL. draft very long. I think they're going to go up pretty. I think they're both. And Revel, maybe not with his injury concern. I think Thomas goes pretty quickly here.
People like Darian Porter. People are high on Darian Porter. I'm a Noel Williams guy. I'll have to ask you. You're the Ohio State guy, and you prefer Noel Williams. So I think that to me says a lot because you are an Iowa State guy. Iowa State guy.
Here's the thing about Darian. Here's the thing about Darian Porter. Super athletic. But caught chasing a lot. If you watch the Arizona State game, and there's a receiver that's going to be a true junior next year. Jontez Williams is to me a much better prospect. Now, Darian Porter, what he has is he's got that Tariq Woolen type of like speed. If he takes coaching, I mean, he's there. He's also an old player, right? He's another one of those guys who be 25 soon. So, but yeah, Noel Williams to me, my question for cornerbacks, can you cover? Okay. And when I saw Renardo Green, that's what I just get. There's all the minutia analysis. You're like, this guy locked down Malik Neighbors. This guy locked down Brian Thomas. Okay. What am I missing? And I kept watching that. I was like, this Renardo Green is the real deal. Yeah. And so I just think Azaria Thomas, man, in press, forget about it. And he's got length and high character.
Listen, Devin, appreciate you, brother, but you don't know me. If I say something, I mean it. Now, to be fair, I don't know when that game is scheduled.
Sometimes he says a lot of BS. Sometimes.
I may, but is it that far fetched to look at the Bears roster right now and say that it's a better roster than the Niners? I don't think that it is.
I love that all of us are Niners fans and that we sit here after a 6-11 season and the only thing people talk about is injuries. And then you talk about a defensive line that's like, yeah, you drafted a couple rookies, but that's not going to solve your problems right away. It's going to help, but it's not going to be the salve that heals all wounds, right? This team's got holes everywhere on defense, everywhere. And yes, Collins and Williams are an awesome addition. I'm a big fan of those both. And I'm not always a fan of every pick the Niners make. This idea of crediting the Bears. I swear, I see this all the time. Can't credit the Eagles, even after they win the Super Bowl. Can't credit the Rams, even though they've won a Super Bowl and beat the Niners in the NFC Championship game. You can't credit the Vikings. You can't credit KOC. You can't credit Ben Johnson. But you can't credit Dan Campbell because he talks about biting kneecaps off. But if you do anything else, you can't do it. You're a hater. It's ridiculous. That Bears-Niners game is going to be a good game, by the way.
It's going to, for sure. I look at it. Listen, I'm looking at their roster again to make sure I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping at all. And a lot of it's going to come down to Caleb Williams. We'll see what he ends up being. But you've got DJ Moore, Roma Dunze. You just drafted Luther Burden. You got Cole Kmet. You drafted Colston Loveland. Your offensive line right now is Braxton Jones, Joe Tooney, Drew Dahlman, Jonah Jackson, and Ozzie Trapillo. They just drafted. You've got Montez Sweat, Grady Jarrett, Gervin Dexter Sr., Deo Odebayo, TJ Edwards, Tremaine Edmonds, Noah Sewell, Jalen Johnson, Jaquan Brisker, Kevin Byard, Tyreek Stevens, and Kyler Gordon. Secondary is built. Offensive line is built. Wide receiver and tight ends built. I'm telling you, that is not a bad roster. And when I compare that to the 49ers, I can't say that the Niners have a better roster on paper. I just can't.
Why do people think the Niners roster is this good? Like the Niners roster, they have these old, they have aging old. Hey, look, it's not the worst roster in the league, but this is the look. Okay, we still are. I'm not counting rookies yet, folks. They haven't even played. Yeah. Even with Bosa, it's quite possibly the worst defensive line. It's a bottom 5 defensive line in the NFL. Period. Oh, no.
I don't know if I'll go that far.
Rowan. Okay, seriously. Who? I mean, now I'm saying Mike Kelly, Andrew Cobb. Look, where is it? This run defense is abysmal. Who's opposite Bosa? Now we got a rookie, right?
Run defense, I can understand.
But that's composite defensive line. Like if you look at the Bengals, I got Trey Hendrickson got a lot of sacks. Do we think they have a good line? No. Like Nick Bosa's one guy. Like the defensive tackle room is bad. And so I honestly, I don't understand that. You got Fred Warner coming off a little bit dinged up year. Linebacker room is a big question mark.
Chiefs just took Ashton Gelati.
Undersized edge. Tweener, big time. Short arms.
I don't think it's a great pick, but
Like
okay.
Marco always says, and I like David Walker a lot more than maybe he does or others. But you really bet the thing with Edge more than anything. You better hope that translates consistently at the NFL because you're getting size all the time, and the lack of length on the edge is a real deal breaker. And it's to succeed at that size profile. It's very anomalous.
Yeah, Mike, listen, I would add Kaiser to this list. I would add Stutzman to this list. There's some linebackers out there now. There's some linebackers out there.
The only linebacker I would take in round 3 is Smile Mondon, and
me too. Smile Mondon's my guy, but
I'd still, if they pick him at 100, I'll actually be like super happy about it. I still think I would wait. I'm not linebacker to me it's important, but it's the least important to me of all the positions that I could think of. It's not a premium position. It's not a high paid position. And there's just more talent that I think that could have a bigger contribution to this team in round 3.
This comment makes no sense. J-Matt, we smoked the Bears at the end of the season. Okay. The roster is completely different. The coaching staff is completely different. And a quarterback going into year 2, this holds literally no value.
You know who smoked the 49ers or the
hey, listen, we're not gonna win a division game based off of this comment.
No,
right?
Didn't the 49ers smoke the Eagles one year? What the Eagles what the Eagles do this next year? Oh, won the Super Bowl. And the Niners were at home,
didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah. So look, it's weird that it has to be looked at as, hey, we're just objective Niners and we are cheering like hell for the Niners, but like this idea that I've never understood fans that just like talk mad-ish like after a losing season.
Good point about the Eagles. You're right. We smoked the Eagles at the end of 2023. Yet the 2024 season, what water did that hold? The Niners were 6-11. Eagles won the Super Bowl. It just every year is so different, and especially when you turn over the whole coaching staff and the whole roster. Like, it literally holds zero water right now.
Yep.
And that's fine. Like, obviously, we're going to root for the Niners. I'm not saying that, but to just say on paper that they're clearly better, I don't know. We're getting lost in the weeds here during the draft. That's wild.
The Browns pick is in. So
is this where we finally see Jalen Milroe go?
Or Shador?
I don't think it'll be Shador. I
don't know who a guy named Shador is. I completely forgot who.
Hey, he could Shador could go to the Browns or the Raiders, maybe. I don't know.
Shador doesn't go to the Browns or the Raiders. My gosh, man, what are we doing here? It's just crazy.
He'd probably fall to Pittsburgh at 83. But to be honest, with the way this draft is going, it feels like
Lions are on the clock at 70.
Harold Fannin. Browns.
They went Fannin Browns. Wow. It seems to me that they might be trading for Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
Lions are on the clock at 70. They just traded with the Jaguars.
So the Raiders and Patriots have made a pick?
Yeah, it seems
like I see the Lions are up at 70 now. My goodness. Okay. And then it's Saints, Bills, Jets, Bronx, Niners.
Where do you guys see the Fannin one?
It's just been updated. It's already been on TV.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Well, now they're announcing it on TV, but yeah.
So the Lions went from 88 to 70.
Wow.
That there's clearly somebody there that they're looking for. Interesting.
With who?
One of those corners. Jaguars. The
Jaguars need more picks now because of all the picks they had to give up to go to Travis Hunter. So that's
Sanders going to be Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, I guess got a tweet. Kyle doesn't get to pick Fannin. Bang bang.
I'm happy that he's not.
No, that's what he's saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm like, thank goodness. I'm fine with that.
I liked Fannin early on. It was fun, and then the more and more I watched, like, okay, it's to me, it's like the Tyler Warren thing. I think they're good play, but like the lack of real juice. You think you're talking about these guys like they were some just dynamic, like super dynamic, like twitchy athletes. They're not. Let's see here. Yeah.
Who are the Raiders taking and The Raiders
Yep.
we got, right?
Okay, yeah.
Patriots.
Yeah.
No, do we have the Raiders?
Yeah. No.
We
No.
don't have the Raiders pick in. No,
Or the
68
Patriots.
and 69.
But we know that the Lions have already traded up, so
the pick must be in. Well, no, maybe they didn't. Maybe the Lions
Not
traded up and
necessarily.
said we've got a couple guys we
Gary
want.
and Porter. Gary and Porter went to the Raiders.
Okay. Yeah, my ESPN app on my is populating quicker than Twitter. So
that's crazy.
Like nobody's
I'm fine with that. I mean, there's multiple corners that are left that I would prefer. So take them.
There's only 6 guys left before the Niners pick. So let me just do a little. Let me just look at that. So if I have all the 7 guys,
the Lions seemingly traded up early because New England is on the clock, from what I see.
I know. Yeah, they did trade up early.
So Savone Ravel, Jalen Knoll, Jordan Birch, Caleb Johnson, Jalen Royals, Azaria Thomas, Kyle Williams, and Torrey Horton are my 9 guys right now that I'm looking at. Okay, maybe CJ West to bring me to 10. Okay, so I've got people I'm comfortable with at 75 value, so I'm pretty excited. I hope it's one of those guys. So far, I've had my guys go in the draft. It'd be nice to see it again. But
so the Lions, I'm trying to think. I could see edge or corner from the Lions. I could see linebacker potentially. It's got to be a defensive pick. I've got to imagine the Lions are going defense. Got to imagine.
I think it's corner just because they would probably feel comfortable trading to a spot like 70, knowing that there were multiple at that position that were worth being taken at that spot.
Yeah. Although they could be looking maybe I think Landon Jackson's still there. I think Princely Uman-Mielen's still there. So maybe they're fine with those 2 or somebody else, I guess.
Interesting.
So yeah, it is interesting.
We're waiting for the Pats. And
do we know what the Lions traded up to get to 70?
Well, I don't know.
Their next pick is only
Kyle Williams. Great pick by the Patriots. Great pick by the Patriots.
I mentioned Kyle Williams was one of the guys I listed, right? And Kyle Williams
fantastic pick.
I thought there was a chance he would go ahead of Knoll. I thought that might happen, and you just kind of pick what your poison a little bit what you like. Cornerback receiver run coming up right now.
That was fantastic. Yeah, we're gonna see a receiver run. We definitely are.
Saints have not taken a receiver yet, I believe. Correct?
No.
So like this, they got Shuck. They took Kelvin Banks. I think this could be. They're definitely in the market for a receiver. They're definitely in the market for a
receiver. I could see the Bills take a receiver.
I could see the Jets take a receiver.
Broncos, obviously.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we might see a receiver run coming up after Detroit.
And I just said receiver corner run, and the net was Williams. So it's like this is where it's gonna happen.
Wow. Interesting.
At pick number 69. Nice, Kyle. So they've got Will Campbell, Trevion Henderson, and Kyle Williams. I totally forgot they had Trevion Henderson. I mean, honestly,
they're doing awesome.
Hey, you're helping out your quarterback. Kyle Williams is a dude. He's a starter.
I said going into this draft that I think the Patriots are going to be better than the Jets and Dolphins. So,
yes.
And now I definitely do.
And the only reason I didn't have Jaden Daniels higher last year is I had serious concerns about his frame. I still see him when he takes his shirt off and I'm like, how in the hell, dude? His chest looks like it's caved in. And it's like, but Drake May was my QB1. And honestly, guys, like obviously Jaden Daniels deserved the QB1 awards. Drake May played so well last year in the worst situation imaginable. With a head coach who's an absolute moron. And no offensive line, nothing, no weapons. Drake May is, I think Drake May has the MVP qualities to him, just like Jaden Daniels. And I think Drake May will be in the running in the not too distant future. Let's see here. Well, we are waiting on the Lions, I guess. No. Yes. No. Yes.
Yeah, who
Take
the
us in.
Lions? Who are they taking?
I could see a receiver here. I could see an edge here. Isaac Tesla. Yep. They took the receiver. That is a
Ooh, 6, 4, 2, 14, 4, 4. Yeah.
That's a consensus reach. That is I mean, Isaac Tesla.
But to be fair, the Lions do this, right? They have guys that they target that are quote unquote reaches that have panned out for them. So
yeah, and Tesla, is Elon Musk's cousin, and he's 6'4". There's going to be free cyber trucks for everyone. You and I, Jesse and I, this is the thing. You want a scene? We're on San Jose, right? We're in Santana Row. We're me, Coach, Jesse, and my kids. I don't know if my wife got it or not. I think she might have. We were all taking over the Cybertruck store in Santana Row, and and I think the reps were kind of getting annoyed with us, and we were treating it like a DeLorean. This is what this guy brings, man. Some people, Brock Purdy buys his offensive line trucks. Isaac Tesla is buying them Cybertrucks. I mean, you tell right? USA, baby. Let's go.
Unbelievable. I mean, you got the measurables, right? He's a big boy. He's a 6'4", ran a 4.40.
Oh yeah, and he had people that. I mean, this is not a developmenal player. Again, like this guy, he is somebody that there were teams that really, really liked him. I know that.
I mean, again,
he is he's an athletic dude. Like, so this is one of those guys where he ran 6'4", 214, ran a 4.43 at the combine. 10-inch hands. He got those Odell Beckham sized mitts, those Jarvis Landry sized mitts.
Big hands it's massive.
And he averaged 20 yards a catch last year. Just saying, man, that there is.
Well, you think about it too. When you look at their current receivers, that's exactly what they need. That's the guy. That's the perfect profile for what they need. They've got their burner in Jameson Williams.
Yep.
They've got their underneath guy in Amon-Ra St. Brown. And this is their big body guy on the outside. I mean, this is literally exactly what they're missing. So, I get it. But
I'm at the spot where I'm looking at my two favorite players in Jalen Nolan and Zaria Thomas on the board. If I get one of those guys, I'm not going to be embarrassing, but I'm going to have a fun moment. I'm going to really enjoy this. I'm going to go, hey man, we're not even done. And I've got 3 my guys.
I know.
I mean, let's go.
Take a my guy about now. Take a my guy.
Don't think it was said yet. Detroit gave up quite a haul, though. They were sitting at pick 102. They traded 102 and 2 third-rounders next year to move up 30 spots.
Okay, they picked up 102 and they moved up to 70. So they dropped 30 picks, but then they picked up 2 third-rounders next year.
Yeah,
next year. Oh, that's.
I mean, yeah, you're not done growing, but I.
You went from 70 to 102. You traded a 6th this year and a 6th next year, and you got 3 third-rounders basically. Yeah,
but they got third-rounders from the Lions, which they must have one from a team in a trade, and they're in their own. So they're going to probably. It could be like all 3 of these could be late third-round picks.
Yeah, that's no.
It's fine. No. It's good value. You get 3 thirds for a third. I mean,
oh, I got you. Yeah.
I mean, that's
I like it. I like it.
Definitely value.
Yeah, it's good.
Just the long game, right?
Yeah,
smart. They're not. Again, they're gonna try to compete next year, but you're not delusional, right? They're not saying we're not Super Bowl team next year.
The Saints can't figure out which quarterback they like, so they also take Shedeur Sanders. No,
that'd be awesome.
That'd be such a Saints thing to do for some reason. Okay. Jets, I wouldn't say that they can't take a quarterback, by the way. I mean, it's not like Fields is their guy forever, I wouldn't think. So
that could be an option. Yeah.
I'm just thinking of spots where he might go. I don't,
Right now, I'm just thinking of
Right now,
83
Deion Sanders is
Pittsburgh.
calling the Cowboys, and he's going, "Please, guys, just do me a solid."
The Jets just took Azariah Thomas.
Did they really?
Okay.
Damn.
The
Who did the
Jets.
Bills
There goes
take?
one.
The Jets.
Who did the Saints and Bills take?
Oh, maybe that was the wrong.
Am I
It said the
tripping?
Jets have selected. Ari Myra said the Jets have selected. And they
Azariah
went-
Thomas at 73. So
Yeah.
Who was at 70? What are we missing? Am I going crazy here?
we just
It went from
skipped
70 to
71.
73
Well,
and 72.
Ari probably knew and just wanted to get in front, and but that's so it's not been announced on TV, so they don't have it anywhere else.
We
But
don't know
this
what
is
71 and
Ari
72.
Myra. Yeah, all I'm telling you is Armand Membu. Okay, and let's see, who do they get in round 2? They got Mason Taylor. Jets are winning the draft. Okay, you have Armand Membu, the best tackle in the draft.
They took
Number 3.
Vernon Broughton, the Saints, at 71.
Oh, coach.
Texas D tackle. Vernon
Coach,
Broughton.
hey, Coach, that's
Coach.
your guy. There you go. There's your guy.
Is that the Saints? Wait a minute. The Saints took him?
Yeah.
Saints took him at
Well,
71.
So don't take a victory lap just yet, Coach. The Saints have been
One of the dumbest organizations in football took your guy. So there you go, man. Hope you love him.
Oh, boy.
Who did the Bills
I'm
take
trying to-
then? Gosh,
the
man, the
Bills
Jets
are-
got Azariah Thomas. Dang, man.
Yeah, that's what it's, yeah. And so Membu, Taylor, and Azariah Thomas. You have it. Look, Mason Taylor could end up being the best tight end in this class, and that's not hyperbole. He's a
I
really
wonder
good player.
how Ari has dropped that pick because Buffalo has not
Seriously.
submitted their pick yet. Buffalo. Oh, nope. They just did. So never mind. I'm assuming that is the case.
Bills pick is in, obviously, because they've got.
Watch
But
it
we
be
don't.
Thomas. Watch it be Thomas.
Thomas.
Azariah Thomas. He got it wrong. They're like,
Oh, Ari.
so
No,
fast, Jets.
he usually deletes quick. He isn't deleted.
No, I know he hasn't. I just think it would be hilarious.
That's a phenomenon. I'm sorry, Membu, Taylor, and Thomas is. I know that's hard to beat for me. Those are all.
Landon Jackson. That's a great pick. It's 72 for the Bills.
I think it's good
That's a
value.
great
He ends
pick.
up good. Yeah, I'm not high on him. But I'm not low on him. You know what I mean?
They've
He's just
taken a corner and 2 defensive linemen. That's exactly what they needed. Literally exactly what they needed.
The Jets and Broncos, the only thing standing in front of the 49ers right now. And if I'm taking a look at this, here's where I'm at. Okay. I'm happy with any different position. If they don't like Savone Rebel at this point with the knee, I just think the value here is insane. I think also Jalen Knoll and Jalen Royals and Torrey Horton, these 3 receivers are my favorite by far that are left in this draft. You have Caleb Johnson.
Broncos just took Illinois wide receiver Pat Bryant.
Wow. Okay. And this is where things get funky, right? The 3rd round's always funky. The 3rd round's on my guy list for these teams. It really is. That's still in that where they feel like that could be somebody that's better than those day 3 dudes by a tier. But it gets weird. So now who's in front?
That's pretty.
There's 2 teams.
Wow.
No, we're on the clock right now.
I feel like the Lions and the Broncos potentially reached.
Yeah,
for
Pat Bryant.
receivers, so.
I guess Reno Ron, if you're listening, you were wrong about Torrey Horton. But you left him there for my Niners.
Yeah,
so
if the Broncos made the pick, the Niners are on the clock, man. The Niners are on the clock right now.
I'm going to
be
go.
honest, if I am going to pick a guy, I'm going with not necessarily a surprise. I think they do the same strategy last year. O-line round 3 with Marcus Mbow there to shift him to guard.
I'll take Mabau. I would love to have him. So sign me up for that. Sign me up for that.
To me, this is Revel, Knoll, or Royals. I think this is going to be a receiver. I think they like Royals. I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those guys, Knoll or Royals here. I would feel comfortable with Revel. I would feel comfortable with Caleb Johnson here. I actually really like Jordan Birch, and I like Torrey Horton.
How would you feel about Mabau?
I would have no problem with him. He's on my list for 2nd and 3rd round guys. Absolutely in that range.
Okay.
You bet.
I would love it here at 75. So
yep. I'll just be geeked if it's one of my guys. But Bo is, he's definitely a guy on my radar and definitely a guy that I would
To be
Find
honest,
value
there's just quite a few picks that you would feel very comfortable with here,
Yeah,
which
for
is why
sure.
it's going to be
sure.
Shador Sanders.
Well, you know what though?
I think that ship has sailed for the.
It actually is. It actually is great value.
It would be, yes.
It is.
It would be. If you're trading
Brock's
him for a
price
first
goes up
rounder
5
next year,
extra million per year if that is the case.
It just
and then you trade Brock for a first next year, I'm in. Sign me up.
Jed York. Let's put this pick in conviction. Well, that this time he doesn't give us any. So he just pick is in. There's no trades.
Thanks, Jed. What a dork, dude. I'm sorry.
I'm going to go Jalen Noel. I think Brock talked him into it.
I would love.
Yeah,
that.
listen, he didn't say trenches the way he's been saying.
No.
So it's you would think that trenches are out. Up Smile Munden. Give me Smile Munden too. I'll take it.
I thought you were
right
calling
about
that. Okay.
No, I wish. I'll also take a Kevin Winston Jr. here.
Wait a minute. Jed York just said big hitter welcome. Big hitter welcome.
Is that Kevin Winston?
I don't know. Is this a linebacker of some form?
Is that Winston?
Chris Paul Jr.
Yeah, I bet it is.
You're probably right.
I like Chris Paul Jr.
Listen, I don't hate it if that's the case. It's my least favorite pick, though, by far.
I'm surprised. I thought Jalen Noel had. I talked to some. I don't know. That's interesting to me.
We'll see who it is. We don't know who it is yet, but yeah, that's very possible.
I think the linebacking is. I don't know.
It does sound like a linebacker for sure. Does sound like a linebacker, and Chris Paul is a guy that they do like. So
it's going to be Chris Paul, or it's going to be a safety.
It is. I think so too. I think it's Chris Paul.
I could see. Was Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame? I don't know.
Who, if it was a safety, who would be your favorite?
Keaton Crawford's my favorite safety, but he's out of Nevada, and that's a day 3 guy for me. I like Lathan Ransom a lot. He can lay the wood. That could be a guy from Ohio State I wouldn't be. I originally had a 3rd round grade. I didn't make my final list just because I thought they could get safety lower. That's kind of my thought process, but doesn't mean I don't think they can be worth a 3rd rounder.
I like a lot of safeties. I like Winston. I like Sinker. I like Bowman. I like Jalen Reed. I like Malachi Moore. I mean, there's a lot of safeties I like. So
yep.
Safety here, there's guys that I think will be there that 100 that I'm fine with. So whatever. But we'll see. What's the freaking pick? What are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we doing? I saved Chris Paul Jr. as the pick. It feels like
that's what I feel too.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't know. I'm not.
I don't listen. I mean,
he's got the thing about Chris Paul. He's got less than 30-inch arms, man. And you put that in coverage. I'm sorry. That's 9th percentile. 9th. You talk about T-Rex arms. This is Chris Borland level arms.
I know.
Like the Badger. You talk about your Badgers there, Rohan. Chris Borland. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought Vernon Broughton was a UDFA. Dude, I don't.
Chris Paul's 222 pounds. That's 3rd percentile. 3rd percentile weight. And he's not even that great.
You know what would be funny? It would be bring in Cam Scatterbo. That would be a funny.
No.
Oh,
please no.
He's a nice
Who is the pick, man? Who is the pick? For God's sake.
If they take Cam Scatterbo, I swear to God. I think Jed is drunk. Alice was like, Jed drunk again? I'm like, yeah. But or at least take
my Twitter's not working. Refresh like crazy.
No, it's
Let me know
working.
who it is.
Nope,
Not for
nothing
me.
else. Nothing yet.
I don't know. It always does this when the Niners are picking. I don't understand how this is possible on my phone, but literally, this is the second time tonight it's done it, and it was when the Niners were picking last time. So I don't understand it.
Yep. Pick is
I don't
in,
get it.
and it's just Bryant's been announced. So
No. Yeah, I don't know what we're waiting for here. Panthers are on the clock. They traded to 77. So 75 and 76 have been made. We don't know what they are.
this is just I don't understand it.
Panthers traded with the Patriots.
So,
They traded 85 and 146 to get up to 77. I don't. Yeah.
They did this with the Azaria
Nick
Thomas.
Martin, Oklahoma State. Nick Martin, linebacker.
Now, here's the thing. I told Marco before the game, and you, Jess, you were with your coach. Nick Martin is a guy I've mocked in every single mock draft. Guess where I mocked him? The 7th round. This is the thing about the only here. No.
Oh.
Trust me. The only thing on Nick Martin is he's 5'11". You know who else? We've had some linebackers that Dre Greenlaw is not that tall, dude. Right? Like Nick Martin is sideline to sideline. He lays the wood. This is a Greenlaw type of player. His in-game speed is insane, right? This is like a big-time consensus reach. I will say this. I was waiting on linebackers because Smile Monded in coverage, but the only reason I had Nick Martin down is just because the size, not the length, but the height. This dude, though, sideline to sideline, is an animal. I never thought they'd take him in the 3rd, though. This is a big reach. But
I
he
think
is a guy I love.
I think taking him before the 5th is I don't like this pick.
Oh, I'm not saying that it's the right pick. Same way I felt about Ricky Pearson. Like the thing is, in the 3rd round, I don't know. This is where I say it gets funky, guys. 3rd round's weird. Pat Bryant, I thought he was a 5th round player, right? So Nick Martin, I was waiting to the 7th to get, but I would have taken him definitely high in day 3. I definitely would have taken him easily in the 5th round. Okay, but it just I used the mock draft machines. It's like, oh, nobody's ever going to take him. It's just kind of a stupid, immature thing to do.
This is a draft, though. Like we've mentioned before, if you feel like you want your guy, you just take him because the value, I guess, is kind of out the window when it comes to you have a guy at a position you want, go for it, I guess.
I like I personally like 4 or 5 linebackers minimum right now that are left on the board better than him. I don't.
No, I'm gonna tell you, I get that, but I want to say this. I would be freaking out if it was any other player from this type of consensus. Because I'm biased, because I really love this guy, and I'm always was saying, and yes, Marco, I remember him talking about this way back in January, and I was like, yeah, who's this guy? And then I start watching, I'm like, holy shit. I was like, this guy's, he's only, 6 foot 221, right? That's that weight of Chris Paul, that height, that weight percentile. But what he has that ability to do, 4.53 40, 1.5410, right? This is a guy that can play in coverage. This is a guy that can, be a little bit more of that star player. He can move around the field with positional versatility. You say he's 222, but he hits, bro. You feel him. He's only because he's undersized, but he's a different type of dude. I'm telling you, they got a good player. But yes, I would say this absolutely a reach.
And Savone Ravel goes at 76 right after to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep. And
Ruku and that's Savone Ravel.
I don't like it. I don't like it for the 49ers, but whatever. It is what it is. I listen, I trust your eye, David. Yeah. I do trust your eye. I think that you're great at this. If you're saying we got a good player, then maybe we got a good player. But also, you did say good player, also a reach. 2 things can be true.
Yeah.
How many linebackers right now would I'm going to send a name 10 linebackers. You tell me who you would have taken above them. Right now, if we were taking linebacker for sure, Chris Paul.
No.
Who would? Okay, you wouldn't go Chris Paul.
I don't like Chris Paul. I don't get it.
Danny Stutzman.
I did say I would, yes, just because I think that the upside in the size, it's the size profile that has me on Nick Martin late. But yes,
Smile Munden.
yes,
Jeffrey Bossa.
yes, kind of.
Cody Simon.
No,
Jack Kaiser.
no, not at all.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't. He's not an athlete.
Kobe King.
Nope.
Kane Madrano.
No.
Cody Lindenberg.
Love him, but no. That's Gophers.
Barrett Carter.
Oh, hell no.
I mean, that's probably it.
No,
Teddy
Nick-
Buchanan. Teddy Buchanan.
Right in that range.
And Jay Higgins.
Definitely not. Even though he's a good player, he's got no juice.
Okay, so right now you would have taken
Maybe. Well, I said, look,
two guys
Smile
for sure
Munden-
above him and three guys that are evenish with him is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
linebacker.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I will say this though. Round 3 is weird. It's always the round that people kind of. A lot of teams have reached in this round.
Oh, it's weird
Yeah.
for the 49ers. It always is weird. You're right about that.
But with Nick Martin, if they're going to address linebacker, and they are going to address these other positions, as the board is falling, there's still players. I'll see. I'm gonna wait to react if they end up missing out. Right now, I know process is different than results, but if they end up missing out on guys because of it, yeah, I'll show you my quibble. I do believe it's a reach. I absolutely. They always think they could have got this guy in the 4th, no problem. And people say you never know. Yeah, it would not have been a problem.
Yeah.
Now, you know me, when I have these picks, I rarely am like, I'm not 100% shill for what the Niners do. I mean, God, you know that. But I have been definitely a reach here, but I'm very happy with the player profiles. And I just really like Nick Martin a lot. So
This is the first time all night.
I will
that
say
I'm not
this: from
happy.
what I've
Or
seen,
all draft that I'm not happy.
if there is a guy who, despite the reach aspect, that does fit what the 49ers do, it would be a player like him. A guy who likes to fly around, a guy who likes to be physical.
Oh.
Like David said, the biggest questions are just the measurables.
Stop.
Measurables when it comes to height.
Oh,
and
what
weight.
happened?
Go for
What
it.
happened? What happened?
Texans select Jalen Knoll, Iowa State
Knoll.
teammates. CJ Stroud now has Jalen Knoll and Jaden Higgins. Now that's where I'm mad because obviously, this is the thing. I'm frustrated that Jalen Knoll went right after Nick Martin. I'm frustrated that Princey Omamielen went to the Panthers and Savone Revel, right? Guys, I think that this is the Niners aren't going to be able to explain this away. And not just because I'm saying you got a good player, and it's that this was not good value at all.
He's actually a decent athlete, though. I mean,
Who, Nick Martin?
His height and weight are low, but athletic wise, he's actually a good athlete.
Great
athletic wise, he's like top of the
Yeah.
class. This is what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
he's not like you characterize it. Look at Hassan Reddick. Didn't Hassan Reddick start out like in the defensive back, like, or as a safety or linebacker, like, and in height, and then he comes back. You look at this guy like and a tweener for the edge. Where did Reddick max out in the 230s? Like, so here's a guy at 222. He's all over the field. He can play a little safety action kind of stuff. Like, this dude is. Look up Jimmy Ward's size. That's what I'd like to see. Because Jimmy Ward played like a linebacker as well and could hit. I just got done talking about Jimmy Ward. I honestly, that kind of eraser type of dude that can play positional versatility. I got a feeling that Robert Saleh is looking at Nick Martin as this dude that he can just put in the lab a little bit. I think this is a solid pick.
All right. Dave says BP and Kyle Shanahan are awful. The Packers have done well with their 2 picks. Yeah, they've done okay.
Who did the Packers take?
I forget who they ended
Matthew
up
Golden. He's a 2nd-round receiver.
And well, I don't know about that. I think the league saw him as a 1st-round receiver.
I still think you've got a stable of just kind of good dudes. I don't think he's when I drafted.
I don't think that they've crushed it by any means. But we just took Nick Martin at 75. So what am I? Sammy in a pickle says glass half full. It wasn't a kicker. That's true. It's very true. I'll take it. I will take it. Now listen, if we had taken Martin at 113 or something, and you were like, "Hey man, like him," blah blah blah, I'd be like, "Okay, yeah, all right, you've turned me. You've turned me on the prospect." But 75, I'm sorry. It there's just no way around it. It's a reach. It's a reach.
Well, Grant said a couple days ago, Nick Martin in round 4, he's Greenlaw. And like I said, he really does play like Greenlaw size. If you look at when Dre Greenlaw came into the draft, I'm telling you guys, I'm so when it was Nick Martin, you see my reaction was like a little kid at a birthday party. I was so glad it wasn't Chris Paul because I was pleasantly surprised. I'm telling you, he has a potential to really, really honor this value.
Right, but he said Nick Martin in round 4, which would have been pick 113, 138.
Yep.
Like, it's different at 75. Again, it can be a good player, but also a reach. Two things can be true.
Yep.
Both things can be true. I'm sorry. And that is the case here. May have gotten a good player. They still reached. They just did.
100%.
So. And it's a lot of pressure now. Now he better be good. At 75, he better be good.
I mean, here's a guy with 26 bench reps. Okay, you talk about he's only
David. How do you feel about the IQ aspect of him?
What do you mean?
Aggressive, but I feel like at times when I saw him, he could be a little over aggressive. Do you worry about that aspect or not?
No, I just feel like he's a great tackler. I think that sometimes you get I'll take sideline to sideline all day. He has that range. He is explosive. And then when you look at his fit 1.54 10 yard, you look at a 38 vertical, you look at the 10-3, you look at the 26 reps on the bench. With a guy who's, let's see, those arm lengths, it's not like super T-Rex for a linebacker. It's almost 32 inches, right? So those aren't like the most T-Rex arms you can get. 26 reps for a guy who's at 221. Yeah, so he's 5'11 and a half, right? He's got that's Dre Greenlaw's height, exactly. I'm telling you, man, the dude is
okay. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
He's a dude.
If he had not gotten injured, because he got injured, nothing serious. It was like, I think it was a sprain, an MCL or Martin.
He had a knee issue. Martin
He had a knee injury, but I don't think it was serious. I think it was a sprain.
No.
If he had not gotten injured and missed time, do you think we would be looking at him in the range of a Smile London? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, sure. Right. Because when we watch these players, I don't have like 10 years to look at all these guys. I would say that this idea that there's a lot of players like this. Torrey Horton's a guy, right? Torrey Horton should be a guy that has already been drafted. I think it's in the same thing. So whether I think there's always those conversations. And I think just for the guy being undersized, Dre Greenlaw, when he was drafted, I was like, who? And I'm a junkie. You know what I mean? I was like, I had heard of him. I was like, really? And I thought it was a reach at the time in the 5th. I had him as UDFA, right? Like, so I was wrong. So when I kind of look at players now, I'm like, hey, is this? I'm just saying, Nick Martin. There ain't no lack of athleticism there. He's not just, and he's a dude. He's just his size. That's the quibble. But with Chris Paul, size is the quibble, but he's nowhere near the athlete. I don't want linebackers that aren't athletes. Sorry.
I wasn't a big Chris Paul guy, so I'm totally fine with that.
Yep.
I wasn't a big Chris Paul guy. I was a big Smile London guy though. Okay. All right. Listen, he's a good player. He's a good player.
Oh my goodness. The Colts took Jordan Birch to the Cardinals. So they got Jordan Birch, Walter Nolan, and Will Johnson. I mean, my God, what a draft for the Cardinals. And I mean, Jordan Birch is a dude, guys. Like, the Cardinals are killing it. Then you get Justin Wally, Gophers, cornerback. I really liked him, but I never thought he'd climb this high. Boy, he is really skyrocketing up consensus boards, though, the last month. tested really well at the combine, looked great in drills. Not the biggest, most physical dude, but he can run and he can cover. Interesting pick for the Colts there. I still think that's a reach big time. But two Gophers in the reach. Two Gophers on day 2.
That's a reach.
So
oh man. Now I'm gonna have to go watch Nick Martin all night. Thanks, 49ers.
that's good. Those are the fun ones, right? I'm going to go back and even I'm not, confirm priors, but I want to go deeper in them when I have, because that's the thing. When you're looking at day 3 players that are that deep for me, I'm always like, yeah, I'm not going to watch this guy a lot, but I'm like, oof. I can remember, like, I just kept like, dude, why is Nick Martin here? Now, look, there's other guys like that in the draft that I'm going to talk about once they go more tomorrow and there, where I'm like, hey, these guys are like, they
Dylan
really
Fairchild
are
just went to the Bengals. That's a good pick.
Good pick.
It's a very good pick. I like it.
Could this be here at the end of round 3 for the Niners? Are you going interior line here? Are you going line here? It's been all defense so far, and the defense is the Achilles heel. I mean, well, offense is a problem, obviously, but the defensive attrition.
Hold on a second. Everybody's on me about the Martin pick on Twitter. Oh, you really gonna question their chops for picking linebackers?
No, guys, stop doing this.
Hold on.
Who's tweeting about
every linebacker that they have taken has just been so good, right? I mean, what?
Well,
this is a team that once upon a time did take Reuben Foster in round 1, right? I mean, are we PETA, Trump, whatever his name was, however you say his last name?
How did he find out that you were talking about this? Did he just hear somebody?
No. I said 49ers just reached for him on Twitter.
Oh, okay. They did.
Who else have they taken that's not been great at linebacker? Yeah, Drake Jackson wasn't technically a linebacker. Robert Beal wasn't technically a linebacker. Yeah, D. Winters has been fine, but I mean, listen, they're trying to replace him actively. Tatum Bethune, like I don't know, guys. Acting as if they've just hit on every linebacker they've taken when literally their first draft was a linebacker that did nothing. This is a team that also signed Quan Alexander and moved on from him a year later. Like, stop.
Yeah, Shedeur is not going. Slick Rick said Pittsburgh is passing on him again. So this must be Aaron.
That's crazy. Wow.
It must be Aaron Rodgers now.
They are taking Caleb Johnson here in the 3rd round.
Who?
Pittsburgh.
Great pick.
Who did Tennessee take?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see that one.
No.
Dylan Fairchild. Jared Wilson, I did not think would be the last one to go in the interior line. I thought Fairchild will go in the 4th, but this makes sense. He's had a lot of smoke around his name. Yeah, my guy list. Ooh, dang, it's flying off now. We're at pick 82, 83, so we've got about 17 picks to go.
David, if you were to grade the 49ers pick, what would you give it?
Nick Martin? So here's the thing. Even as a teacher in the classroom, I think the AF scale is so fraught with mathematical certainty about some really vague. I mean, how is it a snapshot of your grades? So it's these grades to me, it's what does it even mean? I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't want to bias because I am a big value in process over results, and I think that the process is bad here. Let's say, here's the thing. Well, we might have missed on him. So what? So you miss on a player. It doesn't mean like what are the sheer odds that this is value? It's like it's the audience of one, right? It's a small sample size. Like, and this is why I think it's a reach by at least a round, probably 2. Now, here's what I'll say though. Day 3, just go get your guys. I don't care. 4 or 7. It really doesn't matter in day 3.
Day
But,
3, I agree.
If you a 4th, 5th, or 6th, who cares? It's all the same. So it's like, but I would just say this: I would have taken him in day 3, and I would never have thought it was a reach at any point. Okay, so it's not like I'm talking that this is some guy that was a UDFA. Like, this is a guy, one of my favorite guys at the position. So I'm biased, but overall process, yeah, I'm looking at this as I'm going to call it a C plus, and here's why: because I really like the player. But if I didn't like the player,
that's fair. I think that's fair.
And because I think the process, you passed on better player. You passed on Jordan Birch, right? You passed on Sylvan Rebel. You passed on Amumielen, even if you thought he had. You passed on Dylan Fairchild. You passed on Jalen Knoll. You passed on guys that I like more. That's why That's why I would give it a C plus.
Kevin Winston Jr.
Enough, I just posted my article, and that was the exact grade. That's why I wanted to kind of get your thoughts.
Really?
Really?
I
have a C plus right here in my article right now too.
That's awesome.
But I have
Kevin
been a bit
Winston
lower
Jr.
just because I'm projecting more so for now as well as the future. So that's why I gave Michael a B and I gave Collins a B with the potential to grow if the pass rushing comes together.
Sure. So Kevin Winston, Penn State safety to the Titans, and then we have.
I think it's a good pick.
And then we have
Camper report. Caleb Johnson, you said?
Well, Caleb Johnson went to the Steelers.
Yeah, we know that. Camper report says O-line has left the chat. Yeah, good point. Corey Hyde says, is the Nick Martin pick an olive branch for Saleh for losing Greenlaw? Yeah, possibly. Yeah, for sure. Flav says, I like Nick Martin. Honestly, he's a linebacker version of Mustafa. He crashes hard. They're really focusing on run stopping, starting to worry about coverage now, though. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Again, I think David said it perfectly. He's a good player, but still a reach. So,
yeah, but again, I do, for the record, clearly by my reaction, I have excitement. I'm actually looking for. I love this. There's nothing more I love than talking to my guys in draft. This is like Christmas for me, right? But what I love, as soon as the show ends, I go back. I'm looking at my day 3 guys, and I'm looking at the players they drafted. And I have to say, I'm more excited to look at Nick Martin than I am to Michael and Alfred, and I obviously like those players better. But Nick Martin is. I'm telling you guys, if you're watching, just don't take my word for it, but please take my recommendation and go dig into him. And I think you're going to go to bed excited.
Okay.
Especially
I'll step out for a minute, but I'll be back probably right before a few picks. Let's see. We got one more though tonight.
East Bay Chris, can't help but wonder if this closes the door on the DePondre Campbell returning to the 49ers.
He's so stupid.
He always catches me off guard every single time. I'm like,
he's so funny.
Nice job, buddy.
East Bay's great.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers is clearly trade. KC on the clock. KC has jumped up with I think with the Patriots.
Oh, who'd the Bucks take then?
Bucks, it says the pick is not in yet.
Okay.
I think the Chiefs are trading up with the Patriots. I could be wrong. No, KC's on the clock, so it must be. Yeah. Must have traded up to 85 from 95. So 10 spots. Well, we're coming up, though. I mean, we're getting there. Boy, this Caleb Johnson, man, he also gets to keep the Hawkeyes. Once upon a time when Hayden Fry became the coach, he went and stole the Pittsburgh Steelers uniforms. The Hawkeyes still have kept them. And then, I don't know if you're aware of this, the Hawkeye logo on their helmets, do you know that spells Fry, F-R-Y, and it's based on, so that logo is based on his name? Is that amazing or what? No, it's not. No, I'm dead serious. So Hayden Fry came in before it. No, it's a well-known thing amongst people in Iowa. But it's if you look at if you bring the logo up somehow, if you get a graphic, and we'll show you. And I hate to bring a Hawkeyes logo. I don't want to bring if you talk about a symbol of Satan, right? Like that's the Hawkeyes logo. I grew up Iowa State. In Iowa, I'm gonna tell you people, we didn't have one pro team. That's why I'm a Niners fan. Always watch the game of the week. And it was, on CBS, it was the NFC, and on NBC it was the AFC. And we always got the Pat Summerall, John Madden game. And it was, of course, at least every other week a Niners game. And so we had Bills. Oh, my buddy Zach is still a Bills.
You said the Iowa logo?
Yeah, the Iowa logo. Yep.
I don't know how well you can see it. There it is.
Okay. So you see the crest of that's the F, kind of like at an angle. The R is the beak, and then the Y
Okay.
is that's
You can
Hayden
see it.
Fry, and then they added the little thing there for the beak. But yeah,
That's cool. That's cool. All right.
isn't
That's
it?
pretty
And
cool.
so imagine being that awesome. You have Dan Gable, the winningest coach in the history of sport. Like you have Hayden Fry that comes in, changes the logo, becomes an iconic logo. That's like actually a really cool logo. And you base it off your name, and you were there forever, and you can handpick your successor, and you're like a legend. It's amazing. There's very few coaches of a logo. And honestly, the Hawkeyes, where I grew up, we were the red and gold Cyclones, but my high school was black and gold, like the Pittsburgh Steelers, like the Iowa Hawkeyes. And I got to say, man, of all my alma maters, high school colleges, even the high school I'm at, were blue and white. Black and gold, dude, goes, oh, it's like it's the best color scheme, man. That yellow pops on that black, and it's not, you're not using black as an alternate
Chiefs
color.
Took Noel Williams. Chiefs took Noel Williams.
That sucks.
Chiefs.
That sucks.
That does suck. I like Noel Williams a lot.
What did I just tell you about whether I'd be happy with Nick Martin? I said if they end up passing on these guys, and I'm seeing Jalen Noel, I'm seeing Noel Williams, I'm seeing Jordan Birch and Savone Revel. I mean, these dudes are like, it's a hard pill to swallow there.
Yeah. Caleb Johnson, the Steelers, okay. Jacob Parrish, Kansas State. I don't know. That's a little bit of a.
Noel Williams and Azaria Thomas. And this is where they were in my, obviously, Jahdae Barron I'd hire, but I said those are the three guys, and they're not that far away, I'm telling you. And as true corners that are outside corners, whereas Jahdae Barron is like Noel Williams and Azaria Thomas, dude. The Chiefs, this Noel Williams, just watch. He's going to be an absolute bona fide stud, and should have. It really could. Yeah, I'm disappointed about that.
Flav says also as a diehard Notre Dame fan, Martin will be much better in the NFL than Kaiser. Not even close. Kaiser's a special teams guy, maybe a worse. Martin will be an incredible special teams guy. Yeah, but that doesn't. There's still Smile Munden and other linebackers. So I don't, whatever.
But here's the thing about Munden is that Munden,
it's not even the linebacker position. It's all of the positions there.
Yes.
It's just like Ricky Pearsall, another great example. Ricky Pearsall looks like he's going to be a good player, guys. Also, still a reach. I'm sorry. There's good players that were taken after him at offensive line and what have you that are going to be better players. Like, again, it's okay to say these things. It is.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that, I agree. And if people are going to come back and sun you if Nick Martin has it, because you're not saying that Nick Martin could end up being this absolute stud. And you'll be like, hey, I still said it was a reach back then. But nowhere did you say this guy is going to be a garbage player.
So he's a good player. It's a reach. Both can be true.
But why would Jesse why would you pass judgment on him? You probably haven't watched him as much either, right? So like to say like all these things about he's a good player, I still think like just with a consensus, like this is it's clear that it's by at least a round. That being said, and like just per source over here, my guy said that he loved him in the 5th or the 6th, not the 3rd, and not the 75th. You easily could have got him at 100. That's what bothers me too, is that you passed up on some premier talent that's not going to be there at 100, and you had a bunch of stabs at it. That's the thing. The Niners didn't have to go get their guy to the point where like, oh my God, they have 2 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. And they did the thing where they traded up for Garendo last year. They easily could have figured out a way to get him if they were really getting scared. And they probably wouldn't have to jump ahead of anybody. So that's why it's bad process to me. Now, it's not the same thing as I wasn't afraid of Tik. They traded up for Tik Brown. I remember being on the show and I was like, I was disappointed with that. I was more disappointed with the trade up for Brown than I am with this.
That's fair. Yeah, you were. Gainesville says the 49ers need to get to a point where they draft what they want rather than draft what they need. This will help them not to reach so much in the first 3 rounds, in my opinion.
Yeah, okay. Gainesville, I do think this is a want, not a need. I think linebackers there, but D. Winters is there. You could get another player. You can bring in a vet. Like this is definitely, I think, a guy that I think you could tell they were excited about him because they went so high up from consensus. So that is exciting. That means that this is not settling for need. This is just getting a golden helmet dude. I bet he is a gold helmet dude too. 100%.
Oh, guarantee. Yeah. Again, nobody called him a bad player.
No,
still a reach.
Yeah, and I'm high on him, so I'm going to keep saying that. Just like we did this with Ricky, but I said that night too, definitely a reach. And I will very much. And I thought
you said he was a good player and a reach. It's you're literally the same thing you're saying right now.
Yeah,
and you're right. Ricky is a good player. It seems like
he's a fine player. He was my receiver 6 in the draft, but there again, as Jesse said, this is not apples to apple, like linebacker to linebacker. This is you have to take in the whole context of all of these other intersecting, like value meets need meets, the moment. And it should not be controversial to say that Nick Martin, there's not a single 40. You know what I love to do? I love to search on Twitter. Now, if you searched on me, I didn't do it. That'll be fair. But there are people I know that have no idea who Nick Martin is whatsoever.
You've talked about him a ton in our chat, though. I've seen it.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. And you will see people cheering the hell out of this pick, and they might not even know what he looks like. They don't know if he's Chris Borland. They really wouldn't. Like, honestly, he could have looked like me, and they would come on, man. Like, let's be real with that too. Like, don't dog on people for like saying it's a reach, and in the same time, dog on people who are like blindly cheering for like. I mean, I just come on now.
I disagree with this, Ryan. I don't just because you take good players, it does. Good players are going to go afterwards that should have been drafted ahead of him on everybody's board. It doesn't make it not a reach.
Yeah,
it's not. It just
the thing with Ryan is I have been doing this, and people think I'm hedging or something or trying to be Mr. Positive. Anybody that knows me knows that I don't live to be negative either. But I'm very blunt. I'm not trying to get a credential with the 49ers. Okay, I'm not like. I'm not sitting here trying to, get dopamine from a player talking to me. Okay. So I will say this, I do like Nick Martin, and what I think Ryan is saying is that, but if he turns out, yes, of course. Right. The thing is that more often than not, they don't. And so maybe that's the other rationale too, is because it's been such a crapshoot for most teams in this range anyway. Why not go get a guy you like? I think there were other players that were super premium talent that could have been taken that are better. That's the point. Not so much of him being bad.
Grimes, what?
But how you don't know this, Grimes? That's the thing. We're saying this.
We don't know he's a good player yet. Yeah, we're going off of prospect. What you are as a prospect. Again, let's assume that Ricky Pearsall continues to be good. Let's also assume that he's not as good as the guy over in LA playing for the Chargers.
Yep.
Same position. Let's also assume that he'll never be as dominant in this league as center Zach Frazier. It's still a freaking reach. Why is this so hard to understand?
Well, my thing is this though.
Good player, it's still a reach.
Why is it hard for, clearly you can see Jesse and I'm more excited about Nick Martin than he is, and that's fine. But I can also sit here equally with Jesse and find confusion with why is it always this idea that it sounds ridiculous? Why does it sound ridiculous? So why is it not equally as ridiculous to blindly praise somebody that nobody would even be able to identify the number on the field? You wouldn't even know if he was 6'4" or 5'11". You wouldn't known anything about his game, and you immediately say the benefit of the doubt goes to the positive side. Right? So this idea that I think that skews psychologically is there always this glass half full as the baseline, and then you can go fuller than that. And then if you go below it, you're just like some radical. No, it's actually the more radical thing to do to blindly praise the situation for a person that's more of an unknown player. And the fact that he's so much more than consensus on almost every mock, and it's not talking mock machines, these are scouts that run these pages, right? It's not controversial at all. And it's not ridiculous.
Let me give you an example. Let's give a first round example. Okay, the 49ers took Mykel Williams at 11.
Yep.
If the Patriots took Mykel Williams at 4, or if the Niners at 11 had taken, I don't know, let's say Donovan Jackson. That's a reach. It's a reach. Good players. guys, or I'll say good prospects. We don't know who anybody is as an NFL player. Good prospects, but you're measuring prospect to prospect right now. We don't know what they're going to be in the NFL. Prospect for prospect, there are clearly better prospects on the board. That's not debatable. That is factual.
Well, yeah.
Once they get to the league, all bets are off.
Yeah.
But there are clearly better prospects on the board. It is a reach. I don't care.
Here's the thing. The ultimate litmus test is this after the fact thing. How do you know? Well, if I would have said, brother, list me 20 players right now you'd take. Not a single one of you. And I'm not scolding you. I wouldn't have said it either. Right? I didn't have him on I made my 28 guys that I've had in this round 2nd and 3. It didn't mean there were other players I didn't like. It just meant that's the value I see in rounds 2 and 3. But yet I clapped like I was like, oh my God, I'm excited because I didn't want to interrupt. And then that being said, though, this idea that if I would have asked anybody listening who was the next 20 to 30, there would have been a single person. I'll put $1,000. I mean, nobody would have said Nick
I
Martin.
agree.
So if that's the case, then how is it not a reach, right? If that's the case, and I said 30 names, and you couldn't list it, most of you don't even know who Nick Martin is, and that's okay. But the bottom line is that you can't just sit there and be like, oh, that's ridiculous. You don't even know who he is. How is it not a reach?
That's exactly the point. And you, who I've got in my chat history, have talked him up.
Yes.
You loved him.
I like him still. I'm happy. I'm excited.
Yeah. You still like him. You would have been ecstatic about round 5. You would have been okay at round 4. A player you like. Yeah. Grant has talked about him, likes the player a lot. Also said round 4. So it doesn't matter. And I heard Larry's going crazy about him. Where did Larry mock him? Did he mock him at 75 one time? Or did he mock him in the 100s? You see the point? You can like a player and say a player is good and still say they're a reach. This is so simple.
Yep.
So simple.
He had
he had
a mild MCL sprain. It was not anything. There was a tear, like anything crazy. He missed a little bit. He did not need surgery. Anytime you have that where it doesn't, trust me, these guys will do it if they need it. He didn't need it. He'll be okay.
No.
This happens to football players all the time.
That's good news. That's good.
So that's not an issue.
Let's talk about the picks real quick that have gone off.
Let's do that.
Noel Williams to the Chiefs, Jamari Caldwell to the Chargers, Savion Williams
interesting
to the Packers, taking another wide receiver,
with
and
Caleb
Brainsaw went to the Jags. I like that pick a lot too.
Caleb Brainsaw was a day 3 player for me, but I will say again, he didn't make my list. Much less of okay. I don't want to talk about the reach for this guy, for Nick Martin anymore. But yeah, Ransaw's a good player, great athlete, obviously an undersized dude. I didn't see the Jacob Parrish. You talk about a little smaller corner again, him and Rans, but like Johnson, Parrish. That's a low key, sneaky little pick, and it was right before Noah Williams. He's going to be a nickel, but he's good. He's feisty. He reminds me actually a lot of K1 Williams.
Okay. Let's see. We got Flav. We got that one. Point where they drafted. So, okay. Cam says Colorado really retired Sanders number. They did. Flav says, what makes you think it's not a reach? It's not a reach, just a scout. Some dudes had Shador going first round. They clearly thought he wouldn't be there at 100. Okay.
Yeah, no, I get that. But that's again, we're using an extreme outlier. There aren't that many people that slide that much in consensus. So if you use one, everybody missed that. So it's not just this guy; it's like every single person missed that because they thought that's not using anomalous examples to prove a point. Is just
also multiple people said he wasn't a first round pick. I don't know. It's just,
but multiple people said he was QB 8 in last year's draft. And this was not a quarterback draft. So like this is
okay. Listen, we'll just say this for everybody in the chat that thinks I'm off my rocker. At pick 75, they went with Nick Martin. By your logic, he's going to be not only a good player, but he's better than every player drafted behind him. You guys want to take that fucking bet? Anybody want to take that bet? Anybody? I'll gladly take that bet with anybody. If I'm so crazy, He will be the best player clearly at 75, and every player behind him will not be as good.
And
if anybody wants to take that bet, feel free.
And nobody's scolding. The thing is this: you're sitting here hosting this, you're getting scolded by. Is this just YouTube comments though?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So anybody look, it's Niners draft that you're watching. Nobody's trying to condescend, but folks, like I said, I got money. Every dollar I own, every bit of my kids' investments, college fund, you name it. I guarantee you, there's not a single soul watching this show that would have listed 30 guys that I asked you if they could, and I gave you 30 minutes to get it done. Not a single one of you would have put down Nick Martin.
They wouldn't have.
I love Nick Martin, and so if I could say that I would go to Vegas with that money easy, then you cannot say that it's ridiculous to assert that it's a reach. That's a full round.
David mentioned this a little bit earlier, and this is what I will say. It's a similar comment, but if you guys want to go back to our last year's stream, he mentioned Ricky Pearsall. And this was one I think we were fairly in consensus with.
Yep.
And I know David liked him. I liked him as well. Last year, I did extensive scouting on every receiver because I thought it was a very realistic possibility. I had Ricky Pearsall as, I think a top 65 player in the class. I think I had a late second round grade on Ricky Pearsall.
Me too.
Liked the player a lot. I thought he was a great fit for San Francisco, which is why I even considered him in certain mocks in the end of the second round last year. Now, to take him at 31, he plays a specific position where you are going to get production. Him specifically, I expected him to be a 1,000-yard receiver at some point in his career. Usually when you think of a receiver in a 1,000-yard season, you're thinking that guy is going to be a hit. Ricky Pearsall is going to be a productive player in the NFL. We saw that at the end of last year. It's just when you're considering the value that you expect from a player taken at 31, you're thinking you probably could have gotten more value at 31. Not to say anything about Ricky Pearsall. In 5 years, when Ricky Pearsall has 2,000-yard seasons to his belt, no one's going to be thinking about it. But when you're going through the draft process, that is what you're thinking about. Similarly with Nick Martin, we have seen the production with him. He racks up tackles like crazy. He has missed tackles. He's an aggressive guy, and more importantly, he fits what the 49ers want, just like a guy like Pearsall did last year. He will likely be productive in San Francisco's system. It's just when you consider value, the only argument that we are trying to say, or that certain people are trying to say, is that you could have gotten this player maybe at 100 or 113 and gotten an equally valuable, or if not more valuable player at 75 to better, to have a better overall team. That was the only point. It's not to say that this guy sucks, which is why it's not an F grade, or why it's still an above average grade from both of us at a C+. That's the only argument really when it comes to value. Which, again, the draft is a crapshoot. You might have drafted a worse player at 75 and then taken a better player like Martin at 100. Yep. It's just when you're considering value right now, that is the argument.
Here's the other argument. Fred Warner is not dead. And I know you need other linebackers, and Greenlaw is a big effect, but like this idea that, look, I know there's a significant chunk of the fan base that got gaslit into thinking that if Dre Greenlaw would have stayed healthy, it guaranteed the San Francisco 49ers winning the Super Bowl. Because it's just something they got to hang on to when you're in pain. That we don't know that at all. We don't know that. The 49ers lost to the Chiefs before the Super Bowl in a situation where everybody was healthy throughout the whole game, back with Jimmy. Like it doesn't mean it's like we don't know. The Chiefs had guys that got hurt too. Okay. Linebacker being in that position also amplifies that grade for me, because there are other positions of need and players of high quality that met that same intersecting criteria. And again, I don't want to belabor it. I just think people should ease up and remember, yes, we're all fans, but consider the fact that, not ever, you look back at the third round, the 40, again, isn't it reasonable for people like us to say it could be a reach when the third round for the 49ers could single-handedly be the worst in the NFL in this Shannon Lynch tenure, outside of what, Fred Warner?
Ryan G. Hensley says Jesse hates the 49ers and David's beard is fake.
Well,
those
are
real
this.
factual
Ryan Hensley, he was at his son's track meet, and his son got all the looks from his mom, right? Ryan, sitting there. I mean, in the summertime, you got to put the wraparounds on if there's even a stray ray of sunlight coming off, because it goes right off Ryan's forehead and it can blind you. Don't drive in that situation either. Get tents on your windows. Okay. My beard might be fake, but so is the toupee on Ryan's head. And you can, and I told you that, Ryan. Fists are out. I've also lost, I've been trimmed up. I've lost 25 pounds in the past month. He said, where's it coming from? I don't know. I'm ready to go. Anytime, Ryan, you want to duke it out, brother. Actually, I'm scared of you, Ryan. Please don't threaten me.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on a second.
Josiah Stewart to the Rams. Michigan edge player joins Jared Verse and Brady.
Another
Fitz.
edge player goes.
This is Josiah Stewart's kind of like that undersized tweenerish kind of like, or just lengthwise, right? But he's got speed to power. He's a good player. This is the kind of thing. Edge player. Just because you take Michael, you could take. It doesn't preclude you from taking a guy like, where we were looking up at the draft, and I see guys taking the Jordan Birches and taking those quality players, taking the Noel Williams. Chiefs trading up for Noel Williams. Emory Jones, Ravens. Offensive tackle. Okay, so that was pick 91. We've got 8 picks in front of us.
8 picks. We got Larry says the point is if it's a reach, we could have had Thomas and then him in the 4th. That's why reaches suck. You could get 2 or 3 and then reach. But I hope he's good.
Me too. And I think he will be.
Steven says so far, Wilson, Mobile, Miles Frazier are still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Is all forgiven if we get one of them at 100. I will leave today feeling very good overall if we got one of them there. And you compare that with Alfred Collins. And again, Nick Martin, who is a good player, just a reach. SJ Braveheart says the Niners pick coming up, fellas. Predictions. After Nick Martin, I don't know if I want to predict anything.
Here's our text thread before if you can see that. Can you?
No, I can't. Too old. Just read
green. You know why I can't see it? Because Jesse has an Android. Okay, and we have the green. I said I think Schlesinger goes early. I said who else of the linebackers do you like today? I said Smile Mondon, Teddy Buchanan. Then I listed Nick Martin. Then it was Jeff Bossa, Lindenberg, and Stutzman. So I'm just saying that was about 6. That was
I see it. Yeah. That was. I'll give you the exact time. That was at 7:12 Eastern.
So that's just for you guys watching. I'm not just
right as the day just started.
Yeah,
at 7:12 Eastern. Other linebackers
Jalen
are
Milroe, 92 to the Seattle Seahawks.
That's fine.
Oh,
so no Shedeur Sanders. It's Jalen Milroe instead.
Yeah, and there was smoke about him being good in the first round because he's that special athlete as a runner.
Although Sanders just tweeted, "Thank God for everything." Thank you, God, for everything. So maybe he's getting picked too. You did. You said other linebackers. So this was after Schlesinger. No. In fact, hold on a second. This was earlier. I'm tripping. 7:12 was after. You literally said this. Yep. I think Schlesinger goes early today. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm just not keen on linebacker that high. But I do think he goes quickly. Other linebackers I like. Smile Mondon, Teddy Buchanan, Nick Martin, Jeff Bossa, Cody Lindenberg, Danny Stutzman. That was your.
Slick Rick just said Dylan Gabriel picked before Shedeur.
That's insane.
That's absolutely crazy.
Guys, this is why the NFL. This is why teams are bad.
And I'm assuming this is going to be to Cleveland at 94. I would assume because I don't think the Saints doubled it at quarterback.
No, they didn't. I don't see Milroe. Who was the other guy we're talking about? My brain just completely.
Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel.
Okay. I'm sorry, and I know, and Jesse's an Oregon Duck, dude. Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel's a 6th or 7th round QB.
Dude, no, he is complete. I had him completely off my board. I wouldn't have taken him. I wouldn't have signed him. What's the point? This guy's not going to become that dude. I'm sorry. Like, this is people. How do you know? Like, again, oh, yes, right. We always lean towards it. It might work out versus, so people can have conviction. It's funny how people can't have conviction about a player in a bad way, but you could totally have conviction about a player in a good way.
Right.
But so that's the Nick Martin thing for people watching. I just want you to know, I wasn't trying to flex, but I was trying to I wasn't just some shill fan that was acting like I liked the player and pretending. I really do like the player.
You do like the player. You like the player.
I think that this Jalen Milroe stuff, man. The people are calling it Jalen Hurts. I was like, dude, Jalen Hurts put years together at Alabama and Oklahoma. Like Jalen Hurts, no. Milroe's a good athlete, but then people are doing Lamar as an athlete again. But Lamar's a passer. People are so bad to Lamar. Milroe. If you're talking about the juice of an athlete that Milroe has, and the fact that he's going at the end of the third round, shows you that it's a roll of the dice.
100%.
This is the last thing that I'm going to say, probably on this Nick Martin kind of reach thing. I'm going to give another example going back to last year with Ricky Pearsall. A guy who I had graded a little higher on my board as a receiver was Jalen McMillan for Tampa Bay.
Oh, yeah.
McMillan had 37 catches, 461 yards, 8 touchdowns. Very similar situation to Pearsall, not with the injury stuff, but more so playing behind a crowded room before he really got together in the last few games when injuries happened in Tampa Bay. He is a player who Tampa Bay ended up getting at pick number 92 in the third round, at the very end of the third round. When we consider value, it's players that you believe are going to be taken higher than consensus or below consensus. Ricky Pearsall, very solid season at the end of the year, especially 31 catches, 400 yards, I believe, a couple of touchdowns, a pair of touchdowns in there as well as a receiver. And again, he is going to, like I said, probably be 1,000-yard receiver at some point during his rookie contract. But when it comes to value, it's guys like that. Do you want a Ricky Pearsall at 31, or do you prefer to take maybe a more productive player at 31, a more productive player like Renardo Green at 64, and then or a more value pick at 64, and then reach on the value at 92? Or whatever pick with a guy like Jalen McMillan, knowing that receiver talent is there. It's just a conversation like that. Not to say Ricky Pearsall or Jalen McMillan is one player better than the other. It's just where they are selected compared to the consensus of where they were expected to be selected. That's the difference, and that's the conversation really about value.
Flav says, I guess my point is if the Niners liked him, probably had some info that another team had interest, would rather have them have conviction in their pick and take someone else and miss on someone that they really liked. Hold on. Let's go run with this real quick. The Niners, out of their own mouth, just yesterday said that they were trying to get ahead of the Saints and the Bears to get Mykel Williams because they thought he would be gone at 11. So you can think anything that you want. It doesn't make it true.
Oh, by the way.
And there's no way that they knew.
We also don't know if that's true. This is the thing,
and we don't know that.
The Niners do this,
but I bet you they will say it. I bet you they will say it. Oh, we definitely thought that he would be gone if we would have waited till when. I guarantee they will say it.
There's never been a player they've taken in the first round where they haven't said we got our guy.
Right.
I'm not dead serious.
No, that's true.
And I'm fine with that. I believe that I actually do believe that Mykel was a dude. I know they like Nolan, and Nolan was there too. I know they like Pierce. Pierce was there too, but obviously we'll talk about Mykel later. Anyway, we got Jonas Sanker, Saints safety, going to the Saints. Browns are they taking here? Dylan Gabriel?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Like
and then you've got the Patriots, Eagles, Vikings, Raiders.
But yeah, is this the Gabriel pick? We'll see.
I don't know. He's just going off of what Ricky had said. Real quick, let's bring this up. Well, I'm going to put a bow on this, and then we're going to be done talking about it because the Niners are about to pick again.
Yes, please.
The Niners, if they had I spent all last night. I was up until 2 a.m. cutting up film and putting it on Twitter, loving the Mykel Williams pick. If they had traded up and given, let's say, pick 75 or pick 100 to do so to take Mykel Williams at 9, a player that I ranted and raved about all night, including on this stream, I wouldn't have liked it as much. You see how that works? So let's just, or to get to 8. That's how this works. So again, not a bad player is what it is. Cam Cooper says Eagles are killing yet another draft. Spider 369 says I would have rather taken a corner over Martin in the third. There were some good corners there. Flav says everyone thought the Browns overreached with the number 1 pick in the movie Draft Day. How'd that turn out? Exactly. No, good reference. Good reference. He says only a reach if he would have been there at 100. I will guarantee they will say that they had info that he wasn't. We agree, and I bet you they will say that. I bet you they will. All right.
I'll say this, guys. There's the thing. Nick Martin was undersized and under the radar. That's why. But there is, I have to say, my Lobs posted this video, and there's a really cool clip that I've never seen of Nick Martin at literally chasing down Xavier Worthy, okay, from behind. I'm telling you guys, you're going to watch film tonight. You're going to watch highlights tonight, and you're going to see if you can just get full game. It's not like all 22. There probably is some Oklahoma State games that they just have it on YouTube all over. Like somebody put it on there. Just watch number 4, man. He's fun. Short arms, but he can hit. Well, actually, not short arms like Chris Paul, but he can hit.
I'll tell you what.
Looking ahead
Everybody.
to this pick, though,
Yeah,
there's a lot of good talent still on the board. I feel like there is starting caliber talent for sure still on the board. And not only will you get at 100, but to start tomorrow off at 113 and stuff, you should be able to get some good players here.
Let's see here. Real quick. Oh,
Jalen Royals is still there.
I'm sorry, guys. Like Nick Martin, 31 3/4 arms. Chris Paul, 29 5/8. Like that's a huge difference.
That's massive.
Like it's not like he's got 9 1/4 hands. He's got.
I do like it better than Chris Paul. Yeah, trust me. Dylan Gabriel to Cleveland.
That's a horrible pick. It's a horrible selection. It's I guess I don't know.
I think.
I'm sorry, you're a team that needs. People could say you got picks and like, well, they inflate quarterbacks, so they know they're not as good as somebody you're going to take in the 4th, but they hope so. They think people start taking quarterbacks, so they do it. I get that. It's just Jesse, you're the duck. Tell us, please.
You cannot tell me that him and Shador are even closest prospects.
No,
Shador is a way better prospect. Not to mention, McCord is a way better prospect. You've got
Will Johnson.
No, excuse
me,
Will Howard.
Will Howard
is a better prospect. He's down in the
Brady Cook's.
I think Brady Cook's a better prospect. I think Max Brosmer might be a better prospect.
Yeah, that I disagree.
He's in that area, but that's what I'm saying. So he's in the Max Brosmer. Right. I'm not a big Riley. He's in the Max Brosmer, Riley Leonard area. Quinn Ewers area.
Oh, Riley Leonard is better than Dylan Gabriel. Yes.
Sure, but they're. I mean, whatever.
Like Riley Leonard either. Yeah,
but Kyle McCord is way better. Shador Sanders is way better.
Yep.
I would take Brady Cook and I would take Will Howard. I would
take Seth Hennigan from Memphis.
I don't. Dylan Gabriel.
I don't understand. Like,
it just doesn't make sense.
I really don't. Yeah.
And the Browns have done fantastic. Kudos to them. They've done a really good job in this draft as a whole. It is what it is, but Dylan Gabriel is not. No.
Let me be clear. It's clear that Shador is, and I'll be real. And I had heard from people I trusted that are not axe to grind, anti-Dion, anti-Colorado program, anti-fun. But there have been some, hey, his interviews really did rub some teams the wrong way. Like the confident, and it's good to be confident, but kind of like so carefree, so fun loving that it's like you're really not taking the process seriously. And what have we been told by people we trust? The NFL is very political. Like I'm not talking Democrat, Republican here. I'm talking about like if you don't know how to play the game, is that self-awareness that's the locker room culture, man. Like, and again, I think Shadur's awesome character. I think Shadur's a good teammate. I think Shadur's fun. I love personality like this. Like I love unique dudes. So that doesn't bother me, but there's a lot of ego in the NFL, man. And who's more egotistical than an OC and a head coach? Right. But that's part of the game though. And you got to know that and have that awareness. And it's not the product on the field. He's not. Some of these guys
Texans trade up to 97 with the Eagles.
I mean, 97.
Yeah.
The Vikings had 97.
I don't know.
It might have been. I bet that was a typo because the Vikings are the 97th pick. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Jared Wilson, Georgia center. went to the Patriots. That's a great pick. I wish I wouldn't get copyright claim for showing college film. But not only would I lose monetization, but I would take a tough strike on the channel, and I can't afford to do it. But I'm watching Nick Martin on my phone as we speak, so checking him out. Against Arkansas, it looks like.
So we've got Jared Wilson, Patriots. Just got drafted by the Patriots. So that was the Texans
player that I would have liked to have.
Yep. So there's all those guys: Ratledge, Fairchild, Wilson, gone.
Yeah, they're all gone. Yeah. Hey, again, this is as much as I like Michael, love Nolan a little bit more, and all three of those interior offensive linemen that he abused at Georgia all went in the top 95. Go ahead,
Jesse. Send Marco the link.
Oh, Marco's in.
Send him the link.
Oh yeah, I like this.
I love this. Here we go. Here we go. Now, forget I met Jesse after, but Marco and we came together on 49ers Gold Mine back in the tail end of 2020, COVID, into the 2021 year, the Trey Lance trade-off season.
Tell him I sent it.
Yeah, I think he's watching. He's from his phone though, so
that's fine.
He sent it.
I'm watching Nick Martin right now. All
right. So we got Jared Wilson. He was a guy in November, December that I was all about as a crush. And I think that I didn't sour on him, but I thought sometimes in the run game I was a little bit, he got overpowered a lot. And you saw that Walter Nolan gave him fits like that.
Clarification on the trade part. Eagles
Vikings
are on the clock at 96, and the Texans Falcons at 96.
Xavier Watts.
The Texans moved up for 97 with Minnesota. So Texans traded up quite a bit now. They're back on the clock here.
And the Falcons select Xavier Watts, safety out of Notre Dame.
There's other safeties I would have rather had.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But their safety I wasn't big on. After Emenwari, there was not a safety that I wanted on day 2. That's a day 3 position for me at the value of what the quality of the player is. So we're sitting here. Let's see.
Waiting on Marco.
I don't know why he's. Yeah, I mean the thing with Nick Martin's Raz, the only thing bringing him down is height and weight, right? Everything else is
no. He's got everything else. He's got the speed. He's got the bench press. He's got the 40. He's got the vertical leap. He's got. I mean, he's an athlete.
It was weird where his 3-cone wasn't great, but his 20 shuttle was awesome. So that's usually not what. So this is the thing though, guys.
The hard thing is maybe they slip. Maybe you don't know. Yeah.
And some guys are just really bad at training for the 3-cone is like this. You game it, like you train for it. And I always like, if you have to train for a 3-cone, like then it doesn't really a good metric of who you are. Like it's not and I think he got overrated. Kyle loved it at the time, but like, I don't know. I've seen so many bad players that like ace the 3-cone in the combine. It's like, it's an embarrassing amount. It's like, it's not everything, folks.
Look at this ugly guy.
Oh my God.
Oh, who you calling ugly?
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Hold on, Grandpa, relax. All right, you can't be calling anybody ugly.
I said beautiful. He's Yeah,
I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Dang, I don't want my wife.
You guys have to bring me in as a DEI guy, huh?
Hey, buddy, I'm talking to my son. Keep your mom out of the living room. If your mom comes in here and sees Marco, I'm screwed. Okay.
Bobo says, is it also reasonable to say that even if Martin was selected there's likely other linebackers at his level that would have been available at 100 or later? Yes, absolutely. Smile money.
Can I say something that's great too? When the comment bar's up, Rohan and Marco are like Wilson from Home Improvement. Did you guys ever see that? The neighbor, Tim Allen's neighbor, was on the fence. It was what are you doing, Jess?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So get another comment
on him. See what I mean? This is why I don't come to Jesse's show. Big time to all of us right now. No one really cares about it.
Big time blue check. Yeah, Jesse.
Big time blue check. That's true. Guys, I'm watching my favorite prospect right now, Nick Martin. Okay, can you guys not distract me? That'd be great.
I can see that light. I can see that $2,000 light you've got in the reflecting in that window. That's a big one, brother. See, that's the thing. I mean, oh man, look at this. He's
hopefully I don't get a copyright claim for this.
Don't do it. Don't risk it. Rich Madrid over here. Okay, that was all.
There's YouTube. There's nothing on that, so you're good.
So Marco, let's talk Nick Martin though. Real quick.
On college you get hard hit. You'll get like a full strike of showing college all 22. I've gotten
struck a couple times.
Yeah. So Marco's the one that put me on he just mentioned a name like once upon a time. I want to say December, January, and I was like, okay, linebacker. Linebacker's always a position that I'm late to. It's not as. It's just I don't know. And I watching him, I'm like, damn, why am I not mocking him higher? I'm like, and it's the size, it's his weight and height are low percentile. It's like 9th, 8th percentile, right? Length though is a lot longer than Chris Paul by like 2.5 inches. That's crazy per arm. Yeah. So but the speed, the pursuit, the aggressiveness, the tackle, like he's a fun player. Marco, what do you think?
No, he's for sure a good player. I remember sending when Rohan was over at the combine, I sent over Nick Martin's measurables, and I'm like, dude, he has a very similar measurables to Dre Greenlaw, and I was like, his film's really good. No, right? Like, don't get me wrong, like his film's phenomenal. Like, I really, really, really like Nick Martin.
Exactly.
That was actually about a week. Our text messages, but hold on, I wasn't sure if your opinion changed. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Rohan.
No, I want to hear what you say.
Rohan's gonna post the messages that me and him had, but
okay,
it was a reach.
Okay,
I love Nick Martin.
Man. How many times do we have to say the same thing? Awesome player. Love it. It's a reach, man. It's a freaking reach. Thank you.
Really good player, and I've been on Nick Martin for some time now, since a little bit before the combine. And I had sent over his measurables to Rohan, talked to you and David about him. Like, for me, he was one of my favorite linebackers to watch in this draft. Jesse, why is people in the chat saying you won? Did you guys have a bet or something?
No, we didn't have a bet, but this is now between you and David, who I will guarantee there's not a person in 49ers YouTube that watches more film or knows more about these prospects. I will put their knowledge every year in and year out against anybody.
And we both like
him.
We both like him a lot
and have been talking about him for months.
Yep.
Just said.
Marco said back in February, he said his comp was Dre Greenlaw, by the way.
That's what I said. I said the same thing. It makes sense.
But it's still a reach.
It's still be a reach.
Yeah, back in February, I thought he played like his play style is very similar, like very, very similar to Dre Greenlaw. Like
I asked him about linebackers because I remember when we were talking about linebacker in 2020, because we were projecting even 25 guys back in 24. Barrett Carter was a guy who I liked back in 24, and he said, "I like Nick Martin too. Only issue is he's smaller because he's 5'11", 6 foot, like 230 at most. But that's what Dre Greenlaw is.
All right.
So it should scare other teams."
So Jalen Smith, cornerback out of USC, goes to the Texans. Raiders pick is in, and they have 2 consecutive picks here right before the Niners.
They should take Shedeur. I don't know why the Raiders.
I think they will. I think they will with one of these.
With 2 picks. Even if they don't take Shedeur.
If they don't take Shedeur, honestly, the Niners should be having the conversation about Shedeur. Like, just truthfully, like not even.
No, great value.
Honest.
Not even to replace Purdy, yeah.
Like you're not even to replace Purdy, right? Like obviously, let's say Purdy obviously wants a drastic contract, which is very reasonable for Purdy to ask, like respectfully, like. But if the 49ers view Brock Purdy as, you know what, let's make him give him a 1-year deal at a high rate, and then try to trade him next season, like and go Shedeur at a cheap contract for 3 years. That's something they could do. I don't think they will. I think Jalen Royals on the board. That's something I would go with.
Watch this be Elikai Minor. Watch that.
Oh man,
I don't want
with Royals on the board.
No. So my guys that I have left, that are really high on my board would be Jalen Royals, Torrey Horton, Marcus. I like Marcus Bowe. I could be DJ Giddens is my guy at running back. I love DJ Giddens. There's other players that I like at other positions. I like Keaton Crawford out of Nevada. You talk about it. I would have looked at that as almost less of a reach. But
What
I
about
wouldn't take him.
O-line
Caleb
hires? What about
Rogers.
Jared Wilson
Caleb
here?
Rogers just went to
Oh,
the
no, Jared
Raiders.
Wilson went to the Patriots
To the
right
Raiders.
before a couple.
Yeah, Caleb
And then
Rogers just went to the Raiders. Yep.
Oh, the Texas Tech, the tackle who some people think he might be a guard. Yeah.
Yes.
And then now the Raiders have another pick. They have a consecutive pick. Just so
Since you guys have since I'm on my phone, can you guys do me a favor? Who's the top offensive lineman?
well, maybe Marcus
Bow.
Bowe.
It's
Yeah.
still Mbow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think Menbow could be a really good pick for the Niners. What about is Charles Grant on the board still?
Yes, I like
Charles Grant is on the board.
Charles
Yep.
Grant would be a phenomenal, and I know Kyle's watched his film and was literally watching it with his eyes wide open on
Who,
a lot
Charles-
of the outside zone and inside zone run plays. Like you're watching him, and I guarantee you, he was watching that film and telling everyone in the room that player could be a guy for me, whether it's at guard or eventually at tackle if they allow him to develop. That's a developmental guy you take in the third round who could play left guard,
Yep.
and he could eventually be your starting left tackle if he develops behind Trent Williams. That would be a pretty good pick right there. I'm not gonna lie.
My OT. So here's my list. Here's my list of guys that are still left. OTs that I had were Ursary and Charles Grant were the only two tackles I would have taken.
Jed York just tweeted, "Can't measure heart nickel for your thoughts," because I was just about to say corner. It feels like could still be an option.
Oh, why is he
Nickel
doing this?
for your thoughts.
Wait. He said
So-
nickel for your thoughts.
Yes.
Okay, so he might be looking at Quincy Riley. No.
Who's on the board at corner?
Kobe
Upton
Bry-
Stout is the top guy, I think, on their
there's
board,
no
right?
way.
Nickel?
5'9", 180.
Well, it looks
Zaw
like the
Frazier.
chat's saying
Zaw
Charles Grant
Frazier.
just
Zaw
went.
Frazier. Zaw
Is it
Frazier.
Zaw? Is it Zaw?
I don't know.
Is it
No.
No, he's not a
saying
nickel.
I-
Zaw's not a, no.
He's not.
I'm
a nickel,
saying
though.
Zaw Frazier. I like Zaw Frazier. I would be. I love Zaw Frazier.
Could be Quincy Riley, but do they consider
Yeah.
him as a nickel?
Oh, yeah.
He might be next level.
Zaw's not a nickel though.
He did primary. No, Quincy did go outside, but he did do a lot of slot too.
Yeah.
A lot of times though, like that's what you think you can translate with size. I mean,
What about
both those
Burke?
guys-
What about Burke?
Could be Burke. Could be Burke.
Could be Burke.
I don't know. I could see who knows, Bilal Cohn.
Kobe Bryant would be a phenomenal pick right here, to be honest. Like I'm thinking
they've
picks right
had
Would he
a
be
now.
a nickel though?
No, not going to be a nickel, but I think you could play him inside and outside, right? And then I think the position versatility at the cornerback position, if you have Demo, you have Demo,
Renardo and Kobe
Renardo
Bryant.
Green, and Bryant. Then the position versatility, the things you could do if you're
Charles
Robert
Grant
Saleh.
just goes at 99 to
The
the
Raiders.
Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders are doing a smart thing, man. They're getting that
Yeah.
their offensive line right.
Here's my guys that
They
I
just
have
went
left on
back
my
to back
list.
offensive line. Yeah.
Here's
So
the guys
Caleb Rogers and Charles Grant. Okay.
I have CJ West. I have Marcus Mbo. I have Smile London. Obviously, not going to do that now. I have Torrey Horton and Jalen Royals. I have DJ Giddens. That's all I got left in my list. So that I was going to be able to draft in these days.
And the pick is in because the Broncos are moving up to 101 with the Eagles.
okay.
Okay. Is there a player that wore number 5 maybe too? It's not necessarily a nickel corner.
No, I think it's a nickel. I bet it's Upton Stout.
Okay.
I feel like it'll be Upton Stout. That makes the most
How
sense.
would
I
you feel about that?
I think that's a huge reach, but that's just me. They're clearly just getting their guys. This is what the Niners do, and their track record in the third is bad. So, but I don't know. I thought there was better value in the middle of this draft. I'd be disappointed in this, and especially after missing out on Azaria Thomas in this round. You missed out on Noah Williams in this round. You missed out on Savone Revel in this round. And they had the means to secure any one of those if they were going corner. I don't know. Zaw Frazier, I do like a lot.
I love Zaw Frazier, but
I I'm a big. I actually
pick
like
is in
it.
already. Why isn't like nobody announced it on Twitter?
Oh, it takes a while. These day 2 picks we've seen.
Nickel for your thought. That's just crazy.
I mean, could it be Marcus? Could it be Marcus Harris from Cal? I could it. I mean, I don't know. Like, I know they like. I mean, Robert Longerbeam out of Rutgers is a dude that I could see as well, being an athlete that they like. Who's different people have him in different places. I think Dane Brugler actually had him in his top 100, but a lot of some guys had him at 250.
Corner. Who is it?
appreciate you,
Who?
Wolf Speed. I appreciate you, Wolf Speed, for saying that you're happy I'm in the chat. These guys finally invited me on day 2.
Shut your
Yeah.
mouth.
Wasn't quality enough to be on for day 1.
Imagine marrying somebody that has to have their birthday celebrated for 3 days and take a vacation every single time, right?
And we're talking about his wife marrying him. That's the crazy part.
That's the
crazy. Why would she do
That
that?
is the crazy part. I do
That's
ask myself
wild.
every day.
So Rohan, you're looking at 3 married dudes. You're still free. Okay.
Yeah.
And the beer runs free in the streets of Madison tonight. I know it. I used to live there.
It sounds like it's
Choose your
Upton
birthdays
Stout.
wisely.
And
Choose your
Upton Stout
significant.
is the pick.
The corner
Upton Stout
from Western Kentucky, Upton Stout.
Here's the guy. Oh, you know who loved Upton Stout?
Here's a guy.
Nah. It was Todd. I think I'm almost positive Todd McShay was just going. He just could not stop talking about Upton Stout. Oh my God! I had to listen to his podcast. I want to get some information. He talked about Upton Stout a lot. I have admittedly not
haven't watched him, so I have zero opinion on it.
No, and I haven't watched a ton of him. And I guess just because I'm looking, okay, he's pretty small, undersized dude. But if you look up Upton Stout, people doesn't have elites. I'm just reading some random.
He's a twitchy athlete. The issue is with Upton Stout is he's a lot smaller. His length is
5'9", right?
Yeah, he's like 5'9", 5'8", 5'9".
But he's
30,
but he's
I want to say 30-inch arm. And this is just me going off of. I wish I could look up my notes, but when I do, it takes me off, and I can't. You guys couldn't hear me, but 30-inch arms, kind of. So very reminiscent of K'Wan Williams.
Yeah.
Like in the run game, like he's gonna go in, he's aggressive, he's gonna try to put his hat in there, but he bounces off of dudes a lot. From what I remember, what I watched, that pick too, like it's again a player who the 49ers could have probably got a lot later.
Oh yeah.
They passed on Kobe Bryant for a player who they could have gotten later. And I think, but at the end of the day, I think the Niners are doing what they want in the sense of getting guys they believe could be contributors immediately. So this is it's interesting pick with Kobe Bryant on the board, in my opinion. Like you go in corner, it's interesting, and I think it forces Demo outside, it forces Renardo Green outside
Yeah.
because you're not playing Stout outside. I don't see how
No.
you're 5'9", 30-inch arms, like you're gonna play Renardo and Demo outside. So this pick is interesting to me. Like it's one of those ones where 49er fans may talk themselves into it more because of the fit scheme. He reminds me of K'Wan Williams.
Yeah.
So a guy that
Okay.
could fit the system in that way. And I think when you look at Robert Saleh kind of running the ship right now, right? This is a Robert Saleh kind of draft. Hey, what does his defense need? We brought you in because our defense took a big hit over the last few years. What does this team need? And he looked at it and said, well, run defense is bad, right? They first 2 picks, 2 defensive linemen that could stop the run, a linebacker that could fly around and stop the run and bring that energy and could hit, and then a nickel cornerback who Coach Saleh got the best out of in K'Wan Williams. A very, in my opinion, if I had to comp him, that's who I would comp him to. But they probably could have got him a little bit later.
Well, here's the thing that not to just look at not the testing, but more the metrics, like for length, arm length 30 on the dot. That's 16th percentile. 5'8", that's the first percentile. Weight 181, third percentile. Wingspan 13th percentile. Right, like so. Again, over the middle. I mean, this is a short dude, and he's short in length and he's short in height. Okay. Now he's running a 1.5, 110, which is great. He's got, a 90 percentile broad. He's benching 21 at his size. Like he's tough and he can hit. He got a 38-inch vert. Like he has explosiveness, right? He has speed and he can hit. It's just that, you're over the middle of the field. Every inch matters, right? They talk about that. I think you talked about that, Jesse, once upon a time. Every inch matters. And it's been a while. It's been a while since we've talked about that. But maybe that's for after dark. Okay.
Oh my gosh, I hate your guts. He ran a 1.51 split, so he's definitely shifty.
It's really good.
From what I see, he's a great athlete. He's aggressive in the run game, which they love from the nickel spot. He's just, that's what he is. He's a nickel. And so it takes away from some of the versatility that you might have at corner because he's a guy. But like Marco said, I think he's a day one nickel. You're going to probably plug him in at day one, on day one.
Are you sure?
If this works out.
Is he a day one though? Like, right? Does he start day one? Probably not. You're probably letting everyone compete for an opportunity in your best tandem, and it may be something that Robert Saleh sees is Darrell Luter outside and allowing Rondo Green and Demo to be a versatile tandem playing inside and outside, right? Like, because truthfully,
that could be the case, but I think the Niners are going to get their money's worth in a way because if you put Demo on the outside and he plays like he's played the last few years, that's a steal for his contract at what, $17-18 million a year. You want that type of, value on the outside. I think it makes sense for him to be on the outside, for a guy like Stout to be on the interior.
But I think with Demo's contract, you shouldn't be just sticking him outside, right? Like, for example, a lot of the best receivers are going inside all the time. Like, I think Demo should be following the best receiver all around the field, whether it's in the slot, whether it's outside, left, right. Demo should be following receivers now. Like, he's at that point. He's that good of a corner. He got paid like it, right? He believes he could do it. He talks like he can, right? And we know he can. So I think it's time to let Demo follow people, and I think that's something where I don't think Stout starts day one. Sorry to cut you off, Rohan, but I don't think he starts day one.
And that's it. That's the wrap. We got to wrap on the draft. Savion Jones, edge for LSU goes to the Broncos, and Tay Felton, receiver out of Maryland. I like that guy to the Vikings to close it out. Tay Felton's a nice little piece there for the Vikings. He's a really underrated receiver. I think he fits. He's not asked to be even a wide receiver too. I love when good offensive teams draft a receiver that already have two and don't put the pressure on these guys to be anything but that complimentary dude. And with Jordan Addison and Tay Felton has to get a carve a niche there. That's good value. I like that a lot for KOC.
If Mbao falls to 113, they don't take him. Jordan, I don't know
if who? Say. If who?
If Mbao falls to 113 and they don't take him, I don't.
Well, and that's what Grant and Ryan are always talking about. They said, I bet you they're happy with their offensive line. And here we are.
Yep.
Again, on day 3, and they have not touched with 4 picks offensive line. We know, who knows what's going on with Trent? Who are they going to pick? Are they going to extend McKivitz?
Would you guys have taken? So I'm gonna ask this. Jared Wilson was on the board when the Niners took Nick Martin.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners need a center for obviously the future.
They're taking Jared Wilson.
Need a center probably now. Would you have taken Jared Wilson with the first pick in the 3rd round, and then the 2nd pick in the 3rd round, taking Nick Martin? No other linebackers went off the board.
No, Nick Martin will be there in the 5th. But look, I'm fine. That's what I said. You could have taken a lot of those guys. You could have taken Jalen Knoll. You could have taken anybody. You could have taken. Let's see here. Hold, excuse me. Where did the Niners? Did they pass on? I don't know. My God. Yeah, you're right. They passed on Noah Williams.
I'm going to tell you every pick that went after them.
Caleb Johnson.
Devon Ravel. Princely. Uman Mielen. Jordan Birch. Jalen Knoll.
Yep.
Justin Wally. Dylan Fairchild, who I loved. Kevin Winston Jr. Caleb Johnson. Jacob Parrish. Noel Williams. Jamari Caldwell. Savion Williams. Caleb Rainsaw. Wyatt Millum. Josiah Stewart. Emory Jones. Jalen Milroll. Jonas Sanker. Dylan Gabriel. That's hilarious. Jared Wilson. Xavier Watts, Jalen Smith, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant. 49ers took Upton Stout. Savion Jones went right after that, as did Ty Felton. Yeah, there's some guys I would have, and then guys that are still left that I would have taken.
There's at least 10 of those dudes for sure, 100%.
What was your guys' reaction to obviously like the Niners? You guys, me and my wife listened to as soon as the Niners took Nick Martin. I had to put you guys on while we're driving. We're driving back from Sedona, and right away I knew what you guys were gonna say, so I wanted to listen to what you guys were saying. Jesse didn't like the pick in the sense of a reach. David, you were like explaining why it was a good pick, good player, not the right spot. But what was your guys' main reaction to Jalen Milroe going to the Seahawks? I didn't get to see that one. I wish I would have saw that reaction because
I thought it was going to be. I thought it
huge.
was going to be Shador. Actually, we
So did
talked
I.
about Shador, so not surprised that it was a quarterback. My reaction was, "Oh, okay, I can see it." Like that. That was it. But honestly, I don't know. Our bigger reaction was Dylan Gabriel to Cleveland. I don't understand that at all. I mean, it's not even about Shador. Take Shador off. There's a lot of other quarterbacks that I would easily take over Dylan Gabriel. I think that and Cleveland's done a fantastic job in this draft, but that was a spot taking Dylan Gabriel that made zero sense to me.
And don't they have Kenny Pickett right as their backup? Is that Is it?
I think
and
so.
Joe Flacco's back in the building,
Yes.
and maybe they're going after Kirk Cousins. Maybe that's not happening anymore. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not saying Kenny Pickett's anybody, but like our Dylan Gabriel, like I don't know, it's just redundant, and it doesn't. There's no ceiling there. Like for guys, I don't get it.
Let me get through these supers, and then we'll wrap up with talking about the picks overall. How you feel with all three in the books? Dave Sim says Marco DeHire, hilarious. Why is Shador shunned? I don't understand it. Spider 369 says Sanders gonna fall to us at pick 160. SJ Braveheart says, why are the Niners always in their own world when it comes to evaluating players, even in free agency? Listen, and this is the other thing. A lot of people want to give the 49ers, well, maybe they knew it was their guy and da-da-da. The Niners are in their own world. How many times have we seen them overvalue Jimmy Garoppolo years ago and expecting 2 second-round draft picks when nobody was going to give more than a third for him? How about a year ago they could have traded Debo for, I think it was a fourth. They wait a year and they get a fifth. It's just they do this all the time. Daza says, is Stout better than Luter Jr.? Different positions. I guess time will tell. Daza says, when are we addressing the O-line? Great question. I don't know. Jason says, I missed day 2. How do we do? We're going to talk about that, Jason. And Joseph Ernberg says, this defense is going to be the same or worse next season. I think it'll be better. I think it'll
be a lot better because of the run defense.
Yeah, I think it'll be better. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's talk about these 3 picks in totality. You can give like an individual grade if you want, but just overall how we are feeling after day 2. They went with Alfred Collins, defensive tackle. They went with Martin, linebacker, and then they went with Stout, who I honestly know nothing about. I don't know anything about Stout, so I have to go back and watch him. But overall, Rohan, I'll start with you. How are you feeling after day 2 in totality?
Like the Collins pick, thought it fit a need, thought it was a good player, thought it was good value. The last 2 picks, it depends on how essentially they're used, more so how quickly they are ready to play. The Nick Martin pick, we agreed in consensus, a good player, maybe a little early for sure, but you want him to play on day 1. You want him to be that number 2 to Fred Warner, serve in that Dre Greenlaw role. The Niners have used a player like that before, and it's still with Upton Stout. These are guys that the Niners like. They fit well in the system. Upton Stout, obviously a good athlete, physical, which will be important in the run game, and he's a press guy. He can be grabby at times, but he's a press guy. And those traits, I think, will mesh well with the 49ers. Excited to watch a lot more of these guys kind of over the next few weeks. But what I think San Francisco did in this draft so far in the second round and third round, they said, screw the consensus. We like certain players at certain positions. We view them as needs. We understand the defense really needs to get better. and they went and took the player they felt most comfortable with at positions they believed to be important for day one starters next year.
Yeah, and I think that it's I'll say this. You know me not to be the shill. I'm more excited about players that they seem to, if it's a reach, at least guys that they seem to be excited about that have an athletic profile that can be exciting to watch. I think Upton Stout, again, both those guys, Nick Martin, Upton Stout, two undersized dudes, right? And so both kind of play beyond that size in a way that could engender some excitement, but I'd rather do that. I'd rather go for a guy with a little bit of upside and juice that has a chip on their shoulder than settle for a safe pick that's just going to be some middle of the road guy that never makes that basically barely is active on Sundays. That being said, Mike Hale, I love. Collins, I really liked. I love Collins. I probably would have waited a little longer, but I'm not going to quibble with that. You only pick where you pick unless you can trade. I'm a little underwhelmed with the spot for both third round picks. I have concerns that we're not addressing. If we're not going to address offensive line, then I would have liked to get some more premium value with those players. And now I'm starting to wonder where that comes from. I don't think it's done though. I could honestly see me being round 4 and 5 being players that I might have had higher than the guys that took it round 3, and it could be wonderful. I'm not mad, but I'm a little confused, and I'm intrigued. So I'm gonna, I know what I'm doing tonight after I log off of this.
Marco?
First and foremost, congratulations to all the players drafted in the first 3 rounds. It's phenomenal for any player to get drafted in the first 3 rounds. Dreams were made today. Dreams will be continued made over the next day, the next 3 rounds. So shout out to anyone who's getting drafted, undrafted. Opportunity is all they need. At the end of the day, I'm excited that Niners have like new players coming in. Right, I really do like the Alfred Collins pick. I think that was a really, 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 really good pick.
Yep.
I really liked him in terms of if he's developed the right way, I think he could be a really, really good player. Where when you watch him on film, he has the ability to be a Chris Jones. Truthfully, he does. He has the length, he has the athleticism. He could play up and down the defensive line. For me, I like Nick Martin, the player. I just don't like where he was taken. I think you could have gotten better value for a player at that pick. And then with Stout, they obviously could have. I think they should have went Kobe Bryant. But again, the Niners are having a plan, and I know we heard John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan talk about the consensus, right? When they're on the consensus, are they hitting on these picks? Maybe they see something in Stout and Solid, but I don't like. For me, I don't like when you ask your coaching staff to draft for you. For me, I think it's very valuable for the coaching staff to be heavily involved and be like, yeah, that guy does fit my system. For example, Alfred Collins, Michael Williams, those guys absolutely fit the system. Nick Martin fits the system. But when you start to get these coaches involved, you start to fall in love with a player, the player side, the person side, and you tend to overdraft players. We've seen the Niners do it in the past. John Lynch falling in love with somebody, Kyle Shanahan falling in love with somebody, and they end up taking that player earlier than they should have gone. No, I don't think I'm not going to say any of these players aren't like good enough because I do think Stout is reminds me a lot of Kwan Williams. He was at the Senior Bowl. He has some injury concerns. He was at the Senior Bowl though, so he is a really good player. It's just what's the plan for the offensive line, right? Like for me, you're getting ready to pay Brock Purdy $60 million, 55, $60 million, whatever he's asking for. So at some point on day 3, you have a lot of draft picks. What offensive lineman are you going to take to keep Brock Purdy upright? I think that is extremely important. I think after you address the defensive line, which was a big hole for the 49ers, I think you should have addressed the offensive side of the ball at the offensive line. You need a center, you need a guard, you need to get better at offensive line. And I think that should have been what the day 3 pick, the third round picks were addressing. That's what I would have done because you're getting ready to pay your quarterback. Like at some point you gotta protect Brock Purdy. Like we can't keep sitting here and be like, hey, Brock's good, but his offensive line is killing him every year. I think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch need to invest in the offensive line on day 3, and it should be a priority where they should probably trade up to go get the offensive lineman that they love on day 3.
I love Alfred Collins. I think it's a really good pick. We were all excited about that. I will say this though too. We talked early on today about age of players and how it matters. I think when you're evaluating a 25-year-old who's playing against 19, 20, 21-year-olds, you should move them back down your board a little bit and understand that they are physically more mature. They are mentally more mature. They should look really good against players that are much younger than them. So when you look at who the 49ers took today, they took a 22-year-old, a 23-year-old, and another 23-year-old. They did take youngish players, I guess, in today's era. It's kind of crazy to think, right?
Alfred Collins is going to be 24 in October, so he's a 24.
He will be.
I know
He's
drafted
whatever,
I know
but
he's 23, but he's 24.
Yeah, he'll be 24 in October.
Some
You're
season,
right.
he's 24.
But he's not 25 already, like some guys are. 26 in some cases, rare cases. He's not 24, turning 25 in October, so still relatively whatever. But so for me, when you listen to the 49ers plan this offseason, they said they wanted to get younger, they wanted to get more athletic. Regardless of what I think of reaching and whatever, did they get younger? Yes, obviously in the draft you're going to get younger if you're getting rid of old players. But they did get more athletic. They absolutely did. Nick Martin, good athlete. Alfred Collins, good athlete. Upton Stout, good athlete. Michael Williams, amazing athlete. So they have hit the mark as far as what they said their plan was. I do think that Nick Martin's a good player. Much like you guys, I do think it's a reach. Upton Stout, I know almost nothing about other than reading a blurb through a mock draft process. So I'm going to reserve my opinion on him. Nick Martin, I think, is a good player. I think it's a reach. Alfred Collins, I like the pick a lot. But I also want to point this out. I'm going to read every third-round pick that the 49ers have made in this era. And you tell me if we at least deserve the right to question what they have done. Okay? 2017, Akello Witherspoon, CJ Beathard. Akello Witherspoon's been a good player, but he's bounced around. He's still making basically vet minimum, which I think he's underpaid. But either way, 2018, Fred Warner, obviously an amazing third-round pick. Tarvarius Moore. 2019, Jalen Hurd. 2020, they didn't have a third-round pick. 2021, Trey Sermon and Ambry Thomas.
Good God.
2022, TDP and Danny Gray.
Jesus.
2023, Jake Moody and Cam Latu. And last year, Dominic Pooney, we all think that he's going to be
No. And Tig Brown. Tig Brown with Jake Moody and Latu.
Oh, Jair Brown, Jake Moody, and Cam Latu.
That was all Adam Peters anyways, man.
Right, that was all Adam Peters. You're correct. So here's the point. Out of all the rounds, we talk, first round, whatever, third round has not been kind to them for the most part. So we at least reserve the right to question what they did today on two guys that, even if they end up being good, we feel like are probably reaches, and we'll see how it pans out. I hope that they're phenomenal. I hope that they fit the system. I hope that they make impacts. We will see. So that's what I think.
Is it cool if I answer real quick, Jesse?
What were you gonna say? Go ahead. What?
Is it cool if I answer? Some people ask why I haven't streamed and when's my next stream or whatever.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Yes,
okay.
Of course.
So I most likely won't be streaming unless it's joining the show, like with Jesse and stuff like that. I'm part of an working on a career path that has me connected to the football side, so I'm not trying to actually like get heavily involved with the podcasting world and stuff like that. I don't know if I'll ever come out and like truly say that what I'm working in or what I'm doing. It's just not me to like do that. Like, I never like. It's not like it's just like it's a career. It's a job. Like I don't think it's like announcement. Like oh my god. Like, but for me, I'm working in the football industry, and I don't want to be disrespectful to any players or anything like that. I do want to be critical when I want to be and try to be as honest as possible. But at the end of the day, I respect and love every player that's getting drafted and working their tails off for this moment. So that's why I don't want to stream no more. I don't really want to be on the side where I'm having to be extra critical of a player, and it comes off as I'm being critical of the person. So that's why I'm not streaming no more because I'm working in the football side of the world. So that's why it's kind of hard for me to actually be on a podcast weekly talking about the 49ers or other players that they're going to play and stuff like that. I'm just not trying to be a jerk, and I don't want it to come off as that to any players that I may come across with and have to meet and work alongside with one day.
Yep. I think that's smart. That's the right thing to do. We definitely miss you. I'm glad you were able to join today. David, you and I for sure will be back tomorrow to finish out this draft.
At least for
Marco,
rounds
if you
4
have
and
time,
5.
yeah. Marco, if you have time, you can definitely join.
Oh,
And
I'm
same
actually
thing with
invited. I'm
Rohan.
actually invited to it tomorrow.
Yeah,
Not
it's I'm saying
This guy.
this in front of everybody else in the group chat. I'm gonna uninvite you, but
Makes
for
sense.
everybody that likes
It's PR.
Marco, he's invited, guys. I promise.
PR purposes. You see what he does right there? That's PR purposes.
But
He's
you know
trying
what
to
though?
Yeah.
But it was the last kid picked. Okay, he's the last kid picked.
Much like Marco doesn't want to say bad things about players because of the industry that he's in. I don't want to look like a bad person on stream, so I'm gonna act as if Marco's invited, and
Too
then
late.
behind the scenes, whatever. Oh, I thought the stream was over.
Hey, by the way, what did you for your wife's birthday? I mean, what was the best meal that you've eaten over the past 2 weeks that you guys have been celebrating?
Man, I'm always eating well. You see me. You could tell I've gained weight, man. We always eating good.
Oh no.
Um,
I mean, what was the birthday meal? Where you guys been? Where are you traveling
so
to? Where?
we're actually here in Phoenix. So we
Oh,
flew out yesterday night. We've been here in Phoenix. We went to Sedona. Beautiful. Sedona's really
oh,
beautiful. Never been.
yes.
We went to a nice brewery. We ate there, and then we went to another couple of spots. And then tomorrow, the plan is this is her plan. She's a big sports fan too. She's a big baseball fan. We're going to the Arizona Diamondbacks versus Braves.
Oh, nice.
So we're gonna hit that up, and then
Sweet.
whatever else she has planned, whatever she wants to do. It's her birthday.
That's awesome.
I love
That's
it,
awesome.
man. That sounds
Well,
awesome.
happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Miss Martinez, 808 says, is Stout better than Womack? Womack's turned out to be a pretty good player.
And Womack was a 5th round pick.
Yeah. There you go. Sean says, I think we have to let it play out. They suck equally bad in round 1. A reach is subjective. It's not. Kwan Williams went undrafted, and Upton Stout is similar. We could look back and eat crow.
Sure.
Listen, it's subjective, but again, not really, because we're looking at players as prospects, not what they turn out to be.
But
there
also
are players that in the 5th round end up being better than first round guys. But if they were selected in round 1, everybody the night of would have been like, what the heck are they doing? You could have gotten this guy in round 5. So reaches, we're talking about prospects. It's not a perfect system as far as figuring out who the best players are at the next level. A lot of things happen, systems, injuries, what have you. A reach is a reach is a reach.
I think
was
too,
a
Jesse.
reach. So
And you bring up a good point in the sense of like we see players in the 5th round be better than players in the 1st round. But I think what people don't talk about is like NFL is a lot of politics. And we're seeing it right now with Shadur Sanders, right? Like he's better than quarterbacks have gone. Like they've gotten drafted this past couple of days. Like, and that's the honest truth. So when you look at it, do teams fall in love with the person, even though he's not as good and he goes earlier, right? So he may go earlier. They have hey, it's a really good player, but he's not as good as that dude. But the person is drastically different, right? So you're gonna take the dude who is a better person. He might not be as good of a football player, but he's a better person to bring into your locker room, into your community. So that matters drastically for teams. So a lot of times you see a player in the 5th round be a really good football player, but for some reason teams didn't see the person side, or like they're like, oh, he didn't do community work, he didn't do this, he didn't do that. So they're like, he may not be the guy we want in our locker room. So that's why he goes in the 5th round rather than the talent. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I want to say this as well, just real quick. Thank God for Travis Hunter being drafted as high as he was, because if Travis Hunter was not in this draft, talk about prospects choosing not to go to Colorado in the future because they're worried that they're going to be blacklisted and blackballed because they play for Coach Prime, that would be a real concern of a lot of athletes if it was just Shedeur Sanders that this was happening to, and they didn't have a prospect like Travis Hunter go number 2 overall. I really believe that.
I second that. And all I can say is I hope when Shador gets drafted and wherever he gets drafted, I hope he balls out and I hope he continues to
too.
throw it up. I hope he continues to
I do
keep the
too.
confidence he has and throw up his Shador time, whatever it is that he throws up. And I truly hope all the negativity that's been thrown his way, like even though like obviously he grew up a great life, right? Rich kid, but the negativity that's being thrown his way is just weird. Like grown
At some
adults
point, the hate's gone too
bashing
far.
on a
No,
young kid, man.
no
Like
matter
it's
what you
weird.
think of him, it's gone too far. At some point, the hate's gone too far. I think we can officially say the hate has gone too far now that we're 3 rounds into this thing and he hasn't been picked. This is insane.
Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird.
So, anyways, much love to everybody in the chat.
Yep.
We'll be back tomorrow. We'll see who ends up actually joining us, but we will be here tomorrow as soon as this thing starts. I believe it starts at noon Eastern. So we'll be live. David, Marco, I know Rohan had to go. Much love to you guys. Thank you for joining me, making this stream great, because if it was just me, it would not be the case. I appreciate you guys. I need you guys. Much love. We'll talk soon. Peace.